So, hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is story about what if Naruto has sensory ability. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if, and want next part, let me know before starting the video, comment down below. Please support for more awesome what if content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So without wasting time, let's start the video. Spirals hidden in the leaves. The land of fire was truly beautiful as autumn settled in. The swaths of groves and forests slowly changed from light and dark greens to blazing red, orange, and gold. The chill in the air was perfect, a fine balance between the heat of summer and the cold of winter. Had the single traveler on the road to Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves, been in a proper state of mind, he would have enjoyed it. But he was not in a proper state of mind. No, grief weighed upon him like a lead blanket. The hood of his shirt was drawn up, a neckerchief wrapped around his face to keep out the dust. And even then, any passers-by would have felt a haze of sorrow. In the traveler's long-lost culture, it was said that death was not an end. Rather, it was a metamorphosis. Like the emergence of a butterfly from its cocoon, a chick growing into a swan, even the recoloring of the leaves, it was simply a form of change. It was shedding the husk of the material and taking one's place in the pure lands. But that didn't make the loss for the still living any less painful. Especially as this loss was the traveler's only known blood. The traveler clenched his fists and forcibly stood straighter, his strides longer. What was he doing? Had the departed seen him like this, he would have gotten an earful about self-pity and enduring and moving forward. Which was what he was to do. Now he was free to do as he wanted, as were the departed's final wishes. So the traveler straightened his coat and secured the large chain-wrapped scroll hanging across his back. It was only a few miles away, the hidden village. He would make a new life for himself there. And he would slowly begin to rebuild. The village of Konohagakure was, to all intents and purposes, a strong and vibrant community. Its ninja were powerful, its economy stable, and its people generally friendly. Had it not been known beforehand, few would guess that a great tragedy had befallen the village a mere 7 years previous. On that forsaken day, the terror known as the Nine-Tailed Fox had appeared in the village and unleashed its hateful fury. Only the bravery and power of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, had been able to defeat the beast, to minimize the damage. If one could call all the destruction and death that had still been inflicted minimized. The darkest day in the village's history was a sore point for most of the village. Everyone had lost someone to the Nine Tails that day. But the damage had been repaired and grief had started to heal. The only problem remaining, at least to most of the populace, was that the fox was still alive. Sealed away inside a small boy. Naruto Uzumaki. Said boy could be found, as per usual for him, sitting at the Ichiraku raiment stand. What was not usual was the era young Naruto had started at the Shinobi Academy last year, the standard age. He didn't really care for the academy, finding most of the classes boring and constricting. He wanted to be a ninja, already. To learn awesome ninjutsu and protect the village. To prove to the villagers that seemed to hate him for no reason, once and for all, that he was worthy of their praise. Of anyone's praise. To that end, he had chosen to strive for the most respected position in the entire village. The mantle of the Hokage, the fire shadow. The most powerful ninja in the village, the leader who guided the village into prosperity. He knew that if he could become the best, that if he could earn that wide hat, he would finally earn the respect he craved. And while on any day he would loudly proclaim his goal with pride and utter confidence. Today was different. Try as he might, he couldn't get those damned words out of his head. You'll never be the best. You barely have a name, much less a clan. You're a nobody. Naruto winced as the memory returned yet again, clenching his eyes shut against the faint sting of tears. Those words had been spat at him by a girl in his class, not to his declaration that he would become Hokage, but to his near-daily challenge against Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, who had a veritable club of fangirls at the ripe age of 8 years old, who was strong and cool, and everything Naruto secretly wished he himself could be. But it was the last part that had hit him the hardest. Nobody. He had a name, Uzumaki. One that he was determined to spread across the elemental nations as a name of pride, respect, and fear from the enemies of Konoha. But now. It was just a name. He wasn't even sure it was really his since his parents were dead and he knew precious little about them. It may have come from his father or his mother. Or it may have been made up for his sake as a baby. As Naruto slowly worked through his emotions, he could only wonder one thing. What did his name really mean? As the sun hit the midway point between noon and the horizon, the gates of Konohagakure were manned by a pair of newly minted. Both were only part way through their shift and completely bored. Gate duty was generally dull at the best of times, and today foot traffic had been slow. As one slightly dazed, the other straightened as he caught sight of a single person on the road. He tossed a metal ball bearing at his partner, jarring him from his nap to stand at attention. It took a few minutes for the stranger to finally reach the gate, which gave the guards plenty of time to assess him. Average height, slender build beneath a blue neckerchief, hooded shirt and leather coat, with a large leather scroll case wrapped in chains slung across his back. The aforementioned hood and a neckerchief kept them from catching anything else until he was right before them. The stranger gently removed his hood and pulled down his neckerchief to reveal a brunette with brown eyes and a darkly tanned complexion, a bandage on his right cheek. "Good day, gentlemen," the man said solemnly. "Identification," one of them said, his dull tone bred from repetition. The man nodded and produced a few sheets of paper. The Chunan's eyebrow rose at the sight of, not a passport, but a library card. A library card from the land of cliffs with a photo that matched the man before him. They winced at the irregularity but sighed and handed it back. While passports were the general form of identification, official documents such as checkbooks, birth certificates, and even library cards were technically allowed. "Enjoy your time in Konoha," he said. The man nodded and moved along. The other guard watched the man carefully as he moved down the road, eyes narrowed. After a few moments he shrugged it off. If the stranger caused trouble, the Anbu would handle it. So self-assured, neither noticed the stranger wandering off the main road of the village and into the shadow cast between two buildings. So hidden, he peeled the bandage off of his cheek, revealing the underside to bear an intricate ninja seal. The stranger produced a lit match and burned the tag, destroying the seal and the transformation anchored to it. His appearance wavered for a moment, only to resettle onto fair skin and blue-gray eyes. But what really stood out was his hair. Hair of a bright scarlet hue. After a while, Naruto was able to work his way out of the funk he'd been in since class ended. He hardened his resolve, determined to prove any of his doubters in class or the rest of the village wrong. Few may know his name now, but that would change. When he became Hokage, the name Uzumaki would ring with awe and respect throughout the land. Naruto pumped his fist and dove into his tragically lukewarm ramen. But hey, lukewarm was better than nothing, and he wasn't so monstrous as to throw away perfectly good food, especially ramen. Naruto chomped down on his food, already thinking about challenging Sasuke the Jerk to a fight tomorrow to show him who was boss, when someone sat beside him. "What is that delectable smell?" the man asked. Naruto's mouth fell open, letting half-chewed noodles fall back into his bowl. "This is Ichiraku ramen, you know. It's the best food in the world, the food of the gods." "Naruto, calm down," said a lovely teenage girl behind the counter. Daughter of the owner and one of the few people who treated him right. She wagged her finger at him before smiling at the newcomer. "What can I get you, kind sir?" The man tapped his chin for a moment, eyes wandering the menu, before nodding to himself. "I think I'll take salt ramen with mushrooms and garlic," he said simply. "Coming right up," replied before heading back into the kitchen. As they waited, the man glanced at Naruto, then at the non-steaming bowl before him. I've never met someone who preferred cold ramen," he commented. "But then again, who am I to judge?" Naruto frowned and glared at his cold noodles before slumping down. "I don't like it cold." I got all broody and ignored my bowl. "But cold ramen is better than nothing." The man curled an eyebrow and smiled, drawing a small book from his pocket. He opened it to the inside cover and pressed a thumb to a seal emblazoned in the leather. With a pulse of chakra, he produced sealing paper, a brush, and chakra-infused ink. A few deft strokes and another chakra pulse later, and he resealed all of his gear, leaving only the tag. Naruto had watched all of this with wide eyes. This guy was a ninja. Before he could follow this line of reasoning, the newcomer had slipped the sealing tag under his bowl. The seal flared with orange light and, within seconds, the broth and noodles were steaming again. "Whoa. Cool," the boy said before digging in. That counts as my good deed for the day," the man said with a faint smile. As if on cue, returned with a steaming bowl, the man's order. He nodded his thanks and clasped his hands, uttering the traditional itadakimasu before taking a bite himself. A single bite was all it took for the man's eyes to balloon. After a second, he was scarfing it down like his life depended on it. When he was done, the man gave a contented sigh. He waved for Am's attention and asked for her name. Upon receiving it, "I have traveled all over the world and tasted ramen from pretty much anywhere that isn't too far east. And this may very well be the best ramen I have ever had." The man grinned. "My sincerest compliments to the chef." Am smiled kindly. "I'll be sure to tell my father," she assured before returning to the back. Naruto had to clamp his hands over his mouth to keep from laughing. "So you liked it?" he squeezed out. "I did," he said. "Very much. I'll have to come back here soon." The man stood and pulled on the leather coat that he'd kept over his lap. As he settled it around his shoulders, Naruto caught a familiar symbol etched into the left breast. The swirly thingy that lots of ninja wore on their backs or shoulders. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by a hand thrust into his view. One that was attached to the newcomer. "Thanks for the recommendation," he said. "My name's Ken. What's yours?" Naruto paused before answering. Was this guy not afraid of him? He wasn't glaring, and he was actually being friendly, like Amartucci or the Hokage. He smiled as he resolved not to think about it too hard. He took the man's hand in a firm grip, or as firm as a 7-year-old could muster. "Naruto?" he answered, deciding to omit his last name for some reason. "The name's Naruto." In his office, Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his favorite pipe on his desk, settling the tobacco before returning it to his lips. When he'd woken up this morning, he had expected a rather typical day. Paperwork mostly, handing out missions, judging the economic and emotional state of the village at large. You know, the usual. He had not, in any way, expected the emergence of one of his greatest regrets. Before him, sporting a bruised cheekbone and split lip, sat a young man in chakra-suppressing manacles. When they had clicked over his wrists, the boy had examined the seal work on the manacles, clearly interested. After a few moments, he had abandoned his examination and settled to return Hiruzen's stare with minimal flinching. How he had ended up here was quite the odd story, according to his Anbu guards. The young man had arrived at Hokage Tower and asked, quite politely according to the shinobi at the front desk, to see the Hokage on a matter of utmost importance. She had, with equal courtesy, informed him that the Hokage was busy and offered to set him up an appointment a few days from now. That, apparently, had been the wrong thing to say. The young man had strolled past the front desk with a scowl on his face and attempted to find him on his own. After ignoring warnings, he had engaged a number of administrations in hand-to-hand combat. Intermixed with kicks and punches, he had planted unusual seal tags on several of the shinobi, which had blocked their chakra and caused severe disorientation. If he was right, such skill and sealing techniques was not a surprise. After the administration had failed to bring him down, the Anbu had gotten involved. And when Anbu got involved, things tended to move along much faster. As per protocol in such situations, the Anbu had escorted him to the T&I department, where he was to be held until a high-ranking shinobi could interrogate him as to his motives. Upon being apprehended and locked in this very chair, only then had he delivered the phrase that had shaken the third almost to his core. The whirlpool has returned to the forest. The Anbu had dutifully delivered this message to him in hopes that it would lead to cooperation in the investigation, the one that had brought Hiruzen such shock. On his command, the Anbu had escorted the man to his office and left, sealing the room behind them. That had been 15 minutes ago, during which Hiruzen had examined as much of the situation as possible. Very few knew exactly how much meaning was behind the elements of that single phrase, and even fewer still of this young man's age. Which means he had to have learned from the source. The young man before him was of average height and slenderly muscular build. His skin was pale, and his eyes, a bright blue-gray, were firm and unyielding. He was dressed in a long-sleeved gray hooded shirt with drawstrings, a familiar symbol sewn into the left breast, with a blue neckerchief, rust-red cargo pants and leather boots. A large scroll case wrapped in chains sat beside him, something he'd had on him when he'd been arrested and refused to part with. But what drew attention more than anything else was his hair. A bright shade of scarlet that was just long enough to hang at the line of his shoulders and pulled back in a loose tail, a color that brought memories from several times in his life to the forefront of his mind. It brought to mind a noble and dignified woman whom he respected almost as much as her husband, who was his own teacher. It also brought to mind a young spitfire who had taken all who knew her by storm. And it brought to mind a tragedy in the Hidden Leaf's history, one that the modern populace had tragically forgotten. Hiruzen took a moment to mold sensory chakra, to expand his perceptions and examine the boy further. And what he felt left no question. The boy's chakra was shining, vibrant, and overflowing with vitality. The signature was different, of course, but everyone had subtle differences. It was also too similar to those he'd known before to be a coincidence, and the manacle on his wrists would prevent him from disguising that signature, even if he could have hoped to falsify that sheer sense of vitality. "I know of your people, boy," Hiruzen said, finally breaking the silence. "So why, after all this time, have you come here?" "For permanence," the boy replied evenly. "Ever since I was born, I have known nothing but change, never living anywhere for longer than a year. This village and mine were once allies, long ago. I had hoped that you hadn't forgotten old friends." Hiruzen pressed his lips into a thin line at the boy's tone. It wasn't accusatory, per se. But he was still pressing the concept of allies and old friends fairly thickly. And though he had expected this, it still hurt a bit. After all, he was far from wrong. "And what, pray tell, do you hope to do here?" The boy gave a sardonic smile. "I would prefer to be a ninja, Lord Hokage. But if that is not possible, I have an alternative. I am quite familiar with my clan's famed skill set and would be open to becoming a consultant of sorts in that area." Hiruzen sat a bit straighter at these words. Assuming he was being truthful and his examination of his manacles gave credence to his honesty, it would be a significant asset to the village. "But first, you thought it would be a good idea to begin a prospective shinobi career by forcing an audience with their leader. Your hypothetical commander." The boy paled a bit but pushed on. "I have precious little money, Lord Hokage. How was I to live even a few weeks in this village? No, I thought expedience would be a better course. Hiruzen chuckled at that, reminded once again of lost friends. He tapped his fingernail against the stem of his pipe as he thought over the situation. Whether as a shinobi or a sealing specialist, the boy's apparent talents would be of great use to the village. And he was right. A great debt was owed to this boy, to his bloodline if not to him personally. And deeper than that, he felt that this young man meant no harm to him or his own. He truly wanted to serve to the best of his ability. To serve something greater than himself. After several minutes of silent deliberation. Very well, he said. The young man's eyes widened. What? He asked. I will allow you to test your skills as a shinobi. Should you meet our expectations, you will be placed into our ranks as a genin, subject to examination through your mission record. For all intents and purposes, you will be a shinobi of Konohagakure. With a single hand sign, he summoned an anbu to unlock the manacles from his unexpected guest's wrists. After that, he removed a set of blank registration forms from his desk and handed it to the redeed. Fill these out, please, he said with a grin. The young man nodded and took a pen, making quick work of the forms. After taking them back, along with a folder with the young man's previous mission records, Hiruzen looked them over, committing each and every word to his impressive memory. After finishing the forms and signing off, Hiruzen stood and shook the young man's hand. Welcome to Konohagakure. Ken Uzumaki, Hiruzen said warmly. The young man, Ken, nodded with a smile. Over the next 10 minutes or so, the two hashed out Ken's living arrangements for the time being. In the end, he was to be given an assigned house owned by the Sarutobi clan, in effect making the Lord Third his de facto landlord, and an advance on his pay from the Konoha government to live off of, to be paid off after he began either taking missions or filling commissions on seals. Preferably both. His examinations to determine his fitness to be a shinobi were to be given 2 days from now, after which he would be assigned to a team to help him adjust to Konoha. After everything was settled, Ken swallowed thickly, one last question on the tip of his tongue. Lord Hokage, I thank you for your support. And patience and lenience. But I have to ask. He winced faintly, but took a deep breath and soldiered on. Have I any relatives here? He closed his eyes, clearly in preparation for disappointment. Hiruzen grinned. There is a single Uzumaki here, a resident of the village. Ken's eyes shot open and he stared at the old Hokage in disbelief. Would you like to meet him? The silence from Ken was answered enough. Hiruzen summoned one of his anbu and ordered him to locate the boy and bring him here immediately. The anbu left without a word. After a quarter hour of waiting, the anbu returned to the office, carrying a struggling boy over his shoulder. Hey. Put me down. I mean it, this is no way to treat your future boss. The anbu unceremoniously dropped the boy, bowed to the Hokage, and disappeared. The child stood up and angrily brushed the dust off his black shirt, adjusted his goggles, and turned to face him. What's the big idea, old man? If you wanted to talk, you could have just had your guy say so, or meet me at Ichiraku's. I'm all for spending time with ya, you know. So what's so important that I get friggin' kidnapped? Naruto, Hiruzen said with a tone that bespoke saintly patience. Perhaps you would like to meet your cousin. Naruto froze and looked to the other person in the room, the one who had turned around at the sound of his name. Someone that Naruto recognized. You? He asked. You, Ken replied, stunned at the sheer coincidence that they had met earlier in the day. The two stared at each other for a few moments, neither blinking. Hiruzen coughed into his fist to break the silence. Ken Uzumaki, meet your little cousin. Naruto, this is Ken. Chapter 2. As the moon reached its peak in the sky, its silvery beams found Ken Uzumaki in arguably the strangest place he'd ever been. Up until now, that spot had been held by camping in the bamboo and great mushroom forests of the land of Flora. That had been strange, even though he himself loved mushrooms. But tonight I found him lying on his bedroll. On the floor of a room in an orphanage. The evening was like a haze to him, one of his oldest and least likely dreams having come true in a most unexpected way. He still had family. Family that had been in Konoha this whole time. Told you so, grandfather Ken thought, faux smugness mixed with aching grief. If only his grandfather had agreed to come to Konoha. Could they have re-established the fledgling clan even earlier? As the night wore on and sleep continued to elude him, Ken thought over everything that had happened after Lord Hokage had introduced the long-lost cousins. Naruto, unsurprisingly, had been a mix of joyous and furious with the news. He had tackled Ken in a hug, which then devolved into pounding him with his little fists as he begged and demanded with tears streaming from his eyes where he had been. Why had he never met him? Why now to show up out of nowhere? When Naruto had calmed down, Ken had explained the broad strokes of his story, the ones that were not immediately painful. He and his guardian had stayed away from Konoha for personal reasons, ones that Ken himself disagreed with but respected. That was also why they had never met until now. And now that his guardian had passed away, he had decided to finally come to the village and set down roots. After his explanation, Hiruzen had formally offered Ken legal custody of Naruto as his only living relative. Ken, predictably, had been stunned. Sure, he was in his 20s, but he had no experience in raising a child. But one look into those big blue eyes had had him agreeing without even realizing it. And so here he was, in Naruto's room at the local orphanage. Much of Naruto's belongings were packed already. The caretakers of the orphanage had been remarkably helpful in that regard. Suspiciously helpful, given the odd glares they had shot the child all through the process. Frankly, had the Hokage not needed at least several hours to arrange the assigned house for them, he would have moved them out immediately. A particularly loud snore drew Ken's attention to his new cousin. Clansmen may have been the more accurate term for those as distantly related as them, that would be his assumption until he had time to consult the genealogy scrolls, but the Uzumaki clan had never been much for formality. Cousin it would be. On impulse, Ken sat up and examined the boy. His face was in profile, the other side mashed into his pillow and thin blanket. Ken's gaze was naturally drawn to the boy's blonde hair, a sharp contrast to his own scarlet locks. Part of him was disappointed that Naruto didn't bear the red of an Uzumaki, but that was easily brushed aside. If the stories were to be believed, Uzumaki rat had always had a hard fight against blonde genes. Tsunade of the Sannin, granddaughter of the famed Mito Uzumaki, was further evidence of that idea. The next thing he examined was the strange marks on Naruto's cheeks. Objectively, they resembled whiskers. It was highly unlikely that they were birthmarks, at least natural ones. Birthmarks were never so symmetrical, especially in numbers of 6. Curious. Finally, he looked over Naruto as a whole. This boy, like him, embodied the last hope of the all but lost Uzumaki clan. He had clearly had a hard life given the glares they had received from the villagers on their brief trip to the orphanage. But perhaps now. Ken felt pressure build in his throat, his eyes beginning to burn, and a tear rolled down his cheek. He gently ran his fingers through the blonde spikes on Naruto's head. Just as his grandfather had done to him as a boy. We are family, Naruto Ken thought with conviction. The forgotten legendary conviction of the Uzumaki. And I will not let anyone hurt you. With that, Ken brushed the heel of his hand over his eye to wipe away the tears and settled back into his bedroll. It was late, and the Hokage had requested that he have another visit in the morning. Something vague about things he needed to know about the village. After dropping Naruto off at the academy section of the campus, Ken made the short way to the administrative doors of Hokage Tower for his appointment. He passed the front desk with no incident, though he did receive a nasty look from the ninja manning it. One of those that he had beaten up yesterday, if the bandaged nose and pair of black eyes were any indication. After passing the Anbu guards, Ken found the Hokage writing something, apparently taking the first crack at the mounds of paperwork on his desk. Ken took a seat and removed a small book from his coat, deciding to read to pass the time. But no sooner had he found the correct page than Hiruzen put aside his form and fixed Ken with a firm look. "Good morning, young man," he said, warmth somehow bleeding through his faint scowl. Was he angry or just uncomfortable? Ken replaced his book and sat up. "Any word on when I can become a ninja?" Ken asked. Above everything else, he needed to start making an income. Hiruzen cracked a faint smile at that, something in his gaze, saying he knew Ken's reasons for the inquiry. "As I said yesterday, you will be tested tomorrow morning. I have arranged for our Jonin commander and a pair of academy instructors to test you out." His faint grin faded. "But this is not why I have summoned you here. There are things you must know to be a shinobi of Konoha, and even more so if you are to be Naruto's guardian." Ken lifted his eyebrows in surprise. The ninja thing, sure, he could understand needing specific knowledge for that. But what did any of this have to do with Naruto? "I am certain," Hiruzen continued, "that you are somewhat familiar with the Nine Tails attack almost 8 years ago." Ken nodded, eyes narrowed in confusion. "Well, there are parts of that night that the village has carefully kept hidden." But those cryptic words, the Hokage launched into a detailed account of Naruto's parents, particularly their backstories, and even more so their roles in the village. This was followed by a detailed account of everything he knew about the Nine Tails attack. By the end of it, Ken was more speechless than he'd ever been in his life. Naruto had never been the most quiet or still student even at the best of times. He had more energy than he knew what to do with and could never seem to keep still for more than a few moments. In addition, he had a rather short attention span in regards to anything he deemed uncool, which was about 90% of the academy curriculum. But today he struggled to focus on the lesson for an entirely different reason than boredom. Quite the opposite, he was excited beyond belief. He had family. As sudden and as unexpected as his arrival was, Naruto was thrilled beyond belief to be able to say that. True, cousin Ken had asked him, very clearly and firmly, to keep his existence a secret for now. When Naruto had asked why, Ken had huffed a laugh and asked him to just humor a paranoid fool. Naruto had laughed and agreed to keep quiet until Ken said otherwise. "Naruto. Pay attention." Haruka barked, drawing his focus back to the present. Naruto grumbled, but did as he was told. But even as he tried to absorb the lesson, this one on geography of the continent, he couldn't help but think about cousin Ken and what would happen after class. He'd said they would be moving into a house owned by the old man and that soon Ken would test to become a ninja. When Naruto had asked if he could be tested, Ken had fixed him with a stern look and asked him what chakra was. Naruto had paused and tried to recall the word that he'd definitely heard in the academy, but had come up short. Ken had chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair with promises that graduation would come sooner than he thought. When he was ready, and not a moment earlier. "Now, class, you'll be meeting Instructor Takuko in the training yard for Taijutsu practice," Haruka announced. Naruto brightened at that and hurriedly packed his things before racing out of the classroom, chased by Haruka's cries to stop running. Rather than simply slow down, Naruto had an idea and turned on his heel to, much more slowly, return to Haruka's room. "Naruto?" Haruka asked in surprise as he straightened his notes. "Is everything okay?" Naruto took a deep breath and swallowed before speaking. "Instructor Haruka, what exactly is chakra?" Ken's eye was twitching. In addition, his jaw was clamped shut, his lips were pressed firmly together, and his fingers had a deep grip on the armrests of his chair. But then, this reaction would be rather typical for anyone who had heard the tale he'd been told. A tale of love and loss, of joy and tragedy, of hope and despair. The story of Naruto's parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Most of all, the story of how they had died and the secrets that surrounded that night. Ken took a deep breath and let it out, slowly easing his grip on the chair. Only after several repetitions and finally releasing the wooden rests did he allow himself to speak. "After 7 years, do you really think your laws have had the desired effect?" Ken bit out, just barely keeping his voice level. Hiruzen sighed, smoke pouring from his nose with the action. "Unfortunately, I cannot," he admitted. "While the law of secrecy upon Naruto's status was meant to protect him, I fear I sorely underestimated the tenaciousness of hatred." Ken growled and massaged his forehead. That was the understatement of the century. But as much as part of him wanted nothing more than to scream at the top of his lungs and hurl insults and profanities at the man before him, he held himself back. For one, Hiruzen had acted with the best of intentions and the faith in humanity that Ken's own grandfather had often tried to keep up. For another, he felt he had already pushed his luck with insubordination the day before and would gain absolutely nothing with empty words. The past had come and gone, but the future could still be changed. "Lord Hiruzen," Ken started, weighing each word with as much care as he could, "I formally request that you revoke the law of silence regarding Naruto's status." Immediately. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. He'd anticipated the request, though not its suddenness. "On what grounds?" he asked, neither agreement nor denial. "Pragmatism," Ken replied. "As well as simplicity. It clearly has not worked out like you had hoped, and the fact is that the children of this village hold Naruto in disdain for reasons they don't understand in the slightest. They deserve to know. But far more than that, Naruto deserves to know. He deserves to know why he has been scorned by the village for seemingly no reason at all. Not to mention he can begin to come to grips with his duty as a. And the law regarding his parents?" Hiruzen asked. Ken licked his lips before answering. "Well, I don't like it at all. I can understand why you would keep it a secret." Even on the road his entire life, Ken had heard of the infamous Yellow Flash and felt the awe and outright fear the man had instilled in the enemies of Konoha. There was no way in hell that a man who had slaughtered entire enemy battalions by himself didn't have powerful enemies. Enemies Ken was doubtful he could protect Naruto from at this point in either of their lives. "I don't want to change toward the public," he admitted reluctantly, "but I would like permission to tell him about his mother and to reassure him about his father. Perhaps give a few details and tell him why he can't know more. That should satisfy him for now. And when I believe he can keep it to himself, then I want to be able to tell him." Hiruzen considered the young man's request. In truth, he had been considering such a thing for some time now. Ken was right, the law hadn't changed much. Really, all it had done was prevent Naruto and his peers from learning of and appreciating the tremendous service Naruto provided to the village by containing, and someday hopefully channeling, the power of the Nine Tails. And such secrecy had led to Naruto being ostracized, just as in other villages were, with absolutely no idea why. After a little more thought, he nodded. "I will announce the dissolution of the Nine Tails secrecy law at the end of next week," he said. "Now my schedule is rather full for the next several days, so if there's anything else you need to know, I'd suggest you ask now." Ken thought for a moment and shook his head in reply. "Very well," Hiruzen conceded, checking the clock on his desk. "Teams will be arriving for mission soon, so I suggest you get some lunch. The academy lets out after 3 p.m. After you pick Naruto up," he passed Ken a slip of paper, a bronze key, the check for his loan, and a small amount of cash for lunch. "This is the address you will be moving into." Ken took the proffered items with a respectful nod of his head and left, mulling over everything he had learned. He secured the strip of leather chain-wrapped scroll case across his back and placed a hand at the smaller scroll he had used to store Naruto's belongings in a process that had left stars in the boy's eyes. After wandering for a few moments, he ducked into a small restaurant and ordered the cheapest thing he could find. Ramen and water. Ken took a wind-up timer from his coat and set it for 3 hours, about the time it would take before the academy let out for the day. With that done, he brought out his project book and unsealed his gear to get to work finishing his current pet project. When his ramen order came up, he sampled it with a smile. One that dimmed a bit as he tasted it. Oh sure, the flavor and consistency were good, but it lacked a certain something. Great, he thought wryly, I think Ichiraku has ruined me after only one meal. Naruto swallowed thickly as he sat on a familiar swing at the academy and watched his classmates being picked up by their parents. He fixated on a boy from his class whose name he couldn't remember being picked up by his father, the man scooping the kid up with joyous laughter reflected back by the sun. Naruto felt his inside squirm at the sight, his eyes burning with tears he fought to keep from spilling. A familiar wave of loneliness and sorrow began to rise up. Only to be banished by a sharp whistle from the familiar reed waving at him. Naruto leapt off his swing and crashed into cousin Ken, almost but not quite knocking him over. After a chuckle and hair ruffle from him, he took Naruto's shoulder and led them to their new, if temporary, home. The house was, at first glance, nothing to look twice at. It was situated in a residential district a mere block from the Sarutobi clan compound, judging by the clan symbol emblazoned all along the compound wall, and was a squat, sturdy, single-story affair of red brick and a slate roof. A small yard was shaded by strategically placed trees and surrounded by a wrought iron fence. Overall, it was way better than the orphanage. Naruto could hardly contain his excitement at their new home and couldn't restrain himself from running inside as soon as Ken had unlocked the door. He ran through the house to check out the bedrooms, claiming one for himself. There was a nice kitchen, a study, and even 2 bathrooms. 2. The quick look out the back windows revealed a large backyard surrounded by another fence with trees lining the outside of the fence for privacy. Whoa, this place is awesome. Naruto shouted. Well then you should start making your mark, Ken commented, revealing Naruto's freshly unsealed belongings. Go start setting up your room. Naruto grabbed his stuff and bolted, slamming the door shut as he did. He only had time to put a comforter on his new bed when a harsh swear from Ken brought him back to the living room. Ken was trembling and holding a long slip of paper. Cousin Ken? Naruto asked hesitantly. You okay? Ken took a moment to answer. Yeah, kiddo. I'm good. Just surprised, sorry I startled you. Naruto stared at him quizzically before shrugging and returning to his unpacking. Ken was weird, but that would make him fun. Ken kept an eye on Naruto's door to make sure he was alright before glancing back at the check from Lord Hokage he hadn't bothered to look at before. He had been raised to be frugal on the road and the amount written on this thing was, well, it was obscene for 2 people. He'd be able to pay off half the loan just by returning half the money up front. On second thought, maybe he'd just portion that out and pay it in time and a half installments, just in case. Ken shook his head and picked up a small stack of papers on the coffee table. Instructions and guidelines for their stay, common to any assigned housing locations of provided products such as dish soap and laundry detergent, as well as towels and the like, also for assigned housing and a small letter from the Hokage. Ken opened the letter and read it carefully. It opened up with his hopes they were settling in, followed by instructions as to where and when he was to be examined for his shinobi rank, with assurances that he could bring Naruto to watch as it was a Saturday. Then he had written something he had forgotten to mention in their earlier meeting, the location of a shrine of the Uzumaki clan on the outskirts of the village. With a mental note to look into that later, Ken removed a scroll from his back and unwound the chains to unfurl it a bit, unlocking the first seal that came up. A tall, bound stack of large sealing tags appeared and Ken picked them up. Carefully examining the layout of the house, he began methodically placing them onto the walls and activating them with long pulses of chakra. Konoha was supposed to be safe and he honestly felt he could trust Lord Hiruzen. But paranoia was a hard habit to kick. And who knew what psychos would leap at the chance to get at a true Uzumaki that had wandered through the gates. In a top-secret facility in Konoha, a dark figure examined the report from one of his spies within the village. A young man had entered the village yesterday with bright red hair and a familiar symbol on his clothing. He had met with the Hokage and been taken in. The figure thought over this development, its implications, possible ramifications. And the ways he could arrange to benefit from it. Dinner was a somewhat awkward affair in the newly established Uzumaki household. Ken had whipped up a simple meal of rice, roasted chicken and string beans that toed the line between average and genuinely delicious. But Naruto, after getting over his disappointment that it wasn't ramen, had been distracted into silence by the ceiling tags that littered the walls. Seriously, they were so numerous that it was almost like a second layer of wallpaper. And they were on the windows and doors, too. Do all ninja houses look like this? Naruto asked. I wouldn't know, Ken answered with a shrug. I've never been in a ninja's house except for he hesitated briefly, my grandfather. Your gramps was a ninja? Naruto asked brightly. Yep. Anbu, actually. Had a good and quirky reputation before he had to retire from an injury he couldn't heal up from. Ken smiled a bit at something his grandfather had once said in regards to his quirks. You could always tell an effective higher-ranked ninja by the presence of odd personality traits. Whoa. Naruto gasped. So that means you're gonna kick ass at this test thing tomorrow, right? Ken straightened up and looked Naruto in the eye. Teaching moment, he commented, pointing his chopsticks at his little cousin. Naruto, first rule of being a ninja or anyone else in life. Never underestimate your opponents. Confidence in yourself is a good thing, yes. But overconfidence will kill you just as fast as a blade or poison. Faster, even. Do you understand? Naruto cast his gaze down. Yes, cousin, he said morosely. Ken winced. Maybe he'd been a bit hard on the kid. He was only 7, after all. Hey, kiddo. Chin up. I'm not mad, I just want to make sure you don't bite off more than you can chew. That'll come at some point, it always does for ninjas. But not if you can help it, eh? Naruto grinned again and dug back into his food. This time, he kept up an almost constant stream of chatter, mostly excitement at watching Ken's examination the next morning. Ken nodded and made the occasional comment, more than happy to let Naruto take the lead in conversation. All the while, he was planning for after his exam. If he had time off. It was time Naruto began to learn what it meant to be an Uzumaki. Chapter 3. 8 in the following morning found Ken and Naruto waiting at Training Ground 13, a flat plain dotted with large boulders that ranged from the size of a bench to ones that could be mistaken for small cliffs. Having arrived quite a bit early, to Naruto's chagrin, Ken was taking the time waiting for the academy instructors to examine Naruto's taijutsu skills. Little more than a year into the curriculum, the boy's skills were predictably unrefined. But that actually suited Ken's plans perfectly, it meant Naruto wasn't too set in the motions of Konoha's academy style. As the practice spar went on, he was utilizing one form of the Uzumaki style that he had learned from his grandfather. Whenever Naruto came at him, he flowed out of the way like the wind or water, occasionally striking back at Naruto's unprotected limbs or back. Stay still. Naruto shouted, his frustration making him even more sloppy. Why would I do that? Ken asked rhetorically. Your enemies definitely won't stay still and let you hit them. And so neither will I. The point of training is to get you faster, stronger, and more versatile than them so that you can hit them. If Ken were being honest, he was actually a bit impressed with Naruto's work. Granted, he had no experience with the Konoha Academy style, but Naruto seemed to be a naturally unpredictable fighter. He never pulled the same trick twice, even with the long list of tricks he'd gotten up to. Tricks like kicking sand into Ken's eyes or attacking the legs. Well then stop dodging and block something. Naruto shouted. He grinned a bit and added, are you scared? Naruto delivered another punch and was stopped cold. Ken's open hand had blocked his fist as if it were nothing. Maybe you're right, kiddo, Ken said with an unnerving grin. Maybe it's time I stop dodging. Those words were all the warning Naruto had before Ken struck him with an open palm strike in the chest. A strike that sent him skidding back a good 5 feet to land on his butt. He had no time to shake off the dizziness before Ken's battle cry echoed from above. Naruto acted on pure instinct and rolled out of the way, leaving Ken's fist to smash into the ground. Naruto could barely get to his feet before Ken was all over him, cycling through punches and kicks with blinding speed. Of course, unbeknownst to him, Ken was holding back. He was judging how well Naruto could keep his composure to avoid damage. His expression twisted into an unsettling mix of grin and grimace at the memory of his own taijutsu training at an even younger age. His grandfather had taken full advantage of the Uzumaki clan's naturally resilient demeanor and had pushed him to the brink over and over again. Just as he would do with Naruto. Not out of cruelty, but necessity. Because he needed to learn. And because he knew that Naruto could handle it. Naruto, on his end, could barely get a wayward thought in. This was nothing like taijutsu training at the academy. A single distraction would lead to a nasty punch or kick, and so he had to focus utterly on anticipating what could be coming. The spar blurred by, a haze of adrenaline and reflex, until Ken leapt backward and motioned for him to stop. Not bad, kiddo. You've got the makings of real talent. We just need to draw that out. Naruto nodded through his heavy breathing, trying to heave oxygen into his starving lungs. If there was any doubt in his mind that his new cousin could teach him well, it was gone. Well, at least as far as hand-to-hand fighting went. With ninjutsu, he still had yet to show any skills aside from sealing. The distinct sound of clapping echoed across the field, the sound somehow mocking. Oh yes, Sir Uzumaki, a voice familiar to Naruto called. You can run circles around a Year 2 Academy student, very impressive. Perhaps we should just promote him to Hokage right now, eh, Iruka? Ken turned to find an unusual group coming his way. The two men taking the lead were clearly instructors judging by their basic attire, one with shoulder-length white hair and a faint sneer, the other with a brown ponytail and a scar across the bridge of his nose. The other two had more nuanced clothing, along with the markings of elite ninja. One had a high, spiked ponytail of dark hair and a goatee, stud earrings, and two scars across the right side of his face. The other had silvery hair swept up to the left, his left eye covered by his headband and a mask covering the lower half of his face. "Hi, Instructor Iruka," Naruto shouted, his fatigue clearly forgotten. He ran to further greet the Scarred, who greeted him back quite warmly. The other instructor seemed content to ignore the boy, instead sizing Ken up. Ken nodded at him, the bare necessity of formality, and turned his attention to the two. "Ken Uzumaki," he introduced himself, holding out a hand for a shake. The Scarred grinned faintly and shook the proffered hand. "I'm Shikaku Nara, Jonin commander of Konoha," he said. "Those two are Iruka Yamino and Mizuki, your examiners. And this here is Kakashi Haddock, who will have a second opinion from a perspective." Ken froze up at the mention of the second name, his gaze darting to Kakashi. "You're Kakashi Haddock?" he asked. "As in the copy ninja Kakashi?" "That's me," Kakashi replied lazily, arching an eyebrow. Ken swallowed thickly as he tried to suppress his sudden excitement to a manageable level. He grabbed Kakashi's hand and began shaking it with vigor. "Oh man, I'm a huge fan," he said, almost fanboying. "I can't believe I get to meet you." He glanced down at his hand, still shaking Kakashi's. I'm shaking your hand too long." He released and put his hands in his pockets, face burning with embarrassment. Kakashi snorted a laugh and shook his hand out a bit. "Guess it's kinda nice to be recognized by someone who's not trying to kill me," he commented. "Aw, look at that. The Cyclops has a new friend," Mizuki commented. The tone seemed lighthearted, but Ken distinctly heard a hint of malice in the words. He immediately decided he didn't care for this man. "Well, if that's settled," Shikaku said, grabbing everyone's attention, "let's get this show on the road and over with." He gestured to the instructors. "Gentlemen, he's all yours." With that, he and Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of leaves to reappear at the top of a nearby pillar of stone. "Naruto," Iruka said, "perhaps you should back away, too. We can't have you getting hit by a stray shot, you know." Naruto pouted for a second before looking to Ken for confirmation, an action that warmed his heart. "Hold on, kiddo," he commented, crossing the first two fingers of each hand in a hand sign unique to a single technique. Shadow clone technique. In a burst of smoke, another Ken appeared and tossed Naruto over his shoulder. In a swirl of dust, the clone appeared next to the and deposited the boy before dispersing into another cloud of smoke. Ken grinned at Naruto's distant odd look. "You know the shadow clone technique?" Mizuki shouted in surprise and indignation. "Yeah," Ken confirmed. "It was, taught to Yasushi Agakure by its creator, Tabarama Senju. As a thank you for some work the Uzumaki had done to improve Konoha's original security barrier." He chose not to bore them with the notion that it had become something of an unofficial rite of passage for mid to upper level Yasushio ninja, the Uzumaki clan's naturally large chakra reserves being naturally suited to the technique. "Very impressive," Iruka commended kindly. "But making shadow clones is not the only indicator of skill. A fully developed ninja must have more diversity." Iruka continued by explaining that their examination would first entail a verbal quiz of various subjects covered in the academy, such as geography, biology, and strategy. The Hokage had given them intel that he was already proficient in reading, writing, and mathematics. After Iruka delivered the verbal test, marking down Ken's answers, that ended up being a perfect score, they moved on to the second phase. To jutsu and weapon skills. "Mizuki and I will take turns sparring with you, each barehanded and with weapons, then test your marksmanship." Ken nodded his understanding and took on a stance unfamiliar to the instructors. Mizuki shrugged it off and got into the standard Konoha stance. With Iruka's command to begin, he launched forward and met nothing but air. Like he had with Naruto, Ken had nimbly dodged a lunge and ended up at Mizuki's back to deliver a fierce strike. Ken had to admit that it was more difficult to spar with a Mizuki, having to block more often. But not overly difficult. His grandfather, as a former Whirlpool Anbu in addition to Seal Master, had drilled him as hard as he thought Ken could take it since he was 4 years old. And it definitely showed. Going all out to show his examiners and his cousin and one of his unspoken heroes just what he could do, Mizuki could hardly land a hit even as he was slowly being covered with abrasions and bruises. After several minutes of Mizuki growing slowly more frustrated and achy, and with that more carelessness in his tactics, Iruka stopped the spar and took his place. Ken had decided to go a bit easier on Iruka, but not by much. As the spar continued, he failed to notice that Kakashi had shifted his headband to reveal the red and black tomo of a Sharingan eye. Shikaku, while lacking the famed copy wheel eye, had excellent observation skills in his own right and was analyzing Ken's style. Naruto was too stunned to even cheer for his cousin, his mouth hanging open in awe and a grin ready to spring to his face at the thought of upcoming training. About 5 minutes into the spar, Haruka called a break to take up weapons and brought out 2 kunai. Ken replied with a wakizashi short sword, the blade black as a shadow and inscribed with sealing formulae glinting in the morning sun. After several more minutes of sparring, Haruka backed off and motioned for the spar to end, casting a dirty look at Mizuki for not stopping the spar himself. Mizuki just shrugged unrepentantly. Next came the marksmanship examination, for which Haruka unfurled a long sealing scroll and revealed a series of wooden posts and straw-filled dummies. Ken placed a hand on a sealing tag at his belt to reveal a collection of kunai and shuriken. With a string of quick movements, he had flung all he needed at his given targets with a rough 9 out of 10 kill shot. More than acceptable accuracy. Well done indeed, Uzumaki, Haruka commended. On the inside, Haruka was even more pleased. He'd had his reservations about a complete unknown taking over Naruto's care and personal training, and he was glad to see that that latter part, at least, would be covered. Finally, he continued, we'd like to review your general ninjutsu. As with our academy students, we'd like to start with 3 standard tier rank techniques. The transformation, substitution, and clone techniques. Taking that as his instructions, Ken formed a hand seal and was replaced in a puff of smoke by a near-perfect copy of Haruka, followed by a copy of Mizuki, Shikaku, Kakashi, and Naruto. With a quick combination of seals, he disappeared to be replaced by a number of rocks, reappearing behind the instructors. And finally, with a hand seal, he repeated the shadow clone technique. Will that suffice for the clone technique? He asked. Haruka chuckled while Mizuki rolled his eyes. I suppose so. Now we move on to something less traditional. What other ninjutsu are you familiar with besides the body flicker? Ken took a moment to consider his answer. I am very well versed in the sealing arts, it's a clan thing. I'll admit I'm no ninjutsu specialist, but I know more than a few. Mostly clan techniques, really, which I mastered Yin release in order to use. I have an affinity for earth chakra and have mastered a few of those, and I've begun work on lightning release, but have yet to learn any techniques for it. You're already working on your third element? Mizuki asked. Yeah, sure. Talk is cheap, let's see a demonstration. Mizuki. Haruka scolded, but was stopped by an acquiescing open palm from Ken. That's fair. And I guess the appearance of the techniques will get out eventually. He glanced up at Naruto and the. But first. He conjured a shadow clone, which then flickered up to the observers and spoke with Naruto. The boy stomped his foot and cried out something illegible and likely not complimentary, but eventually covered his eyes with a huff. After the clone had dispersed, Ken nodded with a grin. He didn't particularly want to hide his ninjutsu prowess from his little cousin, but he had a feeling that the kid would badger him incessantly if he caught a taste of what Ken could teach him. Besides, he wanted the debut of their secret clan techniques to be a more private matter. Okay, gentlemen, Ken said, hopping backward to get some distance, send a ninjutsu at me. Haruka hesitated, but Mizuki took his chance for payback. With a string of hand seals and the thought, earth release. Boulder shrapnel Mizuki struck the ground to bounce up a large rock that he kicked and shattered into sharp smaller pieces that flew at Ken. But long before they could make their mark, a massive wall of earth sculpted to look like a brick wall and carved with the Uzumaki swirl rose up to intercept them. The earth release. Earth-style wall, Haruka commented, going through his own hand seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique, Haruka thought, spewing a stream of flames that dispersed against a barrier with barely a single. A faint rumble in the ground heralded Ken bursting from below them and dragging Mizuki into the ground up to his neck before rising up with a faint grin. I know a few other earth release techniques, but not anything too flashy. He held up his hand and took on a look of concentration. His hand began to spark with electricity, visible currents flickering between his fingertips and along his fingers and palm. And that's all I've got for lightning release so far. Haruka barked a laugh. Well done, Mr. Ken. There's no need to demonstrate Yin release, this is enough for the exam's purposes. I must say I am impressed. But, it's not just up to us. He waved at the observer, who appeared in another swirl of leaves with Naruto under Shikaku's arm, the boy crossing his arms in a huff at missing his cousin's ninjutsu. Shikaku pointedly placed Naruto on the ground before addressing Ken. Or he would have, if Naruto hadn't beaten him to the punch. That was awesome. The boy cried at the top of his lungs. Calm down, Naruto, Ken and Haruka scolded in perfect sync. They glanced at each other in surprise and shared a chuckle at the boy's pout. I am rather impressed, Shikaku noted. He kept it to himself that this boy of no more than his mid-20s could probably give a run for their money, at least as far as raw power went. I'll be making my report to Lord Hokage, of course. But he gave me the authority to name you a genin. In spite of himself, Ken winced at the junior ninja title. His grandfather had, of course, covered standardized shinobi ranks during his education. The junior genin stood at the bottom of the totem pole, beneath the journeyman and elite, with ears specialized between the latter two. Shikaku chuckled humorlessly at Ken's expression. Sorry, kid. Frankly, if it were possible, I'd seriously consider promoting you straight to. But village politics are village politics, and Lord Hokage can't be seen favoring a certain clan. Especially a newly re-established one that holds the 9 tails, he mentally added. He did not envy this kid the flack he'd get at the exams. Gen in his age were often marked out as weaklings. But you're not held back at all from the Chunin exams, he added. When will I be permitted to take the exams? Ken asked hesitantly. He hoped they weren't too close within the 6-month scheduling, he'd like to get a few months of training and missions to polish his fieldwork. But more than that, he really wanted time to begin Naruto's training in Uzumaki clan arts. The next set of exams are in 4 months, Shikaku promised, and you have until a week before they begin, the day you'll be leaving, to turn in your registration forms. Until then, you'll be assigned to fill out a different team who have lost a member to injury. They'll meet you here. Ken swallowed and thought over the implications of that. He was invading a previous team. He was happy that whoever had left the team wasn't dead, but he was somewhat aware that teams like this tended to be made up of bonds forged over time. Did he really think he could take the former member's place? Well, he wasn't really being asked to, just to fill in, to recomplete the team. And besides, these were his orders. Yes, Commander, Ken acquiesced. Demand, Shikaku smirked, handing Ken a Konoha forehead protector on blue cloth. As for the rest of you, you're dismissed for the day. Kakashi and I will be reporting to the Hokage. With that, the commander vanished in a body flicker. I'll be on my way, too, Kakashi noted with a close-eyed smile. Probably a smile. The mask kept him from being sure. Nice to meet ya, Uzumaki. See you around. With that, he too vanished. Well, if that's that, I'm gonna go take a nice long soak, Mizuki grumbled, leaving without saying goodbye. I have lesson plans to catch up on, too, Haruka said. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Uzumaki. Call me Ken, Haruka, Ken said. Haruka smiled and departed as well. Naruto, you've been awfully quiet, Ken commented. That was so awesome. The blonde cried. You totally kicked Instructor Mizuki's butt. And you beat Instructor Haruka, and you hit all the posts and stuff, and I'm still mad that I didn't get to see much awesome ninjutsu, but it was still so cool. Like that super clone thing you did, where they're actually solid. I wanna learn that. Teach me, teach me, teach me. Ken's sweat dropped at the rapid-fire praise and demand, all delivered in one breath. Naruto, calm down. I still haven't. A smoke bomb went off and rapidly cleared to reveal 2 ninja around Ken's age, a man and a woman, both dressed in the attire of a. Haven't what, Uzumaki? The woman commented dryly. Haven't met your team? Yes, he deadpanned. Well, hop to it, newbie, the man said smoothly. Time to get to know one another and all that. Ken paused and looked down at Naruto, who seemed to have wilted a bit. Yeah, cousin Ken. You gotta get to know your team. I'll go back to the house and work on my kata stuff. He tried to hide it behind a grin, but Ken could already tell that it was a mask for the boy's loneliness. He straightened up and conjured a shadow clone, drawing a gasp of excitement from Naruto. Would you mind if he goes with you? Ken asked his teammates. Both raised their eyebrows in surprise at the technique. They glanced at each other in silent deliberation. Both were familiar with the nuances of shadow clones in theory, even if neither had been deemed ready to learn it yet. They knew that anything this clone experienced would be passed on to the real Ken. Fine by me, the woman smirked. Aoba. I have no reason to argue, Tomoko, he replied. Ken nodded his thanks and looked at his clone. You know what to do, he snarked. Of course I do, the clone replied, I'm you. With that, the clone departed with the 2 shinobi, which left Ken free to spend the rest of the day with Naruto. So what are we gonna do, cuz? Naruto asked, overjoyed at finally having someone to spend a Saturday with. More training because after all that I'm pumped up and ready to jump back in. I know with you to teach me I'll become Hokage ASAP. Ken smiled at his cousin's infectious enthusiasm, but the expression withered as he made a pressing decision. Maybe this evening, if we get through everything else. Everything else? Like what? You're actually gonna teach me that super clone technique? Ken shook his head, his solemn look finally getting to the boy. No, Naruto, not for a while. Today, after some lunch that, as much as it pains me to say, will not be ramen, there are some really important things you need to know. Am I in trouble? Naruto asked. It wasn't uncommon for him to get into trouble for things that either straight up weren't his fault or he had no way of knowing not to do. No, Ken chuckled. But they are very important. He paused, looking around and even taking a moment to use their clan's secret sensory technique to scan for chakra signatures in the area. Finding none, he pressed on. I'm going to tell you what the villagers have against you. And then I'm going to tell you the history of our clan. And maybe why it's down to just us. Chapter 4. Ken's new team led his shadow clone to a different training ground, this one composed of groves of trees meant to simulate a forest. Many of the specimens were singed, slashed, or even had rusted weapons sticking out of them, a testament to its purpose. Tomoko took a seat on a fallen trunk while Aoba decided to remain standing. Ken stood as well, mostly because he didn't know what else to do. For a few moments it was quiet, which allowed the clone to get a good look at his progenitor's new teammates. Aoba was a somewhat tall and lanky man, with fair skin and dark spiky hair, held back by his Konoha headband. Aside from his typical shinobi uniform, he wore a pair of reframed sunglasses that hid his eyes. Tomoko, aside from sharing her teammates' dark hair that she wore in a shoulder-length bob cut and svelte build, was his total opposite. She was a bit on the short side, with tanned skin, dark eyes, and full lips. She wore a sleeveless shirt underneath her flak jacket and a short skirt over knee-length tights and leather calf-high sandals, her headband hanging around her neck and an armband with the SARUTOBI crest around her left upper arm. "So how does this work?" Ken asked. "Do we go around telling each other about what we can do, or?" "Hold your horses, Red," Tomoko said with a smile. "We'll save the tactical junk for later. First and foremost, it's time you learned about something of a tradition among new teams here in Konoha. A get-to-know-you session." "A what?" Ken asked, honestly stunned. "We take turns telling some basic personal stuff," Aoba said, adjusting his shades. "Our likes, dislikes, dreams, hobbies. That sort of thing. Some people shake up the topics a bit, but teams have been doing those for so long that no one really messes with the formula too much." Ken just looked blankly at his new team. Were they seriously interested in his life story? "You know what? I'll go first. Hello, my name is Aoba Yamashiro. I'm a 25-year-old, recently promoted and specializing in intelligence gathering. I like running, puzzles, and yams, and I dislike those who look down upon or underestimate the scholarly. I train, read, and do puzzle books in my spare time, and my dream is to one day make and help my recently established clan become more well-known." Ken pursed his lips at the mention of strengthening one's family name. It was something they had in common. "I'll go next," Tomoko said. "I'm Tomoko Sarutobi." Ken narrowed his eyes in thought at the admission of Tomoko's clan name, suddenly noticing the subtle similarities she held with the Lord Hokage, and before you ask, the Lord Hokage is an older cousin a few times removed. "We're a surprisingly large clan, and everyone just calls him uncle." Tomoko sighed good-naturedly with the last part, clearly used to people asking about her clan. And that made Ken feel bad about the direction his thoughts had taken, as understandable as it was. "Moving on, I'm a 23-year-old who loves fire, and I enjoy training, peaches, hot springs, and my clan. I dislike those who lack respect, and while I don't blame Lord Third for it, it can be a little annoying to be identified just by my clan name. Training is my hobby, particularly in my fire release, and I like to take walks and meditate with my personal summon, Yama. My dreams are to become a splendid shinobi to serve my village and my clan, and hopefully make a name for myself." Both of them looked at Ken expectantly. "You're up, Red," Tomoko teased. Ken gave her a deadpan look at the repeated nickname before beginning. "My name is Ken Uzumaki of the nearly lost Uzumaki clan. Might as well get that revelation out of the way. I'm 23 years old as well. I like having a family again and enjoy studying the sealing arts, training, and reading, particularly folktales and legends. I dislike bigots and those who prey upon the weak. I'm not too keen on Kumo or Kiri, either," he added with a faintly bitter tone. "I've never really had time for hobbies, but I guess all of my likes qualify. My dream is to serve my new home, become a respected ninja, and to lay the foundation for the rebirth of my clan." Interesting," Aoba commented. He specifically meant Ken's apparent dislike of two great villages, despite a bigger dislike over bigots. What an intriguing paradox. He couldn't help but grin, looking forward to unraveling the puzzle that was his new teammate. "Well, I suppose that's all for today. Just breaking the ice and keeping up tradition. How about we all meet for real training back here?" Tomoko suggested. "Say, at 8 tomorrow morning." Ken thought it over and, finding no conflict with Naruto's academy schedule, nodded in agreement. "Sounds like a plan, indeed." With that, the clone dispersed. "Nice guy," Tomoko commented with a faint smile. "No arguments there. I truly look forward to seeing how he does tomorrow." Around the time Ken got the influx of memories from his clone, he was finishing up the tea for his and Naruto's little chat. Ken grunted and rubbed his forehead as he began to sort through the memories, drawing Naruto's attention from the dinner table. "You okay, Ken?" he asked. "Fine," Ken replied. "Just got the memories from that shadow clone." "Memories?" Naruto asked, eyes shining. Ken bit back a curse at his distracted slip-up. "Yeah. One feature of the shadow clone technique is that the clone's experiences are returned to the caster when it dispels. That makes it great for recon missions and stuff like that." Naruto opened his mouth to ask more questions, but Ken held up a hand to stall them. "That's not what we should be talking about." Naruto closed his mouth and nodded. Ken poured the tea and wrapped his hands around his own cup, finger-tapping at the ceramic as he considered how best to approach the topic. After a little while, he decided to start from the beginning. Naruto, I'm sure you're aware of what happened the day you were born. Naruto's gaze darkened with sadness. Oh yes, he was very aware. That was the day the nine-tailed fox had attacked his home. It was also, for some reason, the day most of the villagers got a little more vocal about how much they hated him. While they had never gotten to the point of violence, their insults and curses got louder and more frequent on his birthdays. Yeah, I am, he whispered. Ken sighed through his nose and sipped his tea. Well, the official story isn't, entirely accurate. There are parts of it that have been kept quiet to those who were very young at the time. Parts that involve you. With that, Ken launched into the real story of the Nine-Tails attack, omitting nothing except his father's identity, not even the fact that his mother, Kishina Uzumaki, was the previous of the fox. Naruto remained uncharacteristically quiet throughout the story, his eyes slowly growing with every detail until they seemed as large as dinner plates. When Ken had finally finished his tale, Naruto was quiet for a few more seconds before. I'm the freaking fox. He cried, tears pooling in his eyes. No wonder the villagers hate me. Naruto. Ken thundered, somehow overriding the boy's breakdown. You are not the fox and you never were. Is that clear? From the look on Naruto's face, the tears just on the edge of falling, he knew it wasn't clear. Not to a 7-year-old child. Ken removed a prepared sealing tag from his pocket and placed it on the table. Naruto, look closely. He placed a teapot on top of the tag and triggered it with a small pulse of chakra. The fox is sealed inside you a lot like this teapot was sealed in this tag. Now, is the tag a teapot? Naruto gently prodded at the tag and shook his head. He sniffled and wiped his eyes on his forearm before shaking it more firmly. Exactly, Ken assured, unsealing the pot. Take it from a genuine seal master, you are not the fox. You act as its prison, holding it back from rampaging across this village again. Lord Third told me himself that it was the fourth's dearest wish that you be regarded as a hero by this village. Ken grit his teeth. But it seems people are too eager to hate to live up to that wish. That, and few outside of ninja knew how sealing actually worked. You'd think Lord Third would have explained that, but that was assuming people were willing to listen. So people hate me because I remind them of the fox? Naruto asked, scratching at the whisker-like markings on his cheeks. Unfortunately, yes, Ken said. People felt they needed something to blame for all of the death and destruction, and you were an easy target. Lord Hokage made a law that forbade speaking of the fox, hoping children would be untouched by their parents' hate. But the adults just told them to avoid you. That's why I asked Lord Hokage to revoke that particular law. It hasn't worked, and maybe your peers will come to accept the great service you do for this village. Ken refilled his teacup and waited for Naruto to respond. After a while, he did. Powerfully. Well then I'll just have to show them I'm more than my job. I'm gonna take this burden and carry it to the very top, to the seat of the Hokage. Then I'll have 2 awesome jobs to keep my village safe. Ken laughed and wrapped Naruto in a hug that he returned with the full force that he could muster. You really are something unique, kiddo. He moved away and ruffled the kid's hair. Enough solemn topics. How about we train a bit, then I'll tell you some cool stuff about our family. Stars practically appeared in Naruto's eyes before he led the charge out the door. And I was not informed of this, why? In the Hokage's office, the Council of Elders, in addition to Danzo Shimura, had called an emergency meeting to discuss the emergence of a certain clan figure. Homura and Koharu stood before the Hokage, while Danzo decided to stay to the side, as per his habit. You were not informed, Danzo, Hiruzen explained, because you are no longer a member of the council. And as for the rest of you, he glared at his 2 remaining advisors, it is my duty to oversee our forces. I need not report every little appointment to you. Be that as it may, Hiruzen, Koharu said, the return of one of the most feared clans in recent history is definitely something you should have at least mentioned. If we are certain that he is who he says he is. The boy had the vibrance of the Uzumaki and knowledge that could only have come from the source, Hiruzen argued, a bit insulted that his own advisors would so easily disregard his judgment and legendary intuition. Information can be taken, Danzo rebutted. Who is to say that an enemy spy did not locate a survivor of Yuzushiogakure, used to learn what he could, and then dyed his hair and came to us as a ploy to learn our secrets or even attack us outright. Not to mention you have handed the 9 tails over to him. Very well, Hiruzen said, even his patience wearing thin. I will have blood and chakra tests done to ensure his identity if it will ease your minds. The Uzumaki have quite the unique chakra signature, such a test will prove once and for all his identity. He is still a foreigner, untrustworthy. That is not for you to decide. Hiruzen finally snapped. And let me make myself clear. None of you will try to goad him like you did the Uchiha. It is our duty to house the remnants of a historical ally of the Leaf, and he has been accepted as a shinobi into our ranks. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, blowing out the smoke before continuing. And if it would ease your concerns further, I have placed him on a team not only with Aoba Yamashiro, whose intuition is quite sharp, but also with one of my own. The Haru and Homura glanced at each other before looking back at their leader. Asura Tobi? Homura asked, to which Hiruzen nodded. Very well. I am satisfied for now. Ah, how fortunate, Hiruzen deadpanned. He glanced at Danzo. And you, old friend. Danzo was silent for a few moments before answering. As you command, Lord Hokage, he finally replied. Hiruzen carefully kept his visage neutral, realizing full well that Danzo's reply was distant even for him. And not a technical agreement. He would have to be wary of Danzo for a while in regards to the Uzumaki clan. Now that that is settled, I have paperwork to resume. You are free to stay if you would be kind enough to help. Those words were like war dogs, and the council dispersed in record time. Just as they always did when he suggested they do so. He laughed humorlessly. Those three were all about voicing their opinions for the village, but when it came to the boring parts of the job, they were nowhere to be found. Well, at least he knew a good way to get them out of what remained of his hair. Ken watched with a critical eye as Naruto practiced with him the katas of the Uzumaki traditional style of combat. Unlike most traditional styles, the Uzumaki style put less of an emphasis on a structured approach to learning. Rather, aside from some reinforced basics, it was designed to embrace the instincts of the user and reinforce their natural approach to combat. This made it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to grasp, but it suited them just fine. Ken tended to dodge attacks or bat them away, then strike with debilitating precision, but that was his own approach. But the style's most fearsome feature was its very lack of predictable structure, making it difficult for even one trained in its use to anticipate. And that facet was something Naruto was clearly naturally accustomed to. But every style, even this one, had a base to work from, and after several hours of coaching his cousin through the movements and running through each loose combination what amounted to dozens of times, he called an end to their training. Alright Naruto, that's enough for today. Aw, come on, cuz. I can keep going till dark. Naruto yelled enthusiastically. I know you can, Ken chuckled. But you'll need sleep tonight to let all of this settle into your muscle memory. He smirked. Besides, I never said training was over. We're just gonna tackle something else. Naruto gasped excitedly. Are you finally gonna teach me some awesome ninjutsu? No, Ken deadpanned. Not until I'm certain you can mold chakra properly. And then we'll be focusing on those 3 E-rank techniques before anything else. You've gotta start with the basics, kiddo, before you can tackle the big stuff. Ken settled onto the grass and gestured for Naruto to do the same. Naruto pouted again, but did as he was told. Well, if you're not teaching me awesome ninjutsu, how is it training? I'm going to tell you about some of the unique traits that made the Uzumaki clan so respected before its downfall. Downfall? Naruto asked. That, cousin, is a story for when you are older, Ken said sternly. In all honesty, he wasn't quite ready to tell that story, either. Naruto had already had enough saddening revelations for one day, and the tale of the Uzushi Agakure wasn't pleasant on his end. True, he'd never seen the place in its prime, but he had seen the ruins and illustrations of it from his grandfather. Maybe he'd tell that one on Naruto's next birthday or something. Instead, let's focus on some of the things that gave them an advantage, Ken moved on. One of the things that the Uzumaki were known worldwide for was our skill in the sealing arts. But I'll start you on that later. The other was our incredibly powerful life forces. Life forces? Naruto asked. Is that like chakra? Yes and no, Ken replied. Chakra is the fusion of physical and spiritual energies. Life force is something even more inexplicable. While chakra is necessary for life as in you'll die if you run out, it's more like blood. You'll die if you run out, but it's not where life comes from. And humans didn't always have it. But we did have life force, and that's what truly provides life. So where did chakra come from? Naruto asked. Ken laughed at the question that was so tied to the origins of the Uzumaki. That jumps right to the story I was going to tell you. The Uzumaki clan can trace our lineage back to the very beginning of chakra itself. Have you learned about Hagoromo Otsutsuki yet? Naruto stared blankly at him. Who? The Sage of Six Paths. Ken tried. At Naruto's continued look of confusion, Ken sighed. Guess the academy focused on provable historical facts and not what most considered legends. But he knew the truth, the Uzumaki clan had preserved the story through the generations, even if the Senju and Uchiha had forgotten. The sage was the first man born with chakra. He and his twin brother Homura were born to a powerful princess who was the first earthling to have chakra. Legends say she came from beyond the stars but don't elaborate. She gained chakra by eating the fruit of something called the divine tree, whose fruit only grew every 1,000 years. With that, he jumped into the story of the sage. He spoke of the moon princess's corruption, her merging with the divine tree to create the 10 tails, the beast's battle with the twins, and its sealing within the sage. Then he moved on to Hagoromo's sons, Indra and Asura. A prodigy born with powerful eyes and a late bloomer born with a powerful spirit, both who sought peace, one through power and one through love. And the feud that had been passed down through the generations. That story keeps going and leads to the founding of Konoha, but you'll learn about that in the academy, Ken wound down. But it's Asura I want you to focus on right now. Can you remember what made him different? Yeah. He never gave up. Like me. Naruto replied fiercely. True, that was a large part of it. But I meant the other thing, the thing he got from his father. Naruto thought back and tried to remember. He had a strong body. Naruto tried. Yes, but that's just an expression. Asura inherited his powerful life force and physical energy from the sage. That was passed on to his descendants, the Senju clan. Senju? Now that name rang a bell. Senju like the first and second Hokage? Naruto asked. The very same, Ken confirmed. Our clan, the Uzumaki clan, were like a cousin clan to the Senju. We can trace our lineage to Asura, too. And through him, the sage. And we, too, inherited Asura's powerful life energy. And that very fact gave us an edge against other ninja clans and villages. Whoa. Naruto gasped. Like what? The Uzumaki's life force grants us incredible vitality, which in turn manifests in insane stamina, healing abilities, and recuperation. Which means we can keep up action for way longer, we bounce back faster, and we heal up quicker. We also get extra longevity, which means we live longer and age slower. If an Uzumaki survived to retirement, it wasn't uncommon for them to hit the 100-year mark. Ken sighed and continued. It also manifests in huge reserves of extra potent chakra. We tend to have about 4 times the average chakra supply. Most of this flew over Naruto's head. He was, after all, barely closing in on 8 years old. But he got the gist of it. Awesome stamina and healing, with a huge chakra pool. So this means I'm gonna be an awesome ninja. Naruto cheered. Man, this kid has a one-track mind, Ken snarked silently. No, it means you have the potential to be an awesome ninja. You'll have to work hard to tap into that. You got it, cousin Ken. I'm gonna train harder than anyone ever, and I'll be an awesome ninja and a shoe-in for Hokage. Not for the first time, Ken laughed at his cousin's enthusiasm. Well, Mr. Future Hokage, I think it's time to turn in for the night. After all, I gotta train with my team, and I'm sure you want a head start on that training, too. As he got up, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, just one last thing. Ken knelt before Naruto and formed a hand seal to help focus his chakra, preparing an Uzumaki secret technique. All Uzumaki had different strengths in regards to their clan techniques, and Ken was no exception. He was excellent at one in particular, practically a prodigy, but he still had limited aptitude with this one, even after years of training. But he needed to know something, and this was the fastest way to figure it out. Mind's eye of the Kagura, he thought, his physical eyes closed to better focus on his metaphysical one. With a sensation like a mental stretch, he felt his mind's eye open, allowing him to perceive chakra around him. He could see his own familiar signature in the silhouette of his arms, but focused instead on Naruto's. And what he found stunned him enough to almost lose the technique. Holy Father of Asura. He thought. Naruto's chakra levels could rival Season 1's dot, and the kid was only a second-year academy student. Wait a minute, what was that? Ken focused harder and swallowed thickly. Not all of the chakra was Naruto's. He could tell that Naruto's chakra was a bright yellow, but a massive reserve of darkly red chakra was mixed with it, the result a deep orange tinge to his chakra pool. The fox, Ken realized. After a few more moments, Ken released the technique and took a shuddering breath. Ken? Naruto asked. Ken had been stone still for the last minute or so, only his lips moving as if he were thinking too hard or maybe in pain. I'm okay, Naruto. Just gotta look at your chakra. It's an Uzumaki secret technique that I'll teach you when your control is better. He grinned and stood up. But it seems that having that fox inside you isn't all bad. I'll have to examine your seal tomorrow to be sure, but I think it's designed to let the fox's chakra leak out and mix with yours. Which multiplies your reserves even more. Naruto's mouth dropped and he jumped in excitement before running inside, barely pausing to take off his shoes. Ken smiled and followed, his mind working double time. He would have to examine the seal. And he'd have to contact Lord Third and see if there were any other side effects of Naruto's condition. As he prepared himself and the kid for bed, his thoughts turned to Naruto's training. He couldn't just focus on Taijutsu, he'd have to broach the topic of ninjutsu sooner or later. And with Naruto's truly monstrous chakra pool, he was a natural-born ninjutsu specialist. But everything comes with a cost, and massive chakra reserves were no exception. With that thought, he nodded and wrote his decision on the back of a used sealing tag. Chakra control. Chapter 5. Ken, the real Ken, now with his headband around his neck instead of a neckerchief, reported to the training ground 12.5 hours before schedule. Taking a seat on the same fallen tree from yesterday, he checked the seals placed on the steel plate sewn into the bracer on his right non-dominant arm, each one containing dozens of tools or weapons. Being raised with sealing arts as a way of life had a way of encouraging creativity, and his grandfather had been known before the fall for his preparedness, which he had passed on to Ken in full force. But that done, he pulled out his sealing notebook and began working on something he'd had an idea about. He considered making a shadow clone to train with, but decided against it to conserve chakra. He sighed to himself at the thought of the clone he'd left back with Naruto. He really should have used his little trick to keep most of his chakra, but the fact that he was leaving his little cousin to train with a clone at all made him feel a little guilty. Oh well, his reserves were still above average at half capacity. A few minutes before the clock struck 8, Tomoko and Aoba arrived together. Ken snapped his notebook shut and stowed it on a seal on his forearm before unsealing his black wakizashi and slipping it into the back of his belt. Arming yourself at our approach. One might think you were afraid of an attack, Uzumaki, Tomoko said. Always be prepared, Ken replied. That's something my grandfather taught me from a very young age. And why waste time unsealing it right before a spar? Tomoko nodded to concede the logic and crossed her arms beneath her bust. So, Uzumaki, you really want to spar at half chakra? Tomoko asked. I was already at half chakra, Ken replied. Or maybe 60% after waiting here. He looked at the clone, who smirked and formed the hand sign again, conjuring 2 clones this time. With that, the original clone dispersed. After a quick bit of silent arithmetic, Aoba frowned. You wish for us each to fight a clone at 10% chakra supply? He asked. I feel I should be insulted. Chakra supply has no effect on a clone's durability, only the caster's skill affects that. I'd like each of you to spar with one of my clones. It'll give me an idea of your skill levels and styles faster than going one by one. The clones each unsheathed their wakizashi and stood at the ready. Though, as they are just clones, perhaps only to jutsu and weapons. Aoba and Tomoko glanced at each other for a moment. Tomoko grinned and unsealed a weapon of her own, an aginata with a wicked foot-long blade. With that, she leapt away into the trees, one of the clones following. Aoba shrugged and produced a kunai knife, leaping in the other direction to be pursued by the other clone. Ken glanced in each direction before shrugging and following the first pair. He wanted to actually see at least one of the fights from an outside perspective. And with no disrespect meant toward Aoba, he was far more eager to see a Sarutobi in action. This is so boring. Naruto cried. He crushed the leaf Ken had given him in the palm of his hand in frustration. You said we'd be training today. And you give me this dumb academy exercise. Instructor Iruka makes me do this during detention. Ken's clone glanced up from his book, clicking the stopwatch in his other hand and writing the given time on a notepad. You only held that leaf to your face for 15 seconds, Ken noted. You wanted training. Well, here it is. Again. With that, he reopened his book and continued where he'd left off. Naruto grit his teeth, but replaced the now crumpled leaf and focused his chakra to make it stick. After a few moments, his focus wavered and it fell again. Naruto groaned and rubbed his face. What is the point of this? He asked aloud. Are you seriously asking? Ken replied absently. Because I will gladly tell you. Naruto looked at his cousin/teacher and then back down to the leaf in his hand. So, what's the point? He asked. Control, Ken replied, snapping his book shut. That is the single most important skill with chakra any ninja worth his salt will cultivate. More important than elemental conversion, or expanding reserves, or even a number of techniques. Ken tapped his book on his arm. And believe it or not, this is true just as much for those with huge reserves as those with small ones. Naruto's eyebrow rose in confusion. Why? Because those with poor chakra control are wasteful, Ken started, taking a small glass and a pitcher of water and approaching Naruto, kneeling in front of him. Let's say the rim of this cup is the amount of chakra you need for a technique, okay? Naruto scrunched his face up but nodded and Ken began slowly pouring the water into the glass until it was an inch from the rim. They either pump too little chakra into a technique and it fails. He gestured to the cup and then kept pouring until it began to overflow and wet the ground, or they pump in too much and waste all of that chakra. Ken handed the water to his cousin to drink and waited for him to finish before he kept explaining. If two people with equal fighting skill and chakra supply fight, it's the one with greater chakra control that will win. Even if a man has more chakra than anyone else in the world, if he wastes it all in battle, he's left at a disadvantage. And someone with smaller reserves but better control can outlast him and beat him. Ken sighed and rubbed his face, then fixed Naruto with the most dire expression he could. Naruto, I want you to learn something right now and learn it well. Naruto paled a bit and nodded. It's not the flashiest technique or the biggest weapon or the most power that wins a fight, especially among ninjas. It's the most effective technique. Bar none. I'm gonna warn you now, there are a lot of exercises I will have you do that seem pointless and boring, and others pointlessly boring. But what I am doing is preparing you for the bigger, harder, more intense stuff. Nothing I do is pointless. You seem to naturally know that only hard work will get results, but there's more to it than that. You have to start small and work your way up. Master the easy stuff, and the hard stuff will be that much easier. Is that clear? Naruto glanced down at the leaf in his hand and nodded. But Ken said. You know, if it makes you feel any better, this is not the only chakra control exercise I have planned. And the upcoming ones are a lot more active. So when you master this and keep it up for, oh I don't know, 3 minutes flat, we'll move on to the next one. Naruto paled a bit at the goal given to him. 3 minutes he could barely keep this up for 15 seconds. What? Is it too hard for a future Hokage? Ken asked dryly. I'll be you anything Lord Third could have kept this up way longer than 3 minutes at your age. This wasn't pointless boasting, either. Hiruzen Saratobi's reputation as a ninja prodigy was legendary. Naruto set his jaw and stuck the leaf to his face, his eyes scrunched in concentration. Nothing's too hard for me. Not for long. I'll master this and then kick the next thing's butt, you know. Ken nodded and started the timer. That time he got to 20 seconds. Ken tilted his head as he watched his clone do battle with Tomoko from a tree branch. She was good. Very good. There was no doubt about that. Even from a distance, he could tell she was pressing his clone, and there had been several near misses with dispelling it. His clones were tough compared to most, but even a blunt instrument with enough force behind it could disperse them. And Tomoko was clearly comfortable with the bladed end of her spear. Ken smiled a little when he caught the sound of Tomoko laughing after the clone had kicked her away. She's certainly enjoying this, he commented to himself. She always does, an unfamiliar voice added. Ken leapt from his spot on the branch as it exploded into splinters. He landed lightly on the ground and looked up at the remains of the branch to find. Huh? Was that an orangutan? No, not an orangutan. The clothes and forehead protector meant it was a summon animal. And given the reputation of Tomoko's clan, this was a monkey. Though about his own height, the monkey was built differently than in the illustrations Ken had seen in various books and scrolls. Rather than lean and wiry or traditionally muscular, he was built like a sumo wrestler, squat and wide with a heavy belly, though still with clearly defined muscles. His fur was snow white except for his beard, which was a rich russet color. He was dressed in a leopard hide kilt and crossbody sash, with an open dark gray vest and finned arm guards. A black Konoha forehead protector rested on his brow below a snowy top knot. And resting on his shoulder was a fearsome-looking club. I am Yama of the Mountain of Fruit and Flowers, he offered in a rumbling voice. And yourself? Ken Uzumaki, he said. Politeness never hurts, right? Ah, I should have known about that vibrant hair, Yama chuckled. The little one asked me to deliver a message. Have fun with the mountain, you lazy ginger were her exact words. Ken unsheathed his black wakizashi and started strategizing. I suppose it was a bit presumptuous of me to let my clones do all of the work. If I may ask, when did she summon you? Before your clone caught up to her. But that, Yama leapt from the shortened branch and swung downward. Ken dodged to the side, just in time to see the ground crater from the impact. Taking advantage of the opening from swinging such a heavy weapon, he spun and delivered a sidekick to Yama's belly that sent the monkey sliding back a few feet. After a beat, Ken exclaimed in pain and hopped on his other foot for a moment. Sweet Raymond, what are you made of? Flesh and bone, same as you, Yama chuckled and readied his. But for all the good it will do you, I might as well be made of stone. With that, the monkey charged with deceptive speed and swung sideways this time. Ken jumped above the attack and swung down with his blade, but Yama lifted his arm and caught it on his guard, turning his arm to lock it between the fins and delivering a palm strike that sent Ken flying backward without his wakizashi. Ken rolled and landed on his feet again, producing a kunai from the seal on his arm. Yama laughed and tossed the sword upward, then clapped his hands into a snake hand seal. As the sword fell back to the ground blade down, he slapped his meaty hand to the soil as it entered. Yama backed away and gestured to the sword, a twinkle in his eye. Ken narrowed his eyes and approached cautiously, never taking his eyes off of the monkey. He reached for his weapon and tugged only to grunt in surprise as it didn't even budge. Ken altered his grip, still watching Yama and his club, and pulled again with identical results. Ken finally looked down to find a sealing array spreading out from his short sword, which a practiced examination revealed was linked to Earth Release Chakra. He looked up at the monkey in shock. He'd heard monkeys could use ninjutsu, but sealing techniques. And ones tied to sustained elemental chakra, which were exceedingly tricky. How do you do this and will you please teach it to me? Ken asked. If you are in Uzumaki, I'm certain you could figure it out, Yama replied. Again the monkey surged forward with remarkable speed, but this time Ken was ready. Turning on his heel to narrowly avoid the strike, Ken flicked a prepared sealing tag from his belt and slapped it on the weapon. In a puff of smoke, it was sealed and the tag was tucked in Ken's shirt. Thought I'd repay the favor, he smirked. I'll give it back after. That is. Acceptable, Yama rumbled, then jumped back onto his hands and struck Ken full in the chest with his hand-like feet. Ken flew backward with the wind thoroughly knocked out of him, his kunai long gone, and rolled along the ground. With a quick breath, he spun to his feet and flipped out of the way of a hammer kick from the monkey. The duo traded blows for several minutes, Ken dodging Yama's swings, while Yama didn't even bother to block Ken's punches. And with each strike, it felt as if Ken were punching a brick wall. Finally, Yama simply caught one of Ken's punches and held onto his fist with an iron grip. Ken's next punch was caught in the same way and he was trapped. Ken, remembering that 2-foot kick from earlier, took the initiative and lifted himself by the arms to wrap his legs around Yama's thick neck with intent to choke him out. Poor choice. Yama grunted as Tomoko landed next to them in a burst of smoke from the shadow clone she had landed on. As the memories from the clone poured into Ken's head, Tomoko lifted a kunai and placed it against his throat. "We win," she said cockily, even through haggard breaths. Ken unwound his legs from Yama's neck as Yama released Ken's hands and backed up a few steps to Tomoko's side, his eyes never leaving the redeed. "Will that be all, little one?" he asked. "Yes sir Yama. Thank you for your time," Tomoko replied. Yama nodded and fixed Ken with a side eye. With a start, Ken removed the sealing tag from before and unsealed it, grunting at the weight before passing it to Yama. The monkey nodded his thanks. "I like this one," he mused with a mischievous toothy grin before disappearing in a puff of smoke. "What did he mean by that?" Ken asked. Tomoko shrugged. "Yama fancies himself a matchmaker. Which means he's tried to set me up with most of the guys he meets that aren't enemies. That made it really awkward when our team was first formed, with both of the others being guys. So you and Aoba aren't?" Ken asked. Tomoko laughed. "Yeah, no way. I mean he's a great friend and all that, but we are not like that. And that goes double for Yudo, the guy who was originally part of our team. I mean, nothing against him as a person, but he's just way too weird." Ken nodded in partial understanding. Having never been part of a team, he wasn't really familiar with inter-team relationships. But the matchmaker's comment had made him double-check and he realized that Tomoko was actually quite a pretty woman. With a shrug, Ken cast it out of his mind and it was immediately replaced by an onslaught of memories from his clone's fight with Aoba. Ken stumbled a bit as he sorted through them. Aoba's done. And he has a summon, too. Yeah, the Crow tribe really enjoys doing their swarming thing. They think it's funny or something, Tomoko commented. "You know where he is?" Ken shook his head, mind wandering to something else. Without thinking, he said, "Hey, take off your shirt." Tomoko's face went blank and she raised an eyebrow. Ken's face went red as he realized his mistake. "Not like that. I have an idea to help during missions. But, on second thought, maybe I should tell you about it first. Or, wait for Aoba." Tomoko smirked and crossed her arms. They didn't need to wait long before the third member of their team landed in the clearing, a crow on his shoulder that disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Your clone really gave me a workout, Uzumaki," Aoba laughed. "I aim to please," he commented. "I notice you tried to snare me in quite a few," he added. "Yes, I did. And while we're on that subject, how'd you shrug them off so fast?" "I'm pretty good with it and I haven't seen someone throw them off like that since I first started out." Ken answered by removing his hooded shirt and turning his back to them, carefully concealing the rest of his back while still revealing a detailed swirl-patterned seal linked into the skin over his right shoulder blade. "No, not inked. More like branded. It's an Anbu seal from Yasushi Agakur. The seal is designed to react to fluctuations in your chakra system caused by. When it detects them, it triggers the pain receptors in your skin and the pain helps break you out of it, all within a few seconds." He replaced his shirt. "That's what I mentioned to Tomoko a second ago. Would either of you guys like one?" The duo looked at each other in surprise, deciding in less than a second. "Absolutely. Hell yeah." Ken smiled, genuinely happy with their response, and unsealed a Uzumaki seal linking kit. In addition to their skill in creating different types of seals, they had developed several unique ways to apply seals, too. "Take off your shirt, please. And where would you like it?" "I would recommend somewhere hidden by your clothes. Part of its effectiveness is the fact that no one knows about it." "Where you have it then, I suppose," Aoba shrugged, removing his flak jacket and turtleneck shirt. Ken nodded and removed a jar of sealing ink, a fine pointed brush, and the schematics for the seal itself, written in Yasushio's cipher, of course. He glanced up at the sky to gauge the time and began his work. As he painted sealing formulae on Aoba's back, starting with an Uzumaki swirl as the core of the design, Tomoko spoke up. "I've heard rumors about seal masters who could apply seals with their bare hands," she pointed out, with legends of the fourth Hokage and his flying thunder god technique in particular coming to mind. "Can you do that?" "It's called marking," Ken explained, not pausing in his work. "And yes, I can. But it's an advanced technique for a reason. To mark a seal, you have to know it perfectly, as in being able to transcribe it blindfolded. And I don't know this seal that well. Besides, using traditional tools is simply easier when not in combat or other high adrenaline situations." Tomoko shrugged in acceptance of the explanation. In less than 15 minutes, he had the seal script covering Aoba's back completed. Now came the hard part. "Okay, I want you to focus your chakra onto that point," Ken instructed. That'll prepare the seal to monitor your personal chakra signature. Aoba nodded and began to focus his chakra onto the back of his shoulder. Tomoko, who had watched with casual interest, noticed Ken moving through a series of hand seals and placing his thumbs on the sides of the seal matrix. The seal is saturated, so. Brace yourself. Brace my Aoba said, before shouting in surprise and pain. The seal script covering his back rapidly shrunk together into a spiral shape, the feeling like fire ants crawling over his skin, and when it was done, wisps of white smoke began to curl off of the seal as it branded itself into Aoba's skin. Yamashiro lunged forward and away from Ken, patting his shoulder in surprise. Is that smoke? He shouted. Why is my shoulder smoking? Sorry, Ken said with a sheepish grin. But this makes sure the seal is pretty much permanent. And don't be a baby, it's not that bad. Even behind his shades, one could feel the glare he was shooting at Ken. But the redeed was right, it was more the surprise of the pain that had freaked him out, and it hadn't lasted more than a handful of seconds anyway. Are you sure you still want this? Ken started to ask, but Tomoko's shirt was off and she was bearing her back to him as her shirt covered her front. Bring it on. No pain can get to me. She shouted. Burn me up. Ken stared for a moment before shaking it off and repeating the process for Tomoko. Another 15 minutes later and he repeated his instructions and the branding technique. When the branding started, Tomoko didn't cry out, quite the opposite, she almost seemed to enjoy it. Well, that was fun, she chuckled, rolling her shirt back on with both men's eyes carefully averted. Now on to the next phase of our training. Ninjutsu sparring. She rolled her neck and crossed her arms. Who do you want to tackle first, Red? Ken blinked a bit and thought it over. Sorry Aoba, I should really fight her while I'm still fresh. Aoba smirked and spread his arms in acceptance. That's a pretty shrewd move, Uzumaki. With that, he ran up a tree to watch. Ken prepared himself, resealing his wakizashi and cracking his knuckles to prepare for serious hand seals. Tomoko made a show of shaking her whole body out, then stretching her shoulders, calves, and hamstrings. Okay, let's go. She slammed her hands together in a tiger seal. Fire release. Majestic fire technique. With a near-manic grin, Tomoko spewed an expanding stream of physically dense fire toward Ken. Ken slammed his hands into a snake seal and raised a brick-patterned wall of stone carved with a Uzumaki seal, just like the day before. But unlike Haruka's fire release technique, the flames lingered on the wall as if the stone were covered in oil, burning for several seconds before flickering out. Tomoko smirked and focused on her chakra. She neglected to mention that she was a sensor type, a talent she'd had tutoring from Lord Third himself in honing. As she had expected, she felt Ken's chakra beneath her and leapt into a backflip to avoid his exploding from the ground. Predictable, she thought. But what wasn't predictable was the electricity wreathing his hands. Huh. Landing lightly and sliding back a few inches, Tomoko flicked through hand seals and focused wind chakra into her own hands, making sure to alter the technique to cushion rather than slice, before lunging forward. Ken and Tomoko's fists met and her wind chakra neutralized his lightning, the strike blowing him backward. Ken grimaced and massaged his hand. Fire and wind release, he surmised. Anything else I should know about? He regretted his words when Tomoko produced a handful of shuriken and tossed them with a series of hand seals. 3 shurikens suddenly became dozens, and Ken had to drop to the ground to avoid them. That's the shuriken shadow clone technique, Tomoko commented. Uncle created that one himself. Now it's a clan technique. Ken resisted the urge to reveal his own combat-oriented clan technique and settled on a different approach. You want to see a real clan skill? He asked, unsealing a kunai with a prepared sealing tag attached. Prepare yourself. He tossed the kunai, the tag flaring orange, and it exploded into a roaring, swirling vortex of flames. From an Uzumaki Inferno tag. Ken's grin was cut short by Tomoko's scream. He ran around the slowly fading vortex and found her. Completely unharmed. She jumped completely clear of the Inferno tag, so why wait, was she trembling? And why was she grinning like a lunatic? Tomoko let a giggle escape her lips, which exploded into hearty laughter. Do it again, she cried out with obvious glee. I think that's enough of that, Aoba intervened. Though with a flick of his wrist, he sent 2 needles flying into Ken's shoulder. Senbin connected back to Aoba's fist by lengths of ninja wire. Hey, what the Ken cut himself off as he felt foreign chakra invading his system and with that the loss of his motor skills. Since we were showing secret techniques, I thought I might as well join in. That's the secret stone needles technique of the Yamashiro clan. Ken quickly used his other hand to jerk the needles from his body, cutting off the spreading paralysis. He slapped at his unmoving arm to try and jog his motor control, but had no effect. That won't help, Aoba interjected. Your arm will be dysfunctional for about 15 minutes. Usually I use kunai, that can freeze someone up for hours. Good to know, Ken deadpanned. So I guess that ends training for the day. Yeah, Tomoko answered, her voice sounding a bit distant as she settled down. Yeah, that's it for today. We can get to more formalized training tomorrow. You know, after we see the Hokage and get our first mission. She chuckled. Team TAC is going to be full unofficial. Team TAC? Ken asked. TAC. TAK. As in Tomoko, Aoba, Ken. Wait, why am I the last in that acronym? Ken asked. Because you're the newest of the bunch, Tomoko smirked. And, besides, I like the sound of TAC way better than cat. I don't like cats. I'm partial to ACT, Aoba said. Nope, Ken and Tomoko chorused with identical grins. Aoba merely frowned and adjusted his shades. Team TAC it is, Ken said. Same place, same time tomorrow? Absolutely, Aoba nodded. Chapter 6. The next morning saw Naruto's class at the academy, nicknamed by some the Little Head class, due to the inordinate number of clan heirs among its numbers, a grand total of 6, once again out on the training field for taijutsu practice. This, of course, made it very difficult for Naruto to keep quiet, much less still. Though he didn't know it yet, he was a kinesthetic learner, one who learned by doing. And the opportunity to burn off some of his energy in a sanctioned activity was like the light of the Pure Lands within the purgatory that was the academy. As usual before taijutsu practice, Naruto glanced at his chosen rival in all things. Sasuke. Naruto pressed his lips together as he brooded over the kid so many teachers whispered about being a prodigy. And as he brooded, he thought back to cousin Ken's story about the six-way wise man, or something like that. About his 2 sons, one a natural and one a hard worker. And in the end the hard worker won because he worked hard and never gave up. That thought cooled his animosity, and he returned his attention to Instructor Takuko explaining the sparring exercise. The match will end if one participant resigns or if I call the match. If I call the match, you will stop immediately. This is just a spar, we don't want anyone getting hurt. Naruto scoffed at that. He'd been hurt way worse than anyone else in these, and Takuko had never once called the match to spare him. Not that any injuries had stuck around, and now he knew why. What was that, Uzumaki? Takuko snapped. Just ready for you to finish up so we can actually show what we've got, you know. The instructor grit his teeth, the veins in his forehead throbbing. Very well, Uzumaki. If you're so eager, you're the first one to go. Naruto pumped his fist and leapt into the sparring ring, loosening himself up for his favorite part of the day, besides Raymond. I choose Sasuke Uchiha as my opponent. He shouted dramatically. Everyone groaned at the completely unsurprising choice. And he was the only one who consistently chose Sasuke, as if he enjoyed being beaten into the ground. Sasuke entered the sparring ring with a resigned air. Let's get this over with, idiot. So I can move on to those who can actually test my skills. Naruto almost fired back a less than witty remark, but bit it back. Ken had warned him about getting distracted or wasting your energy on words. Actions speak louder than words, he'd said. Time to show this jerk loud and clear that he was not someone to be overlooked. Hajime. Fight. The D-rank Aoba cried, genuine despair lacing his tone. Please, Lord Hokage, you cannot be serious. I am quite serious, Yamashiro, Hiruzen replied levelly. Yes, I am aware of each of your ranks, particularly your own. But this new team is hardly 2 days old. You need time to polish your teamwork and to understand each other's abilities and limits before you can take a serious mission. While Aoba hung his head in despair, an imaginary dark cloud almost visible over his head, Ken stepped forward. Lord Hokage, I have some mission experience, he pointed out. It's in the file I gave you with my registration forms. Yes, I know. I looked over those this morning. And while I will admit that your mission record does permit a C rank, my earlier point still stands, as does my decision. Ken nodded and stepped back into line. Frankly, as long as he started bringing in money, he didn't care what kind of missions they got. He was only making the case for his new teammate's sake. Now then, your options are walking a pack of the Inizuka's dogs, weeding a vegetable garden, painting a fence. Painting a fence. Ken shouted abruptly. He blushed under everyone's sudden scrutiny and took a breath. If it's okay with the rest of the team, I request a fence mission. Tomoko shrugged, still looking puzzledly at Ken, and Aoba straightened up and resigned himself to the inevitable. At least it's not that damned cat, he muttered to himself. Very well, Hiruzen agreed, handing Tomoko the mission scroll. Report to the address as soon as possible. The 3 ninja bowed and left, but not before Ken passed the Hokage a sealed envelope and a level look. Hiruzen placed it on his desk to look over when the morning's mission assignments were done, already anticipating lines of questioning and replies. When Team TAC left Hokage Tower, Ken made an immediate beeline for home, only to be stopped by Aoba grabbing the hood of his shirt. I know you're new to Konoha, Uzumaki. So I can tell you that the client's location is that way, he said levelly, pointing in the opposite direction. If you say so, but we're not going there yet, Ken explained. Uncle said to get there ASAP, Tomoko pointed out, more to prod the situation than anything. Yes, but I've got something at my house that will speed it up. And since I don't know Konoha well yet, I'll need at least one of you to guide me to the address. Tomoko and Aoba looked at each other and shrugged. I'll go with red, here, she said, you rendezvous with the client as the ranking officer. We'll be there as soon as possible. Aoba shrugged in resignation before taking to the rooftops. Ken nodded his thanks for her support and took the lead toward the Saratobi compound and by extension his current home. I just realized how close we actually live to each other, Ken commented. Assuming, of course, you live in your clan compound. Of course I do, she smirked. It's a clan compound for a reason. But what I can't seem to figure out is where you would have accumulated mission experience before now. Didn't you just join Konoha's Shinobi Corporation? I did. That's why I'm eager to get this mission done and on to the next. I need to start up real income. Which reminds me, if you know anyone who needs the services of a sealing specialist, let me know. Tomoko nodded and thought it over a bit more. So you've been a member of a different village before? Nope, just here. So how does that work? Ken chuckled sardonically. Not every village is as large or as influential as Konoha. The hidden villages of smaller nations have smaller budgets, few if any ninja clans, and much smaller overall populations which means fewer ninja, which means fewer exceptional ninja. Very few of repute, like Konoha's Professor, Yellow Flash, Sannin, White Fang, Copy Ninja. I could go on. Okay, I can understand that. But it doesn't answer my question. Well, because of their low number of ninjas, a lot of the smaller villages have taken on a much more freelance-friendly mission system that is open to whomever will take the job. So long as someone passes a basic exam and is willing to take a mission, it's theirs. The village gets their money, and so does the ninja. Heck, Tanigakur, the village hidden in valleys, has a big tackboard covered in mission flyers. You take one, register with an administrator, do the mission, bring back the mission scroll signed by the client and get paid. Simple, easy, quick. And you did missions for these villages? In that kind of system? It sounds like something that would attract mercenaries, Tomoko commented. I have, and they do. Small hidden villages can only compete with the big boys because of location and low mission costs. Few poor farmers so far away can afford a Konoha mission, much less pay a courier to make the request. Unless it is dire or the client is moderately well off, the close by and cheaper local hidden village gets their business. And even then it's usually barely enough to keep the village afloat. Before Tomoko could really process this revelation about the hidden village system, they were passing the Saratobi clan compound and landing at the front door of the Uzumaki's assigned quarters. I'll be right back, he called. And true to his word he was back in less than 5 minutes. Let's go. He cried, leaping for a rooftop before hopping back. I still don't know where we're going, he admitted. Tomoko giggled and took the lead. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Such an announcement was not unexpected in these class bars. Sasuke was easily the best of the class, Uchiha blood or no. Few of his classmates could give him a genuine challenge, something that he both derided and secretly enjoyed. True, he had no real way to test his skills unless he fought the instructors, but it was a continuous sign that he was better than the norm. And that fed both his one goal and his pride. But today was a bit different. The idiot Naruto had challenged him again, which Sasuke didn't really mind as much as he seemed to. Naruto was unfocused, sure, but he was also wily and unpredictable. If nothing else, these spars let him gauge his own stamina and to hone his reactions. But today Naruto had gone from unpredictable to totally out of left field. Rather than come at him with some unrefined variation on the Academy Taijutsu style, he'd held back and seemed to try and anticipate Sasuke's own attack. Thrown off guard by this, Sasuke could in hindsight see he had gotten impatient and decided to get in the first attack. An attack that was batted aside with one hand while the other launched a quick palm strike to his upper sternum, right below the throat. For a moment, Sasuke had been impressed. Then Naruto had laughed out loud and proclaimed loudly that he did it. That had convinced Sasuke that devastating counter, for a 7-year-old, had been a fluke. But it hadn't. Oh sure, Naruto was still leagues below Sasuke in raw talent and practiced skill, but he'd clearly gotten better. And not just in his new style, but in strategy and, by the barest amount, in self-discipline. Which led Sasuke to one clear conclusion. Naruto Uzumaki now had a teacher. Which made no sense. From what he could tell, most people in the village, if not all, held some kind of negative regard for Naruto, ranging from muted dislike to silent hatred. So where would he suddenly find a teacher who knew a taijutsu style that Sasuke was completely unaware of and was a good enough teacher to improve Naruto's skills so clearly in just a weekend? Sasuke didn't like being in the dark. So along with his resolution to push his own training up a bit, he decided to keep an eye on the hyperactive blonde. Something was changing in the schoolyard. And he wondered if it could benefit his goal. That is a lot of fence, Ken commented. And it really was. The fence, a clear head taller than any of them, extended over 100 yards from end to end. What is even the point of a fence that long? Tomoko asked. The owners of these houses, Aoba explained, gesturing to the row of single-story houses barely visible behind the top of the fence, pooled their money for a single mission to paint it. They figured it would be faster than even hiring a civilian contractor, not to mention overall cheaper. Well, they're about to be proven right, Ken smirked as he started popping open the provided cans of white paint. I'm glad you're optimistic, Uzumaki. Because this mission you chose is going to take all day, Aoba groused. Would you like to place a wager on that? Ken asked. Aoba's eyebrows rose behind his shades. He'd always prided himself on his intuition, and it was screaming at him that accepting any kind of wager at the moment was a bad idea. But then again. What kind of wager? I'll bet you half your share of the mission pay I can do this in less than half an hour. And if I succeed, we do another mission for the day before training. If I lose, I'll give you half of my mission pay and paint your portion of the fence. He grinned mischievously. And to sweeten the deal, I'll even swear off shadow clones for this bet. Aoba was silent for a few moments as he seriously considered it. His intuition was screaming at him that something was not right. This bet was stacked way too high in his favor. But the idea of getting time and a half mission pay was enticing, and no matter which way the wager turned out, he wouldn't have to paint at all. Fine, you have a bargain, Aoba agreed, holding out his hand. Ken shook, and the wager was set. He removed a stopwatch from his gear pouch and set it to count down from 30 minutes. When he'd removed the lid from the final paint can, he started the timer. But rather than lunge for the paintbrushes, Ken removed a small notepad from his pocket. Wait, not a notepad. A book of sealing tags. Ken began removing tags and placing them in the paint. With a puff of smoke, the complete contents of each can would disappear. After emptying each and every can, Ken began methodically pacing in front of the fence, placing the tags at regular intervals. After barely 3 minutes, the tags were placed, and Ken made a hand seal to activate them. The seals lit up and snow-white paint began to smoothly flow from each of them, like ink spreading from a spilled ink pot, to uniformly cover the fence. In less than 30 seconds, the fence was white and shining with an even coat of paint. Unbelievable, Aoba groaned as Ken began removing the spent tags. Not bad, Tomoko smirked. She wondered how long Ken had been considering the exact wording of that bet. I'll go get the client. We'll report to Uncle and get our second mission. Now who can tell me the name of the first Hokage? Iruka asked the class. Several hands shot up, including Sakura Haruno's and, surprisingly enough, Naruto Uzumaki's. Naruto? Iruka called. Hashirama Senju, Naruto replied confidently. His brother Tobirama Senju was the second, then Gramps was the third, and Minato Namikaze was the fourth. Naruto, you should not speak of Lord Hokage like that. Iruka scolded, then he gave a soft smile. Other than that, very good. Naruto grinned and listened to this particular lesson on the achievements of Konoha's past Hokage. This topic had always interested him ever since Grandpa Hokage had brought it up during one of their occasional meals together, hoping for any hints or directions to becoming Hokage. The only thing he'd ever pieced together was that family ties and teacher-student ties had linked them together. And cousin Ken's story about where the Uzumaki came from actually made him even more determined. He was a distant relative of the Senju, which meant he was family. And even more than that, the fourth had always been his hero for defeating the Nine Tails. The revelation 2 days ago that it had been sealed inside him of all people hadn't changed that. He was sure the Lord Fourth had done the best he could with what he had. Naruto placed a hand over his belly at the thought of the fox. To think that a monster powerful enough to take on an entire hidden village and almost win was sealed inside him. As it had been sealed inside his mother. Kushina. Naruto shook his stray thoughts away and tried to pay attention to the class. But a part of him filed away the thought to ask Ken if he knew anything else about his parents. So what's the story behind those sealing tags? Ken jerked the potato plant he'd been harvesting a little too hard, drawing the shouts of their employer to be careful. Ken smiled apologetically in the client's direction, which seemed to mollify the farmer, and returned the plant to the soil to water it thoroughly. What makes you think there's a story? Ken asked. Because I'm at least somewhat familiar with sealing theory, Tomoko replied with a grin. And a seal with such a specified task takes a while to develop, trial and error and experimentation. Those tags of yours worked way too efficiently to have been made up on the spot. Ken shrugged in compliance. You've got a point. The truth is that I did several D ranks just like that one when I was starting out. My grandfather began my sealing training when I was very young. After my first painting job, I began playing around with the idea as a kind of side job. After a few tries, I got it down and used them for the exact reason I did today. I could do a job that took several hours in a few minutes and work in 1 or 2 more D ranks in a single day. Ken grinned at the memory of their report to the Hokage, who had been quite amused with Ken's handling of the mission. And when they had been paid, Ken had held out his hand to Aoba, who had handed over the half from their wager without complaint. Was money really that tight? Tomoko asked. Why are you asking me so many questions? Ken asked with a forced laugh. To be honest, her curiosity was starting to bother him. Years of paranoia about his heritage being found out didn't go away quickly. "Just curious," she said, pulling another plant out and pulling away the tubers before replanting it. "About that and about how much you actually know about sealing. You clearly have some skills given this." She patted her back where her new anti-genjutsu seal would have been, "but that doesn't give me any real idea. I was named a sealing master by my grandfather last year, based on the Uzushiogakure system. And that system is way more strenuous than anywhere else in the world. Our skill with sealing is one of the things that led to the downfall of the village." "One of them?" she asked. "I don't want to talk about it," Ken replied, his tone ringing with an air of finality. She shrugged and let it pass. Ken's demons were his own business, for now. The Moko straightened up and cast a glance over the large potato field they had been hired to harvest from. Given the time of year, it was to be one of the last potato harvests of the season, so the farmer was eager to get them done so the plants could churn out one more round before the first frost of the year. Upon being assigned their task, Ken had taken the liberty to create 2 shadow clones, which had then each created 5 more. With a dozen extra hands, the work was going even faster than she could have hoped. And that had made her want to learn that particular technique even more. She'd have to talk to one of the clan elders for permission to learn it, assuming they judged her chakra levels high enough. "So how's it going with the little kid?" she asked, with a smirk. Ken stabbed his gardening fork into the ground and fixed her with a genuinely angry look. "What did you just say?" he snapped. The Moko held up her hands. "Sorry. It was just a joke. Like I said, I know some of the theory behind seals, and Uncle was very clear to explain to us who didn't know when it became apparent that people were treating the kid so badly. I just thought it was a cute nickname, what with his whiskers and all." Ken narrowed his eyes for a moment and sighed. "It's going fine, I guess. You don't sound too sure about that." "I'm not, Tomoko. I don't have any experience with kids and I'm scared I'll do something stupid before long." Tomoko chuckled. "Oh, you will, I can guarantee it." He glanced at her nervously, his eyes practically screaming not helping. "You're human, and so is he. You're going to make mistakes. The important thing is that you want to acknowledge them and move forward. It's like any relationship, especially in a family." Ken thought over her words and continued his work. "How do you know all of this?" "Not a lot of people realize it, but the Saratobi clan is a pretty big one. I've had to watch out for my cousins for most of my life, and I've gotten a good look at family dynamics because of it. Heck, my little brother is a handful, himself, and I've made my share of screw-ups with him. But I've learned that kids are resilient. You'll do fine as long as you keep him in line and love him." Ken smiled, genuinely smiled, at the advice and nodded his thanks. With that, the two silently agreed to finish the mission as efficiently as possible in companionable silence. After night had settled onto Konoha, and after extra training, dinner, and more chakra control exercises, Ken finally had time to look at the letter he had received from Lord Hokage after their second mission. Ken had asked in his own letter about any unusual traits that Naruto may have due to his tenant, and now he had his answer. And the results were most intriguing. According to the Hokage's predictions, the fox's influence on Naruto's physicality would serve to amplify his stamina and healing abilities even further than his Uzumaki heritage. And in addition, thanks to the Uzumaki-style seal that contained the beast, its chakra would leak from the seal and naturally mix with his own, amplifying his chakra reserves to remarkable levels, even now. Ken tapped the letter to his lip and came to a decision. It was time he used his best Uzumaki skill for something other than security and parlor tricks to speed up D ranks. He had not wanted to push things, but it was high time he did what he should have done the day he'd learned about Naruto's unique status. "Naruto, come in here, please." Ken set the letter down and took a deep breath to prepare himself. When Naruto came bounding in, already dressed in a sleep shirt and nightcap, Ken gestured to the couch. "Lay down on your back. It's time I took a look at that seal of yours." Naruto's eyes ballooned and he took a step back before regaining control of himself and nodding resolutely. He lay down and lifted his shirt. "Okay, focus your chakra into your belly, if you can." Naruto screwed his face up in concentration, but he managed to do as Ken asked. Ken knelt and examined the seal closely. Though he was unfamiliar with the seal itself, he could definitely pick up on the Uzumaki influence. Odd. 8 trigrams were unusual for an Uzumaki seal, unless this was it was a double seal specifically rigged to allow for the chakra leak and assimilate with the host's reserves. He noticed a pair of aberrations consistent with chakra imprints. Failsafes, perhaps. The seal was even designed for customized integrity through a sealing key, which would allow one to do anything from totally restrict chakra leakage to release the fox in an instant. Given the complexity of the seal and the apparent circumstances in which it had been created, Ken had to admit he wasn't just impressed, he was stunned. Lord Minato had clearly known his sealing arts, especially with Uzumaki teachings from Kushina. The only flaw he could really see was that the leakage would gradually weaken the seal, like minuscule cracks in a dam, slowly widening to eventually compromise the structure. The sealing key would no doubt be able to fix that, but he had no idea where it was. Well, until he could track it down, he'd have to keep an eye on the seal. The weakening, if his mental calculations were right, wouldn't become a problem for several years. Okay Naruto, you're free to go. The boy sighed gratefully and put his shirt back down as he got up. If you say so. He gave a wide yawn and stretched, scratching his back for good measure. I'm headed to bed. Gotta get a good night's sleep if I'm gonna have to stay awake in class tomorrow. Ken chuckled at that. Haruka had cornered him as he'd picked Naruto up and informed him of Naruto's tendency to sleep in class, somehow extracting a promise that he'd talk to Naruto about it. He had done so, using the idea that falling asleep meant he would fall behind on his pursuit of the Hokage mantle. He hated taking advantage of Naruto's dream like that, but he wasn't wrong at all. He bid Naruto goodnight with a ruffle of his hair. When he heard the door to Naruto's bedroom close, he glanced at the living room chair and decidedly turned away. He'd done enough thinking tonight. Naruto was right, it was time to sleep. But as he lay in his bed, Ken couldn't help the feeling that the peace he and Naruto had shared for their first few days as a new family would not last forever. Sooner or later, the other shoe would drop. And he did not look forward to what may result. Chapter 7. Over the next 2 weeks that team talk was relegated to D ranks, life for the Uzumakas developed something of a pattern. After dropping Naruto off at the academy, Ken would meet his team for training, both to hone their skills and to learn how to cooperate with each other's abilities. Then they'd take a few D ranks, often bolstered by shadow clones. Ken would pick Naruto up, they'd train until they couldn't stand, talk about their day as they ate dinner, meditate. It had been a thorn in Ken's side to teach the ever-energetic and zero attention span Naruto to do so and go to sleep. Then rise and repeat the next day. The only hiccup in that routine had been the Hokage's pronouncement of the dissolution of the Nine-Tails secrecy law. Ken had held Naruto close to him as they stood at the front of the crowd, and Lord Hiruzen had delivered not only the news, but his assurance as the fabled professor and god of shinobi that Naruto was his own person and not the fox, along with his vast disappointment in the people of the village for how they had treated Naruto all these years. He'd cut it short after that to prevent any allegations of favoritism, but the damage was done. Naruto's peers now knew the truth. Ken was relieved to hear that Naruto was not rejected in his class, at least no more so than usual. He'd acquired quite a reputation as a troublemaker over the years, and even then it would take time for the students to open up to the idea that Naruto wasn't dangerous, as their parents had said. But the word of the Hokage, backed up by Iruka on a more personal level, seemed to ease their minds. Iruka himself had been kind enough to inform him of that. It was early in this time that Lord Hiruzen had also issued the promised blood and chakra tests for his council's sakes. The Redeed had been less than pleased, but he could understand the risk of a false Uzumaki running around the village and had participated without complaint. As expected, the results were positive, matched against the records of the legendary, among the clan, Mito Uzumaki and Naruto's mother Kushina. The event had, as a side effect, also left Ken with a distaste for the faceless Danzo Shimura, who had apparently spearheaded the tests. In addition, Ken was given materials to study for a citizenship test, which he passed by the skin of his teeth. It was lucky that the history of Uzushi Agakure so clearly mirrored that of Konoha, or else he would likely have failed. The pattern was only truly broken by the Hokage's latest pronouncement for Team Tak. A C rank. They chorused in surprise. Aoba seemed thrilled, even if he quickly retreated to his stoic facade, while Tomoko was more subtly pleased and Ken was just stunned. Indeed, a C rank. I believe the three of you are ready to handle such a thing. He passed the mission scroll to Tomoko who, after a glance for permission to her uncle and a nod granting it, opened the assignment. We'll be escorting a trio of caravans and the merchants who own them from Tanzaku town to the land of cliffs where we'll rendezvous with Takigakure ninjas who will take them the rest of the way home. Given that it's a C rank, I assume there's no reasonable chance of shinobi involvement, Aoba noted. That is the assumption of the merchants, Hiruzen confirmed. But, as they say, it is wise to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And we are considered preparing for the worst. Ken asked. Hiruzen smiled. I have faith in the three of you to handle this. Besides, it will allow each of you to work outside the village. At any rate, you have your assignment. Take no more than an hour to prepare and you will have time for a relaxed pace toward Tanzaku town. You'll be leaving with the caravan at dawn tomorrow. The team leader will be decided among yourselves. You are dismissed. With a respectful bow, the trio left the Hokage's office. But as they left the tower, Ken was hurriedly trying to come up with a solution to the problem it presented. An escort mission like this would take several days at the least. So what would he do with Naruto in the meantime? With these thoughts in his head, he couldn't help but glance at the Hokage Tower's adjacent building, the academy. Very few people seemed to be able to tolerate Naruto, in fact the only one that came to mind was Ken stopped in his tracks as the best and only idea he had slowly unfolded. Meet at the West Gate in a half hour, Tomoko was saying. Right. West Gate in a half hour, Ken confirmed. With that, he rushed into the academy building. Now then, class, we'll be continuing our lesson on the 5 great nations. Starting on the land of Iruka's lecture was interrupted by a brisk knock at the classroom's door. Come in, he called hesitantly. The door opened to reveal a familiar Reed looking embarrassed. Mr. Uzumaki. Hi cousin Ken. Naruto shouted from the back of the room. Are you teaching here now? Naruto, do not yell in my classroom. Iruka thundered. Ken chuckled nervously. No Naruto. I just need to borrow instructor Iruka for a moment. Ken looked at him with a pleading expression, one that brought Naruto himself to mind. Iruka sighed and appointed Sakura Haruno to keep an eye on the class before stepping into the hall. What can I help you with Ken, he asked. Ken scratched the back of his head before answering. Firstly, I apologize for interrupting your class. But I don't have much time. Time for what? The Hokage has assigned an escort mission to my team. Which means I'll be gone for at least a week. And I was wondering if, maybe. You could keep an eye on Naruto for that time. Iruka raised an eyebrow at that. You want me to babysit one of my students? Ken sighed through his teeth. Essentially, yes. I know it's sudden, but I can't think of anyone else I can trust with him. You, at least, seem to honestly care about him. Iruka looked down as he thought it over. On one hand, Naruto had been fine on his own for all of his life before Ken showed up and he really didn't need a child running around after class. On the other hand, it was Naruto. I'll do it, he finally said. Ken sighed with relief. Thank you Iruka. I'll happily pay you when I get back, of course. Iruka shook his head with a smile. That's not necessary. I'm just looking out for a student. Ken chuckled and pulled a roll of bills from his pocket. Well I insist you at least let me pay for Naruto's care. And I insist you use our home. Iruka was about to refuse when he caught the look in Ken's eyes. The last part wasn't a polite offer, it was a demand. Oh okay. But Ken said. Naruto has a key to get past the security seals inside the house. The doors stay closed and locked when not in use and do not, under any circumstances, let someone in. Is that clear? Iruka felt he should be affronted that this genin was making demands of him during a favor, but the intense way he was talking made him more worried than anything. Ken, is everything alright? The Uzumaki tensed for a moment. Let's just say that letting you into that house is a gesture of immense good faith. There's things in there that people would pay through the nose, among other things, to get their hands on. Iruka processed that for a moment before nodding resolutely. You'll find the house exactly as you left it, he promised. Ken smiled tightly and nodded in turn and handed the roll of bills to Iruka before departing with last-minute thanks. As he left, Iruka noted to himself to do a little research on the Uzumaki clan. What on earth could be in that house that was as valuable as Ken had implied? In less than the given half hour, Team Tak was mobilized, packed, and passed through Konoha's western gate for Tenzaku town, jumping in the trees when they could. Aoba, as the ranking officer and therefore voted as mission leader, estimated that they would arrive at the town by early evening at their relatively leisurely pace, an estimation that proved spot on. As the sun reached the midway point between noon and the horizon, and they entered the town, Ken now wearing a transformation seal like the one he'd had when he'd first entered Konoha to hide his fair skin, and Uzumaki red hair tensed up at the number of people in such a small space. The town was even more populated than the Leaf Village and covered far less area. People seemed to be packed onto the sidewalks like sardines, children running in the streets when there weren't carriages or carts making their way through. He began to get twitchy as years of conditioning to avoid crowds and remain out of the public eye prodded him to do something about it. He finally broke out of his trance when Tomoko took hold of the headband around his neck from behind to halt his pace. He'd almost taken a wrong turn, too distracted with trying to keep everyone here in his line of sight to keep his focus on his teammates. You know, the ones who actually had the client's location. Ken, are you alright? She asked, her voice pitched high over the clamor of the crowd. I'll be fine. He shouted back. Which was true, he'd be fine once they were off the streets. Let's just find a place to stay. After a bit of searching, the trio found an inn that struck a good balance of cleanliness, affordability, and the all too necessary vacancy. Tomoko, showing a surprising penchant for haggling, was able to barter a good deal on a pair of adjoining rooms, one for Tomoko and one for Aoba and Ken to share. They took the keys and climbed the rickety staircase to the rooms, Ken passing them each a scroll he had sealed their gear and provisions into before leaving the village. Ken himself never went on a mission carrying a pack, that's what storage seals were for. Aoba unsealed his gear and began gathering a change of clothes for the morning when the crinkling of paper caught his attention. He turned to find Ken placing sealing tags all over the walls and on the room's small window. He could only stare as the Uzumaki continued his work, the movement so practiced as to seem almost ritualistic, finally finishing with a trio of tags on the door. But that done, Ken turned and froze in the wake of Aoba's shaded stare. After a few moments of awkward silence, "Do you ever take those shades off? Even at night?" Aoba snorted with a grin. "No. If I ever did, no one would recognize me. Which is exactly the point." His faint grin faded and he gestured to the room. "What is all this?" "Habit, I suppose," Ken replied, clearly dodging the question. "Habit?" Aoba pressed. He was aware that paranoia could save a shinobi, but placing over a dozen ceiling tags, whose purpose he could only guess was security-based, in a rented room, seemed a little close to overkill. "I'll take them down before we leave." "It won't take a minute," Ken added sharply. Aoba decided to drop the subject, at least for now. He too had seen how Ken reacted to the close crowds, lights, and noises of a town built on tourism and gambling. He decided to give the man some slack on what was his first escort mission, a fact he had divulged during one of their brief bits of chatter on the way here. A knock at the door diffuses the tension in the room. "Guys," Tomoko said through the door, "I'm heading down to the dining room for a bite. Don't kill each other while I'm gone." The words were playful, but neither man could ignore how closely apt they were. "Hungry?" Ken asked. "Starving," Aoba replied quickly. And both ninjas rose and followed Tomoko downstairs. "Ah, Naruto. Welcome back, my boy," Tucci said warmly. "And Instructor Iruka, always a pleasure, of course." Naruto grinned widely back while Iruka just smiled. "The usual please, Mr. Tucci," he said. Tucci nodded and returned to the kitchen of the stand, leaving the front open for AM to greet their favorite customer and his instructor. "Hello Naruto." "Good evening, Iruka," AM smiled. "We haven't seen you around as much, Naruto. Everything okay?" "Oh yeah." Naruto realized, "I guess I haven't been back since I met my cousin." "Cousin?" AM asked with genuine surprise. She had many fond memories of the energetic and rambunctious Kushina Uzumaki from before the Nine Tails attack that had claimed the woman's life, memories she was sad to have to keep to herself by order of the Hokage. "Who is that?" Naruto opened his mouth to answer, then thought of something better. "Do you remember a guy who came in and talked to me last time I was here? The one who reheated my ramen and said your dad's was the best ever?" AM tapped her chin and thought, a little over the top for Naruto's benefit. "I remember a polite man with red hair," she admitted. "That's him. We met by total accident before we realized we were cousins. Ken's Uzumaki, just like me. And just like my mom." AM's eyes went wide at the revelation that Naruto knew about his mother. Did this mean he knew about his father? She bit down on the question just before it could leap from her tongue, and good thing she did with their next customer. "Naruto, boy," Lord Hiruzen said with a warm smile, setting his ceremonial hat down on the seat on Naruto's other side. "I hope you're not getting into mischief with your cousin away." Naruto pouted a bit before answering. "Nope. Instructor Iruka's looking after me, and between him and cousin Ken's instructions, I really can't afford to. Ken threatened to cut off my training if I did anything too dumb." Hiruzen couldn't hide a chuckle at that. For any other academy student, holding off training would be considered a reward rather than a punishment. It seemed Naruto had the same approach to training as his parents. Dive into it until you can handle no more for the day. Befitting an Uzumaki. "And how is training going, anyway?" "Awesome. I mean, except for the meditation stuff, I hate that. And the chakra control stuff. It's so boring. But he's teaching me Uzumaki-style fighting, and he promised that he'd start teaching me ninjutsu when he says my chakra stuff is good enough." Hiruzen listened with half an ear as he accepted a bowl of his usual from AM and began eating. He glanced across Naruto and caught Iruka's eye, who shrugged with noodles hanging from his lips. As Hiruzen dug into his own meal, he couldn't help but be pleased that Naruto was being taught the fundamentals so early. "Has he taught you anything else?" Hiruzen asked. "Yeah. He told me about how we're descended from an old wise guy, the first ninja. And that gives us a chance to get really strong with extra hard work. He also mentioned how our old village isn't around anymore, but he won't tell me more about that." Naruto scratched his head as he tried to remember more. "I dunno. A lot of the stuff he says just kinda goes over my head and he has to dumb it down a bit." Iruka chuckled. "Don't worry about that too much, Naruto. Yes, knowledge is important, but you've just got talents in different areas. True, you'll need to work extra hard in the classroom, but you can pick up physical skills way faster than most. Even faster than Sasuke." Naruto asked excitedly. "Does it matter? What's important is that you pick them up well." Naruto wilted a bit at the response, knowing full well that it was grown-up talk for no, not faster than Sasuke. What made that jerk so quick on the uptake, anyway? "I believe what Iruka is trying to say, Naruto," Hiruzen supplied, "is that you should focus on honing your own skills. Do that and the strength will follow. Don't compare yourself to others quite yet, as you're all still in the beginning of your training. Just work on your own skills and you'll rise to great heights." "Exactly." "Thank you, Lord Hokage," Haruka said. "You're quite welcome. Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me," he said, leaving his empty bowl with his payment and a generous tip, "I must sadly get back to work." He replaced his ceremonial hat and left with just a wave to Naruto. The boy waved back with a grin before more pensively returning to his third bowl. "Don't compare your worth to others," he repeated. Maybe Haruka and the Hokage were right. His rivalry with Sasuke made him want to beat him at everything, but maybe that wasn't the way to go. Oh yeah, he'd definitely rise up to outclass that jerk, but maybe it was time to figure out what he could do better. And he was certain cousin Ken could help him figure that out when he got back. As promised, Ken had cleaned up the room with time to spare for the team to meet the clients by dawn. Team TAC arrived at the rendezvous to find the merchant employees of the caravans finishing their preparations. Upon their arrival, a man and a woman dressed in fine robes approached to meet them. "Ah, the Leaf Shinobi. Right on time." The man introduced himself and his wife as Itsuki and Sana of the Aoki family of wine merchants who had taken it upon themselves to travel across the various nations and buy up local wines for some specialty shops in the land of cliffs. "And you fear that your wines will be targeted?" Aoba asked. "It never hurts to be careful," the lady replied. "Anyone from shrewd competitors to any number of collectors could want our stock, after all." "Your reasons are your own," Tomoko said with a grin. "We'll just make sure nothing happens." "That is a relief," the husband sighed. "We should be ready to go," but first he turned and cupped his hands. "Kaido. Come here." The door of the rearmost caravan opened to reveal a young man in his late teens in a suit that was clearly designed to appear uncaringly disheveled. He was a handsome man, but the haughty sneer on his lips, now twisted with displeasure, toned down the effect. His sneer only deepened at the sight of Team TAC. "Ah, the Leaf rabble. Father, I still don't see why we couldn't be bothered with our own hired hands." As he spoke, his gaze alighted onto Tomoko, and his eyebrows rose. "Then again, perhaps there are some advantages," he smirked and strode up into her personal space. "Good morning, miss. What might your name be?" Tomoko's gaze was as deadpan as could be as she lazily crossed her arms. "Does it really matter?" she asked. "Ah, a girl with her priorities straight," Kaido grinned. "Care to join me in the caravan? I'm sure I could make your task a little less tiresome. Or perhaps more so in the best of ways." Sana gasped at her son's words, while Itsuki groaned in embarrassment. "Hard pass, rich boy," Tomoko replied. "I doubt you could keep up with a shinobi." With that, she, somehow, flipped her short hair and strode away to speak with some of the merchant's workers. I like a girl who plays hard to get," Kaido smirked. He glanced at Aoba and Ken and his grin disappeared into bored apathy. "Don't you two have work to do?" With that, he strode away with a carefully cultivated swagger. "Please excuse my son," Itsuki said. "He's an only child. I'm sure you know how they can be." "I was an only child," Ken replied testily, "raised by my grandfather after my home was razed to the ground." Aoba lowered his brows at Ken in what passed for a scowl from behind his shades. The message was clear, do not insult the clients. "But that's neither here nor there," Ken recovered. "How about I do some work on reinforcing your caravans with ninja sealwork?" The Ayakis took the silent apology with surprising grace and led him to the caravan that housed their property. Ken left behind a shadow clone to discuss guard strategies with his team and Aoba took the lead to gather Tomoko and begin planning. Within 15 minutes, the short train was ready, Ken's pre-prepared sealwork already applied, and the mission was underway. As the train left Tenzaku town behind, a figure hidden in the trees surrounding the town a distance from the road watched through a spyglass. The figure scribbled a message and attached it to the foot of a carrier pigeon, then tossed the bird into the air. The bird circled a few times to get its bearings before flying northward. The figure watched it go before glancing at the caravans one last time. With a nod, they bolted through the trees with remarkable speed. It was time to start their operation. And no nameless Konoha ninja were going to stop them. Chapter 8. Aren't the leaves lovely today? Neither Aoba nor Ken seemed to react to the news, at least not externally. But the innocuous phrase was actually a code they had set up at the beginning of the mission proper, one that meant Tomoko had sensed something in the trees. "They seem particularly vibrant around here," she continued, the predetermined phrase meaning any chakra signatures she'd sensed were far larger than anyone untrained in the use of chakra. None of the three showed any sign of their suspicion, but they all internally tensed and prepared for a sneak attack. Nothing happened for several minutes until they reached a bend in the road that hugged the side of a river. Tomoko's eyes widened a moment before the water of the river rose up in a massive wave and crashed upon the caravan train, swallowing up the cries of the Aoki family and their half-dozen employees. "Geez, fool, I think we went a little overboard, huh?" Two figures dressed in linen shirts and baggy pants held up by sashes rode forward on small waves from further upstream. Both bore prominent sky blue bandanas over their hair, with the kanji for tsunami positioned over their forehead. Before the second figure could answer, the water drained away to reveal 3 domes of rock that had protected the caravans. The domes' tops exploded to reveal 3 prepared shinobi. In perfect sync, Aoba and Tomoko each unsealed a few Uma shuriken and hurled them at their targets, while Ken tossed a handful of kunai. The rogue ninja dodged the projectiles and landed back on the water. Missed, the second one taunted. So? Tomoko asked, weaving hand seals. Fire release. Majestic flame technique. With a deep breath, Tomoko expelled the chakra needed in her belly into a cone of widening flames that arced down like the spray from a fire hose. The ninja split up to avoid the flames, which settled on the surface of the water and continued to burn, like ignited oil. Tomoko kept up the technique and turned her head to fire it upriver, igniting the water that would slowly move downstream and forcing the enemy nin to fight on land. No sooner had the two landed than Aoba finished his own seals and slammed his bloodied hand upon the ground, summoning a flock of crows that darted at the newcomers. The pair of ninja cried out in surprise as the birds viciously attacked them, scratching and pecking at any exposed flesh that they could. Team Tak hardly had time to enjoy the satisfaction of a well-executed tactic before one of the earthen domes protecting the caravan burst and crumbled apart, accompanied by a faint scream of pain and surprise. Another ninja in a tsunami bandana lay some distance away from the unharmed caravan, his body smoking and twitching, while the caravan glowed with lines of seal script and arcs of electricity. "I gotta thank Yama for giving me that idea," Ken smiled. As he'd promised, he'd fortified the caravans with defensive seals, but he'd added an extra twist. He'd infused the seals with lightning chakra so that when they were triggered, the seals would release the lightning in a protective coating, something he'd worked on in his spare time after his spar with the monkey. Unsealing their various weapons, Aoba and Tomoko went to engage the first 2 enemies, who had used the river water to blast away Aoba's crows, while Ken went to check the third one. Both ninjas, now covered with scratches and clearly enraged, produced a kusari fundo lengths of chain with weights on each end and began to twirl them before engaging the leaf ninjas. One swung his chain at Tomoko, who held up her naginata to let the chain wrap around the shaft and tugged to jerk her opponent off balance. She then stepped on the chain to trap it and expertly unwound her spear shaft before swinging the blade in a horizontal swipe. The enemy nin jumped over the blade, which left him unable to dodge Tomoko's follow-up of a two-handed upward swing of the shaft that cracked against his shins. She grinned at the nin's howl of pain and kicked him away before re-engaging. Aoba, on his part, decided to test his opponent out before attacking outright. He bobbed and wove to avoid the lashes from his opponent's weighted chain that he was using as a whip. After several dodges, he released a sharp whistle, which called his crows back into the fray. With them distracting the nin, who started waving his kusari fundo to try and get rid of them, Aoba dove in with his kunai and slashed his opponent's flailing wrist, forcing him to drop the chain. A hard jab to the chin put the nin out like a light. After securely tying up his downed opponent, Aoba turned to find Tomoko delivering a powerful uppercut to her own enemy's jaw. She checked his pulse to find him still alive and trussed him up as well, smirking at Aoba in triumph. Ken chose that moment to arrive with his black wakizashi, a disappointed frown on his lips. "Damn, I was hoping to get a few swings in," he sighed. "Was the third guy dead?" Tomoko asked. Ken nodded solemnly. "Well then, perhaps we should investigate these two," Aoba noted. He knelt before the nin he had beaten and went through a combination of seals before removing the man's bandana and placing his palm on his forehead. Ken watched closely, eager to see the technique Aoba knew to scan memories, while Tomoko expanded her chakra senses in case of an ambush. What no one expected was for a line of glowing sealing script to flare up along the nin's forehead. Aoba grunted and cringed as his mind transmission picked up psychic feedback, jerking his hand away. But rather than fade away or retract, the seal script flared brighter. The man awoke with a start and a pained scream before coughing up blood and collapsing, dead as a post. Not a second later, the same happened to his partner. "Well, that was weird," Tomoko noted. Ken moved in and examined the dead nin, catching only a glimpse of the script before it finally faded away. He hissed in frustration, having picked up nothing useful, at least not from the script. "Tomoko, is the area clear?" Ken asked. Tomoko formed a half seal and focused to expand her sensory radius. After a few moments, she released a pent-up breath and nodded. "Yep, no chakra signatures within 500 yards except for the client's." "Good," Ken said, picking up a discarded bandana and examining it. "Because we need to have a word with them about these guys." Further up the road, well beyond Tomoko's sensory range, a shadowy figure carefully suppressed their chakra from detection as they lowered the spyglass they'd used to examine the fight. They scoffed and shook their heads. The loss of those men was nothing major, they'd been non-member cannon fodder who'd been a little good with water. But the intel they'd gleaned for the figure could go a long way in acquiring their objective. With that decision, the figure bound up the road to rejoin their real team. They'd hit soon, after the paranoia from a coming attack had worn them down a bit. "They're called Rappanin," Ken began. After smoothing the road with earth release, Team Tak had directed the caravan to keep moving until dark, their senses taut for any more surprises. Thankfully, nothing had happened. They'd circled the wagons as they had the past 4 nights much longer than expected, as the clients had decided to visit a village near the border with a land of rain to pick up a rare vintage fed by the wet landscape, and Ken set up a perimeter of shadow clones to keep everyone at ease. With the camp set up for the night, he gathered the Aoki family to discuss the situation. Ruffian ninjas? Tomoko asked. I've never heard of them. That's because they actively avoid the attention of the great nations, Ken explained, eyes on the bandana from earlier he held in his hand. They're groups of low-level missing nin that band together after deserting, usually under the leadership of a higher-level missing nin. They avoid any countries where members are originally from and prey on the outskirts of the smaller nations. They usually act as mercenaries, but sometimes they get into organized crime as enforcers. That makes sense, the low-level thing, Aoba commented. Those guys back there were about our age, but didn't seem like they could have passed the Chunin exams. I'm guessing you've had some run-ins with these types before. I have, Ken affirmed. I have 3 B-rank missions under my belt, and all of them were to hunt down gangs of Rappanin who had gotten too bold for the local government's liking. None of them were more skilled than average, but that made them too much for non-shinobi law enforcement to handle, especially with smaller nations having so few of their own ninjas to spare. Wait, so why don't the smaller nations ask for help from the Great Five? Or even hire us to handle the problem? Tomoko asked. The save face, Aoba deduced. It's one thing for private clients to hire foreign ninjas, that happens all the time. But it's a severe sign of weakness for a small government to admit they can't handle their own affairs. It would be like hanging a fluorescent sign saying, "Come take me over, I'm easy pickings." Pretty much, Ken nodded. And one of these ninja gangs has targeted our stock. Itsuki asked. I swear we didn't expect ninja interference. It's fine, Tomoko assured them. I mean, your fee will go up to a B-rank price, but we've handled the threat. So why should we pay more? Kaido spat, his face red. You admitted they were barely a challenge and that they're dead now. So the ninja threat is over. For now, Ken amended. These gangs usually number in the lower dozens. The ones from earlier were probably no-talent dummies used to gauge our abilities. They'll be back with the real deal soon enough, probably before we get to the border. Kaido simply flipped Ken off before stomping to his family's wagon. So what would you recommend we do? Sana asked. If Ken's analysis is correct, they will be waiting for us to stumble into another ambush, Aoba reasoned. They'll most likely be watching all of the roads that cross the border, so an alternate route wouldn't do any good. And we can't move too fast or else threaten your wares. The couple nodded in agreement with that last part. I would suggest we simply go on as we have been. If we can't avoid these Rappanin, then we can only fight them. Tomko, will Yama be willing to help us? Tomoko smiled and nodded. Then with the seals protecting the caravans, we should be able to keep them at bay, at least until we can get to the border and meet up with the Taki-nin for backup. The Akis thought it over and nodded in turn. We will also see about further cushioning the wares, just in case it comes down to fleeing, Itsuki said. Sounds good, Tomoko chirped. I'll take the first watch with Yama. Ken, you take the second with your clones, and Aoba can work the last with his crows. Aoba nodded tacitly. I agree. Everyone else, get some rest. The next few days are going to be rough. With that, the merchants and their workers returned to their caravans while the ninjas set up their tents. As Tomoko hopped into a tree to summon Yama and keep an eye out, Aoba approached Ken. Ken, if I may have a word. The redhead-turned brunette only nodded. You claimed that these Rappanin groups avoid the great nations with fervor. If that is the case, this group must have a great motivation for whatever they want. Far too much for a wine collection, no matter how diverse. Do you think there's something the clients haven't told us about? Ken asked. The elder Akis are clean, Aoba said, relying on his famed intuition. But something about the boy rubs me the wrong way, especially with how he exploded earlier. It seemed too calculated, fake. Whatever is happening, I think he is somehow involved. What will you do? Ken asked. For now, just as I said. We keep going until we finish the mission. I have a feeling that whatever he is hiding will reveal itself soon enough. With that, he left Ken to rest up for his own watch. As Ken climbed into his tent to do the same, he sighed heavily. Why couldn't C-ranks be uncomplicated just once? Reporting in, Sensei. Hiruzen smirked and tapped his pipe as he looked back to find his only on-duty student sitting in the corner of his office window. Jiraiya shrugged and hopped down to take his place before his teacher and commander. Welcome home, Jiraiya. I wasn't expecting you for a few more weeks, Hiruzen noted. I found a gap in my appointments, Jiraiya explained, referring to his frequent meetings with the informants that made up his international spy network. Said network required constant tending for him to be up to date on the events of the shinobi world, and it was the main reason he had been unable to take care of little Naruto. And since the kid's birthday is coming up, I thought I should be here to make sure things don't get out of hand. While it was true that no villager had ever physically harmed the young Uzumaki, the only child of Jiraiya's favorite student, there had been a few close calls with those with deep grudges against the fox and 1 or 3 too many bowls of sake. But Jiraiya had made a point to make sure of his semi-annual scheduled reports to Konoha during the festival to make sure nothing unfortunate happened. At least to the boy. As it turns out, that may not be as large a problem as in previous years, Hiruzen commented lightly, filling his pipe back up and working on some of his paperwork with half a mind. Jiraiya's eyebrows shot up under his oil headband. Have the people seriously started to accept him? That would be amazing. And, frankly, a complete turnaround from last year. No, though there has been a bit of progress on that front. I recently declassified Naruto's status. I told you that law was a bad idea, Jiraiya smirked. And he had. Every single time he'd reported in for the last 8 years. But you did, but that isn't the most impressive piece of news. Naruto now has the most devoted caretaker. The third paused, secretly savoring a bit of theatrics. A blood caretaker. Jiraiya stepped back as if he'd been slapped. A family member. Minato's family, at least those that hadn't been killed in the fox's rampage, had moved away after he died facing the fox, unable to stay in a village with such horrific memories of the loss of their pride and joy, utterly unaware that Naruto was their family. So if it hadn't been an amicus, then Uzumaki is here in the village, Jiraiya asked, practically shouting. Yes, Hiruzen smiled, both at the idea and at the look on his student's face. Young Ken arrived here a few weeks ago after wandering his entire life with a recently passed relative. He came here with little hope of family and I introduced them. They are now the shared future of a once powerful clan. There were several moments of silence as Jiraiya tried to wrap his head around this revelation. Jiraiya? Hiruzen prompted, having an inkling of the lines Jiraiya's thoughts were roaming along. Best to help him along. I would have thought you'd be pleased. Jiraiya blinked rapidly as if coming out of a trance. Oh, I am, sensei. Excited. Very excited. Naruto has someone like that. We'll care for him. Hiruzen lifted an eyebrow at the faint pause in Jiraiya's words. You're suspicious, he said, a statement, not a question. That's understandable. I know how much you cared for Minato. He was like the son you'd never had. And it is natural that you would be protective of his son, who is also your godson. And before you ask, yes, I am very certain that Ken is in Uzumaki. Several blood and chakra tests confirmed as much. And he has taken good care of the boy in the week since. Jiraiya let out a breath and that part of his concerns abated. The Uzumaki as a whole had treasured family with little regard for distance and relation. No matter how far they were related, a genuine Uzumaki would care for Naruto as a true clansman or cousin. But that doesn't mean that Naruto wouldn't care to meet his godfather, Hiruzen pointed out. In truth, he'd been supportive of the notion of Jiraiya taking responsibility for Naruto. Of course, that would have meant relocating permanently to the village, as the council would never have approved letting the new leave the village for so long, no matter how powerful Jiraiya was. And staying for good would mean the dissolution of Jiraiya's spy network, an invaluable resource that had taken years to cultivate. I'm no good with kids, sensei, Jiraiya deflected, as he had every time Hiruzen brought up meeting Naruto. Maybe in a couple more years. He crossed his arms as he thought a bit. Though I would like to meet this Ken fellow. Maybe give him some tips on training. He is training Naruto, right? Jiraiya had made his opinion on the current state of the academy clear on several occasions, citing that it had severely decayed since his own tenure and the kids were capable of much more. Which was a rather bold statement from someone who was no good with kids. He is training Naruto in the basics of all things, Hiruzen said with a smile. The professor was a firm believer in the old phrases basics are for battle and a strong foundation allows for a stronger house. One only had to look at the man before him to see the fruits of such a philosophy. But I'm sure he would welcome some insight from one of the Sannin. Wonderful. So when can I meet him? Hiruzen explained about Ken's escort mission, one that would last a few more days, according to Yamashiro's nightly messages delivered by Crow. Which meant Jiraiya would have to stay in the village for a bit longer if he wanted to meet him. Fine, I'll roam the outlying towns and tap some of my sources for local shenanigans. Now, as for what I've heard recently, Tomoko kept her breathing even and her focus on her hearing and chakra senses, carefully open to any signs of a night attack. She trusted her teammates' conclusions that these Rapinin would wait to attack, but it was always possible for them to try and blindside them while the group was presumably still recovering. Besides, bandits might be roaming the woods and they'd be just as much of a nuisance as Rapinin. To her back was Yama, who was also listening for intruders. With the threat of these ruffians, he'd been more than willing to aid his summoner. He breathed deeply to catch any trace of an enemy's scent. And smirked at a familiar one drawing near. I believe that is my cue, Yama rumbled. Good night, little one. With that, Yama disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Tomoko surprised at his sudden departure. Surprise that rapidly turned into exasperation when Ken, still in his brunette disguise even at night, landed on the other side of the client's wine caravan. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Ken greeted me. "A bit strung out, but not too tired. I usually stay up later than this anyway," she smirked. Ken rolled his eyes and conjured a shadow clone, which then conjured 9 more. With a collective salute, the clones scattered into the surrounding trees. Ken leaned back and settled onto the caravan, hands behind his head as he gazed at the moon. "You know, that's really clever," Tomoko noted, drawing a leg up to wrap her arms around her shin. "Conjuring one clone that has half of your chakra, then having it divide further so you keep as much as you can. Did you come up with it yourself?" "I dunno," Ken shrugged. "I mean, I did come up with it myself, but who knows if someone else figured it out before that." He smiled. "And thank you for the compliment," he added. Tomoko smiled back and cast her gaze across the trees surrounding the clearing. "You're teaching me that when we get back, by the way," she said. "Are you sure you can handle it?" he asked. "That technique is reserved for a reason. And I haven't checked to see if you have even remotely high enough chakra levels." "Checked?" Tomoko glanced at him. "You're a sensor, too?" He hadn't mentioned that. "Not as such. But my clan had a technique that serves a similar function, at least at a short range. My grandfather said a few times that those who were genuine sensor types could combine it with the sensory technique to vastly expand the range." "And what vaunted technique is that?" Tomoko asked. "The mind's eye of the Kagura. By focusing our chakra we can open our mind's eye and literally see chakra, like a. We can see its color, judge its potency, and determine its amount. Granted, it's not as overpowered as a Sharingan or, but it really has its uses." Tomoko blinked a few times as she processed the uses of such a technique. "So look at mine," she said. Ken sat up in surprise. "Seriously?" he asked. "Sure. I mean, we're teammates, right?" Tomoko reasoned. "It would be a good idea for you to know my limits to the best of your ability." She repositioned herself to be sitting on her knees. "Plus if you don't, I'm going to bug you about it non-stop. So it's really in your best interest here." Ken wondered for a moment if she was joking, then grimaced and decided she definitely was not. "Alright," he settled onto his knees as well, "you asked for it." Ken formed a half seal and focused to open his mind's eye, taking a few moments. As the technique took effect, he took a close look at Tomoko. His breath escaped at the sight of her chakra. To his mind's eye, her chakra shone bright yellow, like the petals of a sunflower. It was somehow soothing. Ken shook his head just a bit and got back to the matter at hand. Aside from the color, her chakra was clearly very potent and her reserves were well above average, too. Not as high as in Uzumaki, but comparable. Which meant she was fine to use the shadow clone technique as long as she kept her limits in mind. Ken let his mind's eye close and blinked his physical eyes open. "I stand corrected. You've got enough chakra to split between a good 3 clones and still be ready to fight." With that, he gestured for her to come nearer and whispered the details of executing the technique, which was remarkably simple for a B rank. Especially given her experience with the shuriken derivative. "Okay, let me give it a try," she said, standing up and rubbing her hands together. She formed the unique seal for the technique and focused her chakra. Shadow clone technique. With a burst of smoke, 2 doppelgangers appeared and high-fived. "Oh yeah." Tomoko cheered before clapping her hands to her mouth. It was past midnight, people were trying to sleep. No sooner had she quieted down than Tomoko fell to one knee. "Tomoko?" Ken asked, suddenly worried, as were her clones. They all backed off as she waved them away, dispelling her clones while she was at it. "I'm okay. Just took me by surprise, the sudden drain on my chakra." She stood up and shook herself out, trying to acclimate to the sensation. Man, that was weird. No technique in her arsenal could use up chakra quite like that. "Yeah, that's why it's a technique. But when they disperse, their chakra returns to you. Not to mention anything they've experienced." He smirked. "Using the technique, especially in battle, requires immense self-discipline." Ken chuckled as Tomoko puffed up her cheeks in a pout. "Remind me, which one of us is the ranking officer here?" she asked, crossing her arms. "Hopefully the one mature enough not to pull rank over a bit of teasing," Ken replied. Tomoko smiled and rolled her eyes. "Well, this particular person just made the decision to get some sleep for tomorrow. Don't let the camp burn down before Aoba wakes up." She pointed at him. "That's an order." "Yes ma'am," Ken saluted before settling down and producing a scroll of experimental seal formulae. As Tomoko hopped off the cart and made her way back to the tents, Ken's smile faded and he focused on his work, confident in his shadow clones to pick up any disturbances for the next few hours. All the while, Aoba's words about this tsunami gang being motivated and the fleeting image of the seals that had disposed of their members swirled in the back of his mind as he continued his work. And as he drew up diagrams and designs of sealing matrices and arrays, he couldn't help but wonder what the completion of this mission would entail. Chapter 9. 2 days of determined movement had passed since the attack, coupled with 2 nights of tense security. As the final projected day of travel neared, the members of Team TAC were both relieved and wary, relieved that it was almost over, one way or another, and wary of the attack that would no doubt happen today. As the trio of caravans were lined up for the last leg of their mission, Aoba glanced to the north and their end goal. At the rate they had been going, they would reach the waterfall border and rendezvous with one of their teams between late afternoon and evening. Which meant they had about an 8-hour window of attack, starting now. As preparation for the inevitable attack, Tomoko had already summoned Yama, who sat next to the driver of the front caravan. Aoba would join the second, one of his summoned crows perched on his shoulder and ready to immediately summon a murder of its fellows without further preparation. Aoba was considering where to place his teammates for maximum defensive options when Tomoko wandered up. "Isn't it weird that Ken's the only one here without a summon?" she asked quietly, one eye on Ken himself as he checked and rechecked the seal formulae that would protect the caravans. "Maybe we should help him look into that when the mission is over and done with." Aoba grunted in assent. Both of them were very much aware of how formidable a summons could be, both in and out of combat. The sound of surprised yelling caught their attention, and they turned to find the walls of the caravan smoking as the seal matrices glowed white. Ken was waving away the light smoke and explaining something to Itsuki and Sana. "What on earth are you doing?" Aoba asked as he approached. "Engraving," Ken explained. "It's an Uzumaki's secret sealing application. This permanently affixes the seals to a surface and resists any efforts to remove it short of utter destruction of the vessel. And since a part of these seals are to reinforce the wood to steel-like hardness, that's not likely. It's basically the same thing I did to the seals on your shoulders." Aoba and Tomoko glanced at each other as they considered the implications of such a thing. And independently wondered if there was anything this lost clan couldn't do with seals. "Are you saying you've made our caravans impregnable?" Itsuki asked with wide eyes. "For all intents and purposes, yes. At least for today and maybe a few more days after. The seals still require chakra to function, and a lot of it. I've been adding to their reserves every night since we started, so they should be able to resist anything that comes at them today. But without ninja to replenish them, they'll just be decorative when the stored chakra runs out." "Could we pay another shinobi from our village to replenish them?" Sana asked. Ken grimaced. "In theory. But it would take a lot of chakra to keep them going through any number of ambushes, and a mission like that would not be cheap." He turned to them with a fierce look in his eyes. "And remember what we agreed upon before I applied these." Ken had made a secondary agreement with the Akis before he'd placed these seals. In return for utilizing secret clan techniques, they were to never speak of it to anyone else, much less allow anyone to try and study it. No sealing formula was beyond reverse engineering, and he would be damned if anyone got their hands on his family's secrets because of these two. He'd made that abundantly clear to them, with implied threats that had chilled their bones. Not his proudest moment, but it worked. "We understand," Sana said. "Then I suggest we get moving," Aoba intervened. "We're burning daylight as it is." "An excellent suggestion, Mr. Yamashiro," Itsuki agreed. He clapped for attention and gave the order to get moving. Within 10 minutes, they were eating up the miles toward the border. And through it all, Aoba resisted the urge to fidget. His intuition was screaming at him that they were being watched. Today was the day they would have to truly fight. Naruto shouted a wordless battle cry as he hammered away at a training dummy Ken had made for him, one of 3. This, the first, was basically a post with a cushion of straw around it for practicing his katas. Normally Ken or one of his shadow clones would be here to correct any problems with his forms, but for now he was instructed to practice what he knew. The second in line was similar to the first, but was etched with seals that made it swear randomly, simulating a dodging opponent. This forced Naruto to actively compensate and hone his aggressive reflexes. The third in line was equipped with arms and seals that made them swing at him as he practiced on it. He was meant to block these attacks even as he attacked it, thus honing his defensive reactions. The best part was that when he finished, when he had dealt enough damage to any of them, the stylized head of the dummy would turn red and explode off, remaining attached with a spring. That always made him laugh and further motivated him to do well. As Naruto continued his physical training, Haruka kept a close eye on him while also writing out his lesson plans for the coming week. It was Saturday, which meant no class. And that in turn meant he could get an idea of Naruto's extracurricular training firsthand. He was impressed with the notes Ken had left behind and was sure to keep to them as much as possible. After calling an end to Naruto's katas, he motioned for him to begin his daily meditation. Naruto pouted but didn't complain as he dropped into a folded leg sitting position and held one fist in the other hand, breathing loudly as he tried to lose himself in the void of mindless mindfulness. Haruka joined him but first cast his gaze northward. He loved spending time with Naruto, really. But he genuinely hoped that the elder Uzumaki would return home soon. For Naruto's sake, if nothing else. Less than an hour from their destination, it started with the trees. But the eerie creak of straining wood, the trees on either side of the road, began to tilt forward to crush them. As the only one with a grasp of earth release, Ken formed the snake seal and slammed his hands to the ground, erecting two long walls along the sides of the road to catch the trees. As the walls rose and caught them, a blast of wind release sheared through the branches sticking over the walls and sent hundreds of pounds of wood flying down upon them. Tomoko reacted quickly with a fire dragon flame bullet, the twisting construct of condensed flames charring the branches to cinders, while Aoba cleared the other side with a simpler fire dragon bullet. "Circle the caravans," Aoba shouted. The drivers were already in motion to do so, abandoning their seats as soon as they could to dart inside. With a hand sign, Ken activated the protective seals and unsealed his black wakizashi, while Tomoko and Aoba revealed their own weapons. "Tomoko," Aoba prompted. They focused on molding sensory chakra and searching out for their opponents. 3 signatures, she reported, all in converging, along with a few dozen weaker signatures. "Probably clones of some kind," Aoba noted. And as if on cue, the tops of the earthen walls were filled with copies of 3 different base figures. The figures all paused in various states of crouching on the walls, simply staring at them. "I know they're trying to creep us out, but you gotta respect the flair for drama," Tomoko smirked. A few moments later, the crowd of clones leapt and descended upon them. As they descended, Tomoko actually laughed as she flicked her wrist to catch her naginata at the base of its shaft, flowing fire chakra down the chakra conductive wires threaded down the length of the shaft to sheathe the blade in crimson flames. With the extra reach of the entire spear, she spun her weapon over the heads of her teammates to slice a total of 7 clones out of the air, leaving them to dissolve into mud or water. Aoba took out a handful of kunai and shuriken, imbuing them with fire chakra as well, and flung them into the throng to dissolve nearly half of the remainders. Ken flowed lightning chakra down his wakizashi, the black coloration fading to standard gray metal, and darted into the remainders, a series of quick slashes, disrupting the water release constructs or utterly destroying the earth release clones. Cutting off the lightning flow returned the blade to its characteristic black color. "Incoming," Tomoko warned, her tone failing to hide her growing excitement. On the walls where the small battalion of clones had just been, landed the 3 figures that had clearly created the clones. All 3 wore sky blue bandanas with a tsunami emblem and international standard issue flak jackets. The 2 men on one side had their faces covered by hanging cloth and a ceramic half mask respectively, while the other, a woman, had gray-blue skin and her long hair in a braid. "Oh boy," Aoba commented, looking at the woman. "That's Oda of Kurigakure. She barely failed their qualification before defecting a few years back. I see the Leaf keeps their bingo books up to date," Oda said, unsheathing a nagamaki, a long sword with a handle as long as the blade. "I also know of you, Aoba of the Yamashiro clan. It is a true shame your death will leave your fledgling clan with no chance at fame." With that, she leapt and swung downward to engage Aoba. That was apparently the signal to her subordinates. The one with the cloth covering his face leapt to Tomoko with a pair of kama sickles, while the half-masked one charged Ken with a long-bladed kunai. On Aoba's end, he was having trouble with Oba after she conjured 3 more water clones. Even with dual kunai blazing with fire chakra and his crow summon distracting one of them, he could only be facing one way at a time. And for every clone here the crows vanquished, another one rose up to take its place. Not to mention the water clones took little damage from his attacks, their composition counteracting his affinity element. He really needed to look into learning a second element. Maybe water, if he survived this. As he continued to fight, mostly deflecting slashes from Oda's nagamaki, he thought furiously to come up with a counter strategy. If he could figure out which one was the original, he could use his stone needles technique to paralyze her and at least get her out of the fight. As he was thinking this, one of the clones exploded into water droplets, revealing Yama with his and a satisfied smirk. "You seem to need some help, Aoba," he commented, swinging to dispel the last clone. "That would be appreciated," he replied, readying his weapons with newfound vigor. "Come get some," he shouted, charging with Yama. Not far from them, Tomoko was having the time of her life against her opponent. His fighting style was wild and unpredictable to fit his weapon, and his skills were on par with her own, which just made it better for her. The opponent, on the other hand, was getting more and more frustrated with the reach of her weapon. Though he had 2 hand sides, he couldn't get close to using their devastating cutting power. Not to mention the wicked flames that would flare up around her blade when she attacked. "I never understood the appeal of kama as weapons," Tomoko snarked, trying to rile him up. "They have such a weird range unless you're going for hooking maneuvers. Let me show you, you bitch." The enemy nin shouted, flowing lightning chakra into the blades. He swung at Tomoko, who ducked and jumped back to avoid the attack. Though its cutting power was inferior to wind release, lightning release still amplified a blade's cutting edge to nasty levels through intense vibrations. "Bring it, Sparky," Tomoko challenged, swinging her naginata from the end of the shaft again. The enemy swung both of his kama together in a two-handed blow to intercept and shear through the Naginata, intent on having his lightning-infused sickles destroy the blade of her spear. But rather than shatter her weapon, the blades of his kama were sliced cleanly in half. He had a second to register that before an invisible blade slashed him across the chest. The nin leapt backward and clutched his wound, a thin but deep and painful cut that grazed his sternum. He looked up as the phenomenon clicked. "You switched flowing fire chakra for wind chakra," he cried. "And wind beats lightning," she agreed, holding up a handful of shuriken in her free hand. With a swing and a shuriken shadow clone technique, the tsunami nin was flung back against the earthen wall and littered with dozens of stab wounds. He shouted in pain, but the sound was cut short by a swing from a slash from Tomoko that separated his head from his body, leaving him to crumple to the ground. On the other end of the caravan circle, Ken was engaging the half-masked nin. "You think you can beat me, you moron?" the nin cried. "You couldn't even fight against those weaklings we sent first. I saw you withdraw and leave the fighting to your friends, and those idiots were bottom rung." He reared back and stabbed forward, only for Ken to step out of the way and grab his wrist, using his momentum and his grip as a fulcrum to spin him and smash his head into the wall. "I'm really glad you guys made me raise this," Ken commented. He pulled the nin's head out of the wall and tossed him away. "You bastard," the nin shouted. "I'll kill you." His rant was cut off by seal marks spreading from his wrist and across his body. He collapsed with hardly the ability to breathe. "That's a paralysis seal," Ken explained. "One that feeds on your chakra to stay active. You'd better hope we wrap this up quickly or you'll be dead. And struggling will only make it worse." Before Ken could savor his victory, a massive explosion shook the battleground, hurling everyone asunder. The members of Team Tak each dragged themselves up, their ears ringing and everything sore. And out of the smoke surrounding the caravan stood 3 different Odas, each one holding a member of the Aoki family by the hair and a kunai to their neck. "Drop your weapons or your clients die," the middle one said, her voice deadly calm. The members of the team glanced at each other in silent communication before reluctantly doing as she said. Aoba released his crows, and Tomoko nodded to Yama, who vanished in a puff of smoke. A fourth Oda, obviously the real one, strode from behind them and punched Aoba square in the face before huffing and joining her clones. "All of you put your hands behind your head," she commanded. As they did so, all 3 leaf ninjas were furiously trying to either figure out their next move, determine how she had gotten past the defensive seals on the caravan, or both. Aoba realized that she must have conjured these clones before the battle began and then engaged him with more, allowing these clones to sneak past him in the heat of battle. "Now then, I'm sure you're wondering why I'm here," she commented with a sadistic smirk. Tomoko grit her teeth next to her teammates, realizing that Oda had no need to reveal herself to them. She just wanted to flaunt her superior position. No doubt the complex of a missing nin, having to prove yourself to any and all enemies. Aoba glanced at Tomoko to catch her attention, faintly shaking his head. The message was clear. "Calm down. Let it play out for now." She growled and nodded back. One of the clones forced Kaido to his knees, the young man grimacing at the mud stains on his robe. The real Oda looked down on him and smirked. "I could search the caravans myself, but this is more fun," she said darkly. "I'll ask once before the pain starts." She flicked her nagamaki. "Where's the product?" "Product?" the leaf nin thought in unison. Kaido was sweating bullets, clearly trying to resist his innate fear. "I don't know what you're talking about," he growled. Without a word, Oda slashed him across the face, from the ridge of his brow to the corner of his jaw. "They say women like scars," she mocked over his screams, "but only clean ones. Thin, faded ones that are so unlike the one that we'll heal into. And it's just the beginning. Second chance, where is the product?" "Go to hell," he shouted, followed by another cut, this one on the other side. "You're trying my patience, boy," Oda said. "One more try or your head comes off." She placed her blade over the back of his neck. "Where is the product?" Kaido screwed his face up but remained silent. Oda's eyes flashed and she lifted her sword. She took a deep breath and swung my trunk. Kaido shouted and her blade stopped a hair's width from his neck. "It's in a secret compartment beneath my trunk," he wept. Oda chuckled menacingly and looked at the leaf nin, silently warning them not to move under the watch of her water clones. She entered the family caravan, the one she had broken open to get to them. There was a loud scraping noise and a louder laugh before she returned with a clump of white fibers between her fingers. "Now you know not to mess with our boss, boy," she said cruelly. She looked up at the team. "And you 3 are poor excuses for ninja." "Think so?" Ken asked rhetorically. Oda's eyes narrowed at the words. Before something burst from the ground and wrapped around each of the water clones holding the family hostage and tried to wrap around her. The real deal was able to avoid it, but the clones were too busy and were trapped. Oda went pale as a sheet at the sight before her. 3 shining gold-tinted chains as thick as her wrist had wrapped around their arms to keep them from harming the clients, followed by wrapping their bodies. After a few moments, when most of their bodies were covered, the clones dissolved as their connection to their creator was severed. Oda started trembling. That can't be. Her thoughts were cut off by her instinct screaming at her to jump, leaving Tomoko's throne Naginata to barely miss her. She had barely landed on one of the caravans before more chains shot at her and drove her further away to avoid them. As she landed against one of the walls and adhered with chakra, she caught sight of the chains coming from one of the Leaf Nin's backs. Aride's back. There could be no doubt. She had to flee. Oda tossed down every smoke bomb she had and ran as fast as she could. The three ninjas stood there, stunned at her sudden departure. Tomoko expanded her sensory awareness and tracked her as she rapidly approached the edge of her sensory range. She's running, Tomoko confirmed. Should we chase her down? Tomoko asked, clearly hoping for a yes. No, Aoba replied, rubbing his jaw. She was spooked by something. I don't think she'll be coming back. He glanced at Ken. Your transformation broke, by the way, he noted, trying to keep his tone light. Ken's eyes widened and he peeled off the false bandage to reveal a disjointed seal matrix. It must have happened during that explosion. But that made no sense. The only thing like that could cancel his seal was. Ken shoved that thought aside and crumpled up the bandage before tossing it to Tomoko. Burn it, he said shortly, years of keeping his identity a secret rising up and threatening to swallow him in irrational panic. He fell to his knees and tried to meditate, to hold back the tide of negativity. The Akis could only tremble in shock as all of this transpired, at least until Tomoko approached and knelt with them, talking with them to try and ease them out of the shock they were in. As she did that, Aoba entered the family caravan to find a secret compartment just as described, filled to the brim with tied foot-by-foot bales of white plant fibers. Aoba knelt and plucked some from one of the bales and examined it closely. He sniffed them and pressed his lips together. He took the sample and returned to the clients, holding it up for all to see. Mr. and Madame Aoki, I'm afraid your son is smuggling opium. As the sun drew near to the horizon, a trio of Taki ninjas, and two, were growing concerned about their clients. They had been at this outpost on the Fire Cliffs border for almost 2 days, helping out where they could, but otherwise treating it as a getaway before their mission began. But if the caravan train did not appear before sunset, they were ordered to go out and search for them at the crack of dawn. So one could hardly imagine their relief when the speck of a distant caravan was spotted on the horizon. As they drew nearer, signs of wear and hardship became more and more apparent. The Leaf Ninjas that had handled this leg of the long-term escort mission, which had spanned multiple countries, had clearly had a run-in with some serious obstacles. As the Taki team approached the caravans when they crossed the border, the elder Akis providing verification, they were surprised to find their presumably son stripped to his underclothes and being led by a rope from the back of the rear wagon, along with another man in the trappings of a prisoner. Greetings, honored Aoki family, the leader said. I take it wasn't a smooth trip. The Akis remained silent, both looking away in the wake of great shame. One of the Leaf Nin, with spiky hair and sunshades, stepped forward and explained the situation in as much detail as possible. After his explanation, he unsealed a storage scroll to reveal one of the opium bales as proof and then resealed it and tucked the scroll into his flak jacket. We will be taking this back to our village as contraband within our borders. Our hospital can refine it into medicine. The Taki ninjas nodded in agreement and began the official process of signing over custody of escort clients. Signing and stamping proof of arrival, verification of identity, hashing out sentencing for drug smuggling, examining the client stock to make sure nothing was taken, and the like. After a solid half hour, the receiving team was satisfied and offered rooms in the outpost for the night. An offer that was, naturally, appreciated and taken up without hesitation. The next morning found Team Tak leaping between trees at the fastest they could keep up an extended pace, all of them ready to return home. As they reached midday and approached their break for lunch, Tomoko slowed a bit to draw level with Ken. What's wrong? She asked. What makes you think something's wrong? He asked, in the sullen tone that would show anyone that there was obviously something wrong. Because you've hardly said a word since we were attacked and you've had your eyebrows scrunched up like you're thinking about something really, really hard. Ken was silent for a few more moments before answering. I feel like we're missing something about this mission. Something really dangerous that's going to come out of the woodwork eventually. And what we did here is going to accelerate that. What makes you think something like that? Tomoko asked. True, she'd come to such a conclusion herself based on the idea that these gangs of rabble that could barely qualify as ninja were getting bold enough to try and steal from professionals, but Ken's words had an unusual weight to them. Those seals that executed the first batch of Rapinin, he said. I didn't get a good look at them, but a seal applied to a living being and set to activate in a specific circumstance is way too advanced for even a. It takes someone with serious skills to do something like that, skills that would earn a deserter an immediate slot in a bingo book. He paused, his lips moving as if he were chewing on his words. And the only thing that could have gotten past my defensive seals would be a comparable deconstructive seal, one that would be even more advanced. What do you think that means? She asked, unnerved by such a hypothesis. I don't know yet, Ken admitted. But I know without a doubt that we are going to find out. And it will not be pleasant. As the two continued talking, Aoba was thinking over everything he had overheard. He agreed with Ken that there was something bigger going on in the shadows, and he had far too little information to come up with a working theory. He could only hope that Kanahagakure could intercept whatever would come of this little complication. That is all I could see, Master, Oda of the Tsunami finished, her head bowed almost to the ground as a spotlight shone down upon her. She waited patiently for her master, the leader of Tsunami, to offer his verdict on her mission. And you are certain it was the adamantine sealing chains? He asked in a deep voice. Without a doubt, sir, she affirmed. No one could have destroyed my clones like that by cutting off their chakra entirely. And the very sight of it was unmistakable. After a few moments, her leader bid her to rise and stand before him. She did so and stood firm under his gaze. Oda of the Tsunami, I officially name you my second, he said. Oda gasped, then took back her composure. You honor me, sir, she said. The leader smiled briefly before leaning forward in thought. You have done well in bringing me this news. Such a revelation raises questions and possibilities. And risks? Oda asked. Oh, without a doubt. But no opportunity worth taking is void of risk. He paused for a few moments before tossing her a new bandana with golden trim, a symbol of her position within the gang. For now, we operate as we have. You are dismissed. Oda bowed again, from the waist, and left. As the door clicked shut, the leader stood and walked to the single circular window of his penthouse, looking down over the small town that was his territory. He considered the information he had like the layout of a chessboard, carefully considering possible moves and counters. After some time of this, he decided to leave it be. He would wait, for now, and see how the game would unfold until it brought this prospect to him. And it would soon enough. After all, he knew better than anyone the determination and curiosity of the Uzumaki. Chapter 10. After submitting their mission report and the scroll of contraband to the Hokage and receiving their payment, Lord Hiruzen was gracious enough to grant the group a few days off to recuperate after such an escalation in their mission. To Aoba's delight, they were told that their work during this mission would elevate them to entirely C-rank missions until Ken could get a promotion, and most of them would be local due to Ken's custody of Naruto. Naruto, rather predictably, had been overjoyed at Ken's return and begged to hear the mission details. Ken had barely been able to avoid telling under the admittedly flimsy and not entirely truthful justification that it was classified mission information. He'd compensated Iruka for any expenses and gave his thanks again, which the instructor accepted gracefully. Team TAC decided to take their first day off completely off, doing whatever they did to relax and joining up for training the next day. Ken had taken this day, naturally, to get back into Naruto's training. He'd smiled with genuine pride during their hand-to-hand spar at how well the kid was coming along. Granted, he wasn't yet much better than any second-year academy student, but he was learning quickly. The next day, when Naruto was back in the academy, Ken met up with the rest of the team for training, this time with a twist. Aoba had Ken make a number of shadow clones for him to spar with, wanting to acclimate himself to fighting multiple opponents alone after his experience on the escort mission. That left Ken to spar with Tomoko, a fact that she was happy to use to her advantage. Random question, she said while blocking one of his katas, but do you actually know anyone in the village? Ken's stance faltered at the suddenness of the inquiry and he took a bruising shot to the chest. He looked up as he rubbed the point of contact and tried to get himself back into a fighting mindset. What brought that up? I'm guessing that's a no, then, Tomoko teased. It's not a no, Ken shot back. I know you and Aoba, I know Iruka from the academy, I know. He struggled for a bit to come up with another name. The Lord Hokage. Tomoko laughed at that. Uncle doesn't count, he's your commanding officer. Heck, he's my family and I barely know the man personally. Oh sure, I love him as part of the family and he's always supporting the clan and its members. He makes it a point to help each and every one of us find a skill we excel at and train us in it, but he's not exactly a close relative. Ken sighed as he lightly jumped over a sweep kick and blocked Tomoko's follow-up lunge. Fine, so I don't know anyone else yet. But come on, cut me some slack. I haven't even been in this village for a full month and I've got my hands full with missions and Naruto. Raising and training the next generation of my clan isn't easy, you know. Ken took advantage of Tomoko very slightly overextending and swept her into an arm lock until she tapped out. Well, maybe you'd have more luck if you took some time to, I don't know, try and meet people, she pointed out. Ken scoffed and stretched a bit. Like I said, I'm too busy, he deflected. Besides, it's not like I've got a group of people lining up to meet a foreigner. Tomoko pursed her lips as she thought about that. Then she had an idea. Well, maybe you've got a point there. But you have me. Ken blinked at her words. What do you mean? I mean that we've been a team for as long as you've been here and we hardly know each other. Maybe it's time you took the chance to make an actual friend in the village. Ken's expression turned a bit bemused. Is this your way of asking to be friends? He asked. Yes, she grinned. Yes it is. Ken chuckled as he seriously thought it over. He'd never really had a friend before, what with moving every few months and having to keep his heritage a secret. In retrospect, maybe that was what made it so easy to slip into the role of single-minded caretaker that allowed him to avoid it. But Tomoko had a point, he was a part of a shinobi village now, which meant he couldn't just sequester himself away. It was time for a change. I suppose I could do worse for a first friend, he admitted. Oh, well thank you, Tomoko said with an eye roll. Your confidence is overwhelming. She glanced at the sky to gauge the time. And one of the best ways to nurture new friendships is a shared meal, so let's go. Ken stared at her. What? Aoba? We're taking a lunch break, we'll be back in an hour. Fine, but I need a new batch of clones before you go. He shouted back as he dispelled the last of Ken's. Ken shook his head and created a small army of staggered clones that should keep him busy for a while. What he didn't notice among the chain of smoke clouds was an extra made by Tomoko. She and her clone traded a nod and it ran off for parts only they could know. So, what are you in the mood for? She asked brightly. Ken bit back an instinctive reply of ramen. Well, he loved the stuff, a clan-wide trait. If his grandfather was to be believed, he knew it wasn't the best for you. And he was doubly aware that he'd probably exhaust his teammates over it eventually, so best to start off with something else. You know the village far better than I do, he pointed out. What would you recommend? Tomoko hid a triumphant smile and gestured for him to follow. Several minutes of walking led them to an open-air restaurant she claimed to enjoy. Before they could approach the hostess for a table, someone tapped her shoulder. Tomoko smiled at the sight of a familiar face. Her cousin Kazin, who had recently been promoted to. Hey cuz. Tomoko greeted, hugging his neck. Thanks for doing this, she whispered into his ear. He patted the back of her head in reply and pulled away. So what's my secretly favorite cousin doing around these parts? Kazin asked. Having lunch with my new friend, she replied, gesturing at Ken. Kazin smiled and held out his hand. Kazin Saratobi, he introduced himself. You must be the redeeted seal master Coco talks about. Ken's smile and introduction were a bit strained as he shook the hand, his genuine pleasure at meeting one of Tomoko's family warring with the suddenness of his appearance. You know, my group has a few open seats if you guys want to join us. The food here is great, but the wait can be a pain. I know, right? Tomoko said, a bit over the top. We'd love to join you guys, right Ken? Ken opened his mouth to answer, but she didn't wait for it. We'd love to. Lead the way. Kazin led them to a large table and gestured for them to take seats among about 12 other people that she apparently knew. Well, what a surprise to find so many friends, Tomoko said with a grin far too wide to be genuine. Everyone, this is my new teammate, Ken Uzumaki. Ken, this is. Ken could barely hear any of the names of people he was shaking hands with over the pounding in his ears. He felt his hands getting clammy and his underarms getting wet as his breathing grew quicker. Coco, is your new friend alright? Kazin whispered to her. Sure, why? She asked. Because he's running away, he answered, pointing to Ken's shrinking silhouette that could only be seen because of his vibrant hair. Tomoko was stunned for a few moments before she could reply. I think I made a mistake, she admitted. Ken was in a full-blown panic by the time he reached the closest thing he had to a haven in this village. His and Naruto's assigned house near the Saratobi compound. He fumbled with a lock and only disengaged the protective seals through sheer habit before rushing through the door and slamming it shut. He bolted for the restroom, his clothes hitting the floor as he ran, and forced the water in the shower as hot as it would go before hopping in. Only when the searing water was cascading down his head and back did he feel himself slowly calming down, the panic attack passing. His breathing began to settle, and the cold sweat was washed away by hot water, leaving his mind much clearer. His reddened skin became due to the heat rather than adrenaline, and, finally, the trembling slowed down. Ken sighed as the last vestiges of the episode were washed like the sweat down the drain. And with a clearer head, he began to consider exactly how he had gotten into this mess. He didn't blame Tomoko for this, there was no way she could have known about this condition. His first instinct was to berate himself for such weakness, but his grandfather's deep and steady voice echoed in his ear, soothing him and reminding him that such things were not a sign of weakness. Especially when they affected the vast majority of shinobi in one way or another, at one time or another. He'd just have to be more prepared next time. After what had to have been nearly an hour, Ken turned off the water and stepped out to dry himself off, wrapping a towel around his waist and tying his hair in a damp tail. He wiped the condensation off of the mirror and groaned at his bloodshot eyes that made him look like he'd been crying. And he probably had been at one point or another. He shook the thought off and prepared himself to redress, leaving the bathroom with thoughts of apology to his teammate in his head. Thoughts that were brought to a screeching halt by a very feminine voice in his home. Long shower type. Tomoko asked from the living room's armchair. Ken yelped and secured his towel with both hands, his face rapidly returning to the color of his hair. Oh, relax, she chuckled, my clan compound has its own onsen. I've seen guys in towels since I was, like, 4. Ken relaxed a bit, mentally scolding himself for not at least locking the door, but the blush remained to stain his cheeks. I'm going to get dressed, he deadpanned and made for his room. As he walked by, Tomoko made note of the huge ceiling array tattooed in the center of his upper back and shoulder blades, patterned in swirls of formulae surrounded by loops of chains. When Ken returned a few minutes later, he was dressed in his standard gray hooded shirt and russet cargo pants, the Uzumaki swirl proudly displayed on his left breast and back. He sat and started to lace up his boots. Sorry I skipped out on lunch, but I'll deal with it. Maybe send a shadow clone to fetch a quick bite. He finished up and began to stand, but Tomoko appeared in front of him and gently pressed him into the vacated armchair. What are you doing? Ken asked, even though he had a sneaking suspicion of what was coming next. No training until we talk about this, Tomoko said, confirming his suspicion. What's there to talk about? He asked with gritted teeth, hoping beyond hope that she would take the hint and just let it go. Well, we could start with why you ran off in the middle of lunch for an hour-long shower, she said sternly. Or we could discuss the fact that you left an important piece of medical information from your team when it could have come up to screw with a mission. Ken clenched his fist as he tried to keep his temper, a trait famed among his family and hair color, under control. Who said anything about medical information? He asked. I did, Tomoko said sharply. Because what happened looked very much to me like a panic attack. She folded her arms. And panic attacks are a medical condition, one that can interfere with missions. It wouldn't have come to that, Ken said. If it could have, I would have informed Lord Hokage and not taken missions until it was under control. But missions would not cause an episode, at least not standard missions. And you're certain of that? Tomoko shot back. And besides that point, it still would have been a good idea to tell us. When my cousin pointed out that you'd run away, I was scared to death. I only calmed down when I got here and realized you were okay. She padded to the couch and sat with her legs crossed. So, what's the problem? Deep down, Ken knew he was being an idiot. So, with much effort, he decided to just get this over with. I have a mild form of social anxiety disorder, he admitted. He let out a pent-up breath and dragged his hand down his face before continuing. I was raised entirely by my grandfather, who I might add was as paranoid as they come without being institutional. In Yuzushio Anbu, he was known as Keenan the Prepper because of his penchant for bringing everything he could think of on every mission. After the fall, grandfather was incredibly careful with who he interacted with, always wondering who might either turn us over to the countries that invaded or try and take us themselves to experiment with our unique abilities. Not to mention he was an Yuzushio seal master with a plethora of invaluable knowledge. As I grew up, he was clear on the fact that I had to be just as careful since I couldn't defend myself yet. He relaxed a bit as I grew up, but by then the damage had been done. I only realized it in hindsight, but all of the fear had made me terrified of meeting new people. Grandfather realized what he had done when I was 13 and did his best to help me get over most of it, but then he got sick. Ken finished silently. You said most of it, Tomoko pointed out. What does that mean? I'm fine with meeting people in small groups and moving through small crowds, like in the village, Ken clarified. My entrance examination and meeting you guys was fine because there weren't too many people all at once. Plus I had to get through it to join the Shinobi Corporation. Ken swallowed thickly, his pulse starting to kick up. But in really large packed crowds, like a Tanzaka town, or when I'm meeting lots of new people at once, Ken trailed off as the faintest vestiges of panic began to swell at the thought of earlier. A few deep breaths brought his calm back, but it still made him feel like less of a complete person. I'm sorry, Tomoko said faintly. Ken's eyes shot open and he looked up at her in surprise. You're sorry? Why? Tomoko groaned and held her face in her hands. My cousins and all those people weren't there by chance. I set that up hoping I could introduce you to people, just have you jump right into sociality. She dropped her hands and rubbed her upper arm with the Saratobi crest on it. I guess it never occurred to me that it could go so wrong. Ken winced, guilt rising up. Well, you're not wrong there. But you're also right that I should have been more honest. I'll work on that from now on. But, well, almost 20 years of habit and mental blocks doesn't break overnight. Tomoko smiled. As long as you're open from now on, we'll handle the rest one step at a time. She stood up and tapped her finger against her chin. Though I'm not giving up on expanding your social circle. How'd you like to bring Naruto to the festival for his birthday? She started for the door. I'm sure he'd enjoy that. Ken shot up from his seat, his face pale as a sheet. Birthday? Wait, what festival? Tomoko glanced at him blankly before a bemused smile curled her lips. The festival that celebrates the defeat of the Nine Tails by the fourth Hokage. I have a feeling the kid's never gone, since people would just chase him off if he did. Her expression darkened a bit. Oh man, I wonder if he's ever had a decent birthday. Ken palmed his forehead at the last part. I completely forgot about that. What day is it now? The 8th. Tomoko cringed, trying in vain to salvage it into a smile. Sweet son of the sage. I only have one day to prepare. Ken lunged for a packet of ruined ceiling tags and began writing things down. Okay. I need a cake, presents, candles, streamers maybe, oh presents, wait I said that already. Ken. Tomoko slapped him in the back of the head, drawing a flash of reflexive anger. Sorry, but you need to calm down. Calm down? He cried. My little cousin's first birthday with family is about to be ruined and you want me to calm down? Tomoko roared. Ken shut his mouth, mostly in surprise at hearing her raise her voice and also a little bit of intimidation. Look, I doubt you need most of that stuff. I'm sure Naruto will be fine with a small celebration, a cake and presents. I know a good baker who caters for parties for ninja kids, he'll be able to whip up a good cake. But that still leaves the presents, Ken noted morosely, looking down at his paltry party list. I can help with that, she said brightly. Like I said before, I have a younger brother. And I have an idea about what your cousin would like. Aoba panted heavily as the last of Ken's shadow clones backed off. As per his request, they had been fighting very defensively to help keep them longer. Impressively, all of them had been preserved as they took turns and avoided any excessive damage that would have dispelled them. I think that's enough, Aoba said, bowing at the waist to them. And for the original, I give my thanks. Are you always this formal? One clone asked, drawing chuckles and snickers from the rest. Well, forgive me for trying something out, Aoba smirked. With a wave of shrugs that made the group seem a little psychedelic, they all dispersed at once. Aoba rolled his eyes behind his shades and turned to address his teammates. Only to find them all gone. He glanced at the sun to find it well over an hour since they'd gone to lunch, the thought of which made his stomach growl. Okay then, I guess training's over for today, he said dully. Thanks for doing this, Tomoko, Ken said, a few packages in his hands as the duo walked down one of Konoha's streets. Like I said, it's no problem. Besides, it's what friends are for, right? She asked. Ken couldn't help but smile at that. What friends are? Ken's eyes suddenly rolled up into his head and he collapsed in the middle of the street. Tomoko gasped and rolled him over onto his back. And Ken. Hello? Thinking quickly, she slapped him across the face. She hadn't really expected a response, but the pain brought him up into a sitting position, his eyes wild. Where am I? He shouted. Then his eyebrows furrowed and he brought a hand to his cheek. And why does my face hurt? You collapsed in the middle of the street, Tomoko explained loudly, hauling him up to his feet. Is this another little condition you neglected to mention? Ken rubbed his head as he sorted through the barrage of memories from his clones. Nope. Aoba just finished up and all of my clones dispelled at once. And all of those memories came at me at once. I just needed a second. He scooped up the discarded gifts and they continued down the street. As they continued their walk back to his house and then back to the Saratobi compound for Tomoko, Ken still couldn't shake the idea of a birthday party for Naruto. From what he knew of Naruto's life so far, he couldn't help but think that Tomoko's musings from before were right on the Ryo. He had probably never had a birthday party before. True, Ken wasn't much better. His birthdays had mostly been small celebrations with his grandfather, his favorite food, and a few modest gifts. Given his childhood, that kind of celebration had been all he really needed. But Naruto deserved more than that, partly to make up for all of his terrible birthdays up until now, and because this would set the standard for every birthday to come. As he turned this problem over in his mind, Ken smiled as an idea emerged. He picked up the pace, eager to hide these gifts and get to that academy. Classes would be letting out soon, and he had a teacher to ask a few questions. Chapter 11. Naruto didn't really know what he was expecting when cousin Ken had picked him up from the academy that day. Probably just another averagely awesome day of training. What he had not expected, or perhaps not allowed himself to hope for, was the news that he would get an actual birthday party this year. All of his first year at the academy, he'd heard his fellow students gush about their birthdays when they came up, times of presents, parties, and most importantly being surrounded by people who loved you. The closest Naruto had to any of that was when instructor Iruka had taken him to Ichiraku's for his last birthday. Well, that and the yearly festival celebrating the Nine Tails being beaten. But he was chazzed off the one time he tried to go to that, so it really didn't count. And now he knew why. But cousin Ken had said that this year he'd actually have a party. He'd be allowed to invite anyone he wanted from his class, too. The thought of presents did cross his mind, but it was washed away by the tide of the idea that he'd have a party, something to actually talk about this year. Assuming anyone but cousin Ken or Iruka would listen, but hey, details. At the moment, Naruto was practicing his freeform katas in the schoolyard while he waited for Ken to finish up a quick talk with instructor Iruka. He had a feeling it was about his party, maybe Ken was inviting him personally. Naruto was in the middle of spinning on his heel to catch an imaginary enemy in the stomach when several gray blurs rushed by him. Naruto yelped as the rush of air from their passage threatened to push him over. He was teetering and falling when Ken caught him and placed him on his feet. "You okay there, kiddo?" He chuckled. "You betcha," Naruto affirmed. "It'll take more than a stiff breeze to keep me down, you know." "I don't doubt it," Ken chuckled before taking the lead back to their house. A few minutes later, the shadow clones that had almost knocked Naruto over went their separate ways to fulfill their purpose. Ken's talk with Iruka had been to get a list of students that seemed to hold no grudge against Naruto, a list that was depressingly short at 5 students. One shadow clone stopped before the Nara clan compound and knocked on the gates. "Thank goodness Iruka is such a thorough teacher," Ken said to himself. And it was true, Iruka had made a point to visit each of his students' families in person within the first 6 weeks of the academic year, starting as close to the first class day as possible. When the gates opened, Ken checked the diagram of the compound Iruka had given him and followed it to the correct house. Hoping that someone was there since classes had let out for the day, he knocked. A muffled shout emanated from the house before a very familiar figure opened the door. "Commander Shikaku?" Ken asked, surprised at seeing the only Nara he knew. "Ah, Uzumaki. Come for information on the upcoming exams?" he asked with a chuckle. Ken cast a glance at the rest of the compound and then down at the diagram again, making sure he had the right house. Your son's name wouldn't be Shikamaru, would it?" he asked. Shikaku's eyebrows arched before he called into the house for someone named Yoshino. This brought a woman, clearly Shikaku's wife, to the door. "May I help you, sir?" she asked politely. Before Ken could answer, she cast a sidelong glance at her husband. "I hope this bum hasn't been wasting your time." "How would I be doing that, exactly, when he came here of his own volition?" Shikaku asked with a long-suffering air, as if he knew what the answer would be. "Knowing you, dear husband, you'd find a damn way," Yoshino snapped. And then, like the flip of a switch, she smiled even more politely at Ken. "I'm sorry, you said you had something for Shikamaru?" she asked. Ken hesitated for a moment at this woman's quicksilver temper, but his grandfather's timeless advice about ninja quirks helped him brush it off. My name is Ken Uzumaki. I'm Naruto's cousin and caretaker." He removed a plain envelope from his back pocket and handed it to Yoshino, who opened it under her husband's curious eyes. "I'm throwing Naruto a birthday party tomorrow evening, and Instructor Iruka said your son seemed to have no problem with him. I know Naruto's going to announce an open invitation tomorrow in his class, but I had hoped you would consider it yourself. I won't ask you to bring anything, especially so soon. But I know Naruto would appreciate it if you came with your boy." Yoshino and Shikaku were silent for a moment as they each perused the admittedly simple invitation, then looked at each other for a silent moment. Shikaku sighed and shook his head with a faint smirk. "I don't see why not," he agreed. "Unfortunately, I've got a meeting tomorrow evening, so my old lady will be bringing him." "You know I don't care for that term, cuckoo," Yoshino snapped, crossing her arms and glaring at her husband. "Well, I don't like it when you call me that in front of company, so we're even," he snarked before departing with a wave at Ken. "Ooh, that man drives me up the wall," Yoshino seethed, then chuckled. "To clarify, Shikamaru and I will definitely attend. Little Naruto could use some friends." Ken blinked at the use of his cousin's name and smiled at the fact that this family seemed to hold no ill will toward Naruto. "Thank you, ma'am," he said, before the clone dispersed into a cloud of smoke, much to Yoshino's bemusement. Another of Ken's shadow clones made his way to a clan compound nestled between the village's small restaurant and larger grocers' districts. He was surprised to find the gate open as he made his way in and located the home of one Choji Akimichi. As he had before, Ken knocked on the door and waited, praying just as the other had that someone was home. The door was opened by a full-bodied woman with short-cropped black hair and small orange markings on the corner of each eye. "May I help you?" she asked kindly. As before, the clone introduced himself and offered an invitation and explanation. Unlike before, a child who had to be the boy in question wandered to the door while they were talking and tugged on his mother's pants. "Mom, can I have my snack now?" he asked. Ken was ashamed to realize that his first thought was to ask if that was a good idea, but doubted that it would do any good. "Are you Choji?" he asked instead. The boy looked up and nodded, prompting Ken to kneel to the boy's level and explain to him as well. The boy looked down as if in deep thought before looking back up with a light in his eye. "Will there be snacks?" he asked eagerly. "Choji," his mother said in a gently chastising tone, "remember what we talked about. Food is not everything. Many times you have to do things just because it is right." Choji nodded at his mother's words and looked Ken straight in the eye. "I'd like to come to Naruto's party," he said. The clone smiled and thanked them both before dispelling. "Goodness, I wonder what he's in such a hurry about," Lady Akimichi wondered. While Ken's third, fourth, and fifth clones made their way to the compounds of the Aburam and Inyazuka clans in Ichiraku Ramen, securing 4 more confirmed invitations in the process, the sixth and final clone found himself staring at the elaborate Hyuga estate, a place so large it no longer qualified as a compound. Given his penchant for stories, Ken was aware of the rumors of the prowess and prestige of the Hyuga clan. And that reputation unnerved him. He glanced at the pair of guards manning the gates to the walls surrounding the estate, both of them glaring at him with their wide eyes, since he'd stopped before them. I have something for. As he stepped forward, one of the guards lunged, the Byakugan suddenly active, and struck him in the gut. It would have merely been a debilitating strike to a flesh and blood victim, but to a shadow clone it was a death sentence. The clone dispersed, leaving the invitation to flutter to the ground. Trouble with the wife? The other guard asked stoically. Shut up, the attacker growled. He knew he had acted too rashly there, his partner didn't have to rub it in. He picked up the envelope reading to Hinata Hyuga and her parents and, after an examination with his Byakugan to check for explosive tags, poison tags, or any other assassination methods, he tucked it into his robes and decided to pass it along to the clan head. Maybe he should visit the onsen when his shift is over. Try to relax. As the memories from his shadow clones intermittently appeared during their walk home, Ken couldn't shake the feeling that he or Naruto were being watched. Unwilling to reveal that he knew just yet, he used the windowpane of a bakery to see if he could catch a glimpse of whomever it may be. It took several more store windows to catch the common denominator, and the result was unexpected. When they finally arrived at the assigned house, Ken passed Naruto the key. Why don't you head inside and continue your katas in the living room? Ken suggested. I'll be there in a minute. Naruto tilted his head at the request, but shrugged and did as he was told. As soon as he was gone, Ken mentally took the natural steps to convert his chakra to yin release form, the ratio of spiritual energy to physical energy in the mix sharply rising. With a string of hand seals, inky blackness descended upon the block. Ken took a moment to open his mind's eye and used it to search through the artificial dark until he found the faint glow of a chakra signature, utterly different from his own. He approached, the darkness muffling the sound of his steps until he came up behind the target, only then releasing his technique and closing his mind's eye. As soon as the darkness faded away, the target started and spun around to reveal an adorable little girl. The pale pearly eyes marked her as a Hyuga and the unmarked forehead as a member of the main house that Iruka had explained to him. She was dressed in pale robes, her hands clasped together in fright and the swollen veins around her eyes slowly returning to normal. Hi there, Ken greeted, trying to be as warm as he could. He lowered himself to squat to her level, trying to keep himself as unthreatening as possible. Your name wouldn't happen to be Hinata, would it? The little girl nodded jerkily, still clearly on edge. Sorry about all of that, Ken said with a wince. I had to make sure you didn't run off. Do you mind if I ask why you were following me and my cousin? See cousin? Hinata stuttered. So, it's true. Father said there was a nu Uzumaki. She looked back at the house, her expression almost longing. Ken mulled that over for a few seconds before grinning, his memories from the encounter at the Hyuga estate still fresh. You know, Naruto's having a birthday party tomorrow. Ken fished one of the spare invitations from his back pocket and handed it to her. Would you like to come? Hinata was trembling as she took the invitation, reading it over as she seemed at war with herself. I'm sure he'd really like for you to attend, he added. And just like that, the trembling stopped. Hinata took a deep breath and nodded. I would very much like to attend Naruto's party, she replied. Wonderful, Ken smiled, standing up. And for the record, when I cast that technique, he tapped his face right next to his eye, you did great in triggering your eyes. A very smart move. He moved around her and made his way back to the house. And one last thing, he called back, drawing the little girl's gaze. Naruto won't bite. You should talk to him. I think he'd really like to be your friend. And he was gone before she could bring herself to reply. After yet another long day of dispensing missions, analyzing intelligence, and miscellaneous paperwork, Hiruzen made his way to his home in the Sarutobi clan compound. Despite popular belief, he did not in fact live in Hokage Tower, though his many late nights could make even he, himself, feel as if he did. He was really getting too old for this. Another factor to his many late nights the last several years may have been the prospect of returning to an empty house. Since the loss of his beloved Bawako 8 years hence, as of tomorrow, he had been both unwilling to find another wife and too busy to give it much effort even if he had wanted to. But tonight he was too tired to be lonely, the prospect of a late-night visit to the compound's private onsen and slipping into his own bed very attractive. Those plans were put on the figurative backburner at the sight that greeted him at his door. His young cousin so many times removed, Tomoko, was meditating on his porch with her personal summon Yama. Upon Hiruzen's approach, the stocky monkey peeked an eye open before vanishing back to the mountain of fruit and flowers, where his tribe called home. "Good evening, Uncle," Tomoko said with a smile, slowly opening her eyes. Hiruzen smiled back, albeit a bit more tiredly. He could almost feel the lines of his face deepening with each passing year. In the back of his mind, he determined that it may be time to search out a successor to the hat. "Good evening, niece," he replied. "Is there any particular reason you're on my porch at this hour? Is Kato having trouble with his harness training?" Tomoko chuckled. "No, nothing like that. Honestly, Uncle, you act as if we youngsters only approach you if we want something." Hiruzen curled an eyebrow, though his smile remained unchanged. "Isn't that what we old coots are good for? Spoiling the next generation?" Tomoko rolled her eyes with a scoff. "It's not all you're good for. Even if you are really good at it." Hiruzen's smile grew a bit in width and in warmth. "So what business does a youngster like you have with an old man at this hour if you don't want something?" "I wanted to give you something, actually," Tomoko smirked, holding out an envelope. Hiruzen took the envelope gently and opened it to reveal a simple invitation to a party for the 8th birthday of one Naruto Uzumaki, to be held in the backyard of their assigned quarters. Hiruzen chuckled, pleased that young Ken seemed to be taking his role as caretaker so seriously. "For the record, Red forgot the kid's birthday was so close until I mentioned it," Tomoko noted, then smirked. Then he almost lost his head with worry over trying to do well. Hiruzen tapped the card against his palm and made up his mind. "Well, I have my day fully prepared for the festival tomorrow. I see no reason why I can't take a break to wish a young boy happy birthday." "Wonderful. I'll try to keep my mouth shut until then. I really want to see everyone's faces when the vaunted professor shows up to a kid's party." With that, she bid her uncle good night and started toward her own home a few houses down. But before Tomoko could make more than 3 steps, a thought crossed her mind. "Uncle? Uzumaki uses shadow clones for all kinds of things. Why don't you use them for paperwork?" The sound of dropping keys was her only warning. Most of the Sarutobi compound was then awakened by a scream that was laced with disbelief, frustration, shame, and traces of hope all rolled into a terrifying sound that lasted for a solid 4 minutes. "I guess that's my answer," she said with a cringe and a sweat drop. Naruto could barely keep himself contained as class began the next day. As always, Instructor Iruka went through a small number of announcements before they got on with the meat of the class. "Now then, does anyone else have something they'd like to announce?" Iruka asked. That was enough to draw most of the class's attention. Iruka never opened the floor for announcements, explained only by bad experiences during his first year teaching. As if on cue, and those who were observant like Shikamaru or Sasuke noticed a brief smile on Iruka's face that implied that was close to truth. Naruto's hand shot straight up. "Yes, Naruto?" Iruka asked. "I'm having a birthday party today right after school before the festival starts. Anyone who wants to come is invited." Naruto's wide grin faded a bit as he remembered something Ken had told him last night. "Even Sasuke is invited." This earned a faint scoff from the brooding Ichigo. "Who would want to go to a party for you?" one of the girls in the class asked meanly. "I'm going," Kiba brazenly announced. "It'll be a good way to spend the time before the festival." "That's enough," Iruka interrupted. "Naruto has made his announcement and all of you can make the choice to celebrate your classmate's birthday or not." He turned and began writing names and birth-death dates of historical figures on the blackboard. "And for the record, I'm going too." Over the course of the last 8 years, since he had learned the shadow clone technique from his grandfather, Ken had thanked the memory of Tobirama Senju for both devising the technique and sharing it with the Uzumaki. Even outside of combat, it was just so damned useful. Before team training on their final day off, the fact that the last day fell on Naruto's birthday had not gone unnoticed. Ken had conjured a number of shadow clones to pick up everything he'd need for a small-scale party: streamers, teacup candles and torches for ambience, snacks, the cake, and so forth, and had them set up the backyard of their assigned house. Several vats of ramen were even being graciously donated by Tucci and AM, which Ken was certain would make the party perfect in Naruto's eyes no matter what. But he was still determined to do what he could for Naruto's first birthday party. Fortunately, there was little better to take your mind off of things than a sparring session with a Sarutobi. Ken was practicing with his adamantine sealing chains, while Tomoko was honing her bijutsu with Yama, who was transformed into the monkey-exclusive adamantine staff. Tomoko had suggested the matchup after hearing the name of Ken's technique and openly wondered which was more resilient. "So I forgot to ask," Ken grunted as he swung the chains extending from 3 sides of his arm and gripped in his fist like a whip, each of his lashes blocked by Tomoko's staff with a bell-like ring. "Where's Aoba?" "I just figured he was late, but he doesn't seem to be coming at all." "He's specialized," Tomoko answered. "They had a really tough nut down at T&I, and they wanted his help to crack him. Something about strength in numbers." With that, Tomoko slid her hands down the staff to grip it at one of its golden ends and hurled it end over end at Ken like a giant shuriken. Ken dove away and took the chance to rush Tomoko, but a slowly rising whirring sound behind him forced him to dodge again. As he sidestepped out of his previous line of movement, he felt the air displaced by the adamantine staff as it whirled through where he had just been. Tomoko caught it without much trouble and spun her weapon back into its standard position, her stance wide and ready. While Ken leapt backward for some distance to catch his breath and consider his next move, Tomoko took advantage of another facet of the adamantine staff transformation. "Any advice on this, Sir Yama?" she asked, quietly so as not to tip off Ken. "I have little personal experience with this particular Uzumaki sealing art," Yama admitted, his voice emanating from the staff. "And in case you were wondering, those blades on the ends kind of sting." "They actually hurt you?" Tomoko asked, honestly surprised. The adamantine staff was as close to indestructible as anything could get. She had never heard of a blade sharp enough to cause the user pain while transformed, except maybe fabled weapons like the sword of Kusanagi. "Well, they're not called adamantine chains just for poetic reasons," the old monkey deadpanned. Lord Enma reported that those chains bound the nine-tailed fox when it was at full strength and the user was at death's door. They are not to be underestimated. Whatever Yama was going to say next was put on hold by a subtle rumble in the ground beneath them. Tomoko jumped to escape the chains that burst from the ground a split second later. "Ha. Seen it." Tomoko laughed. "Little one, above." Yama's voice hissed. Tomoko swung the staff upward to block a set of chains interwoven into a grasping claw. She put more force into the swing and used it to knock herself away. "Sir Yama, we need the high ground," Tomoko said. As she fell, Tomoko planted the staff vertically into the ground and firmly gripped the top. With her grip secure, the staff expanded, lengthening until it was well above the treetops of the training ground. When the staff stopped growing, Tomoko used her upward momentum to flip and perch one-footed on the tip of the staff. "You have not asked for the high ground in quite a while," Yama noted. It was traditional for those who signed the monkey contract to be taught Bujutsu by another signer. During training with the transformation, taking the high ground was considered a move of last resort. In battle, though, it was a viable and often very effective tactic. "Let's hope he doesn't have a seal to help him fly," Tomoko snarked, furiously thinking of what she could do next. While she enjoyed fighting, perhaps a little too much sometimes, she was even more determined to win this than usual. She was a Saratobi, losing was not in her nature. "Perhaps the adamantine prison wall?" Yama suggested. "No. Ken knows the hiding like a mole technique, he'd just dig his way out." Tomoko thought for another moment before she had an idea. It was a little underhanded, but they were ninjas. Underhanded was their bread and butter. "I've got it. We're going to get him back into close quarters to minimize his chain's long-range capabilities, then you're going to give him a little surprise." "Understood," Yama said, before rapidly retracting from further down. Tomoko swept up the now standard 5-foot pole and rapidly spun it above her head, channeling wind chakra down its length and slowing her fall. She had barely landed on a tree branch before she had to leap again at the sound of Ken's chains, now sporting blunt weighted ends as they smashed the branch to splinters. Tomoko landed lightly and turned to smash away another barrage of chains that were reeled back into Ken's arms. Taking that opening, Tomoko used the staff to pole vault and close the distance. Ken smirked and summoned the chains in his arm, wrapping them around his forearm to block her overhead strike. "Sir Yama," she cried as a signal. Yama's head emerged in a puff of smoke from the tip of the staff, his arms growing from the sides close to his head, and he swung at Ken with one arm and used the other one to secure a hold on his forearm. "Damn it." Ken shouted, swinging around the staff to barely avoid Yama's grasp. "No getting out of it." He cried out before using his other arm to summon more chains and wrap them around the length of the staff, praying his tactic would work. Ken focused and mentally locked the chains, tightening them to bind chakra. A second later, Yama vanished in a puff of smoke. With nothing to support him, Ken fell back to the ground and rolled to his feet. He retracted the chains back into his arms and took a step back into a combat-ready stance in case Tomoko tried anything. "How'd you do that?" Tomoko asked. "The adamantine sealing chains can bind chakra, it's great for neutralizing opponents. When a summon is bound like that, it represses the link between them and the summoner and returns them to their homeland." Tomoko crossed her arms with a huff. "That's cheating," she pouted. "And having your adamantine staff grow arms and a head to attack with isn't?" Ken asked. Tomoko slumped. "Touché," she admitted. "And for the record, he could still talk to me while transformed," she added. "No secrets, huh?" Ken smirked. "Only in spares," Tomoko shrugged. She glanced up to judge the time. "The academy lets out in about 2 hours. We should probably go shower and check on the decorations." "We?" Ken asked. "Don't friends invite friends to parties?" Tomoko asked. "I just didn't think an 8-year-old's party would interest you. I'm not even sure how many people are showing up." "Well, then you can guarantee one," she giggled. "Two if Uncle can come," she silently added. "Well, then I guess we'd better get ready," Ken agreed. Chapter 12. When the bell finally rang for the end of the class day, Naruto was out the door so fast he might as well have used a body flicker. He burst out of the doors to the building and into the sunshine with a deep breath. Today was the day. Naruto. Naruto looked up at the sound of his name to find a man looking down at him with an amused smirk. The guy looked like Shikamaru, but with some scars across his face that had Naruto open-mouthed. Hey, I remember you from Cousin Ken's testinji. Those scars are awesome. I wish I could get scars like that, but I heal too fast. Are you related to Shikamaru Nara? I should hope so, the man said, he's my son. He held his hand out. Shikaku Nara. Naruto looked at the hand for a moment, almost dumbfounded that someone was willing to shake his hand, and grabbed it with both of his own to shake with as much vigor as he could. Making friends, kiddo? Ken asked as he walked up. I sure hope so, Naruto grinned, mimicking Shikaku. Making a new friend, dear? Yoshino asked, approaching with Shikamaru in tow. She glanced at Ken with a faint smirk, having heard his jest to the boy. I'm too old to be making new friends, Shikaku replied. It's too much work, anyway, Shikamaru deadpanned. Oh, that's bull. Naruto cut himself off with a fake cough under Ken's narrowed eyes. It's bull, he amended with a tight smile. As well as combat training and chakra control, Ken had been doing his best to improve Naruto's abysmal manners. Wasn't the kid's fault, he'd been raised practically alone. He smirked at the proof that he was making headway in that area. Well done, Yoshino commended. You'll make an excellent father someday. Ken scoffed and rubbed the back of his neck. On that note, let's collect the other guests and get moving. We're burning daylight as it is. Other guests? Naruto wondered. Other guests? Before they'd begun the trip back to their rental house, Ken had collected a number of Naruto's classmates, each with one or two of their parents. A decent crowd had followed them back to the house and into the backyard. As they entered, Naruto was stunned at the orange streamers that were hung among the trees bordering the yard, the high torches just within the tree line, and the table of snacks and cake laying ready for consumption. A huge stone obstacle course had been erected, and the makings of other games sat to the side in preparation. He looked up to Ken, who was watching him for any reaction. Ken grunted as Naruto slammed into him with a fearsome hug. Thanks, cousin Ken, Naruto whispered. You're welcome, kiddo, Ken whispered back with a watery smile. If you two want a moment alone, we can all go, a large man who was probably an Akimichi suggested dryly. Wait, no. It's a party. Naruto cheered. Let's have fun. With that, the kids scattered to the activities that Tomoko had recommended to him. Ken had used earth release and lumber he'd gotten from a salvage yard to build an obstacle course for the ninja kids. It was basically a large-scale jungle gym, but it seemed to appeal to the kids. Later, there would be a treasure hunt framed as a ninja mission, a Fokunai marksmanship contest, and he was ready to create a massive checkers board for the kids to act as the pieces. Not bad for a first-timer, the large rotund red-headed man complimented. Judging by the markings on his cheeks, coupled with his size, there was no way he couldn't be an Akimichi. Thanks, Ken replied. And you are? Toza Akimichi, the man offered, along with a hand to shake. Ken shook it and nodded. Have you been making friends in the village? Choza asked. Ken barked a laugh. One of my teammates tried to force that and it didn't end well, Ken said. I'd like to, but starting up a career in a new village is hard enough. Throw in a rambunctious, hyperactive kid into the mix, and I don't have much time to pursue potential friendships. Well, I'd say this right here is a perfect opportunity, Choza chuckled, gesturing wildly at the parents of the party guests all gathered in groups to talk and pass the time. Ken blinked as he realized the truth of Choza's words. And then the familiar sense of dread began to pool in his belly, his hands getting clammy and his heart rate quickening. But before he could begin to spiral, Choza clapped a meaty hand on his shoulder, startling him from his thoughts. Why don't I introduce you to some people? He offered, gently steering Ken toward one particular group. The group was composed of the Nara and Akimichi women that Ken's clones had encountered the day before, the latter presumably Choza's wife. There was also a tall blonde man and a brunette woman with her hair tied in a bun. Ken took a deep breath and focused on the fact that he had already technically met two of these people, and overall they only counted 5. Well, if it isn't our gracious host, the Akimichi matron said with a wide smile. Ken, I believe you have met my wife, Lady Itsuko, Choza said, gesturing at her, as well as Lady Yoshino Nara. Nara's mother nodded. And these two, he gestured at the strangers, are Lord Inoichi and Lady Natsumi Yamanaka. The Yamanaka couple nodded and gave a small wave, respectively. Enough with the lord and lady business, Yoshino scolded lightly, crossing her arms. We're all friends here. Just making sure the boy knows who he's dealing with, Choza chuckled, raising his hands in mock surrender. I actually don't know what I'm dealing with here, Ken noted. All of us, Inoichi said, gesturing to them, are the heads of our respective clans. Inoichi grinned mischievously. Including, I believe, you yourself, he noted. Ken took a step back in surprise as that realization hit him like a bucket of cold water. I suppose I am, he replied. After all this time, he hadn't realized that re-establishing the Uzumai clan made him a clan head by default. That was not an encouraging notion. But enough of that foolishness, Yoshino repeated. This is a child's party, for heaven's sake. None of those blasted village politics here. Who's trashing village politics? Up to the group strode a fierce-looking woman with spiky dark hair and two fang-shaped markings on her cheeks. Whoever it is, I want in on it, the woman cackled. Tsume, Itsuko greeted warmly, as demure as ever, I see. Not in your life, the Tsume woman said, crossing her arms. She glanced at Ken, and her expression turned to a wolfish grin. And you must be the new meat. In regards to parenting? Ken asked rhetorically. Yes, I am. He flexed his fingers, some of the joints popping. But in regards to ninja life? Not in your life. Tsume cackled at the echoed words. Oh, I like this kid, she said. If you ever need a ninja hound for a job, look me up. Tsume and Yuzuka at the shinobi kennels. With that, she nodded to the group and returned to her previous group composed of Aoba, who had arrived unexpectedly, Tucci, Am, and Aruka. Maybe it was the Tsume woman's blatant rejection of pretense, or maybe it was the general friendliness of all of these new faces, but Ken found himself slowly relaxing. He listened closely as the group caught up and was touched when they asked him gentle questions about himself, his time in Konoha so far, and his new rearing of Naruto and the boy's progress. Nothing too deep, but none too shallow either. After some time, Ken called for the kids to gather Naruto to open his gifts, which he assured them would be followed by cake and games. He was happy to see the kids gathered around. A feeling that was replaced by awe as each of them revealed bags and packages for Naruto that they placed on a table that held a few parcels. Naruto blinked a few times at the small collection of presents before swallowing thickly, clearly resisting the urge to cry. Thanks, everyone. I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. A boy that could only be Tsume's son shouted brazenly. Just open them up. Naruto laughed and grabbed one at random. He peeled open the wrapping paper to reveal a pair of brown leather fingerless gloves, the knuckles reinforced with metal studs. They're training gloves, Tsume pointed out. So you can hit trees or dummies as hard as you like without hurting your hands. Naruto grinned and pulled the gloves on, securing them with velcro strips around the wrists. So cool. He shouted. In short order, Naruto unwrapped a ramen cookbook from the Akimichis, a collection of flower seeds from the Yamanakas, some jars of fresh honey from the Aburams and their family hives, a shogi set from the Naras with Yoshino mentioning the game may help Naruto learn patience and strategy, a historical joke book from Iruka, in the hopes that the jokes would help Naruto remember history, a book of riddles from Aoba, and an Ichiraku gift card from Tucci and Am. With each gift, Naruto loudly thanked the giver, actually crying at the gift certificate. The pattern was broken by little Hinata being escorted by her caretaker, whom Ken would learn to be named Ko, to offer Naruto a simple jar, her cheeks adorably pink. Hello, Naruto, she said wistfully. Hi. Naruto replied. It's Hina right. Hinata, she gently corrected. She presented the jar to him. I had some of my clan's healing ointment. In case of training accidents. Ken didn't miss the looks between the guests at this gift. Clearly it was something special. What do you say, Naruto? Ken prodded. Thank you so much, Hinata. Naruto grinned, causing the girl's pink cheeks to turn full-on crimson. Without warning, the boy swept her up in a full-body hug. The hug lasted a full 3 seconds, but apparently that was enough for her to get dizzy from the blood rushing to her face. Ken chuckled at the thought that little Hinata's cheeks might actually set on fire. I suppose that just leaves my gifts, Ken said, drawing Naruto's attention. He offered 2 packages, one smaller and boxy, the other large and fluffy looking. Naruto took the bigger one and tore open the plain brown paper to reveal a number of shirts and a few jackets, all in dark colors or burnt orange, and each with a Uzumaki swirl on the front and back. I thought it was time for you to proclaim your clan with pride, Ken smiled. Naruto chuckled and quickly shed his orange shirt to replace it with a burnt orange shirt with a navy swirl on the chest. Thanks, cuz, he said before taking the other gift. He removed more plain brown paper to reveal a set of training ninja tools containing a number of wooden kunai and a collection of wooden throwing stars. Whoa, Naruto gasped. Figured when we reach weapons training soon enough, you'll want something to work with alone, he chuckled, privately thanking Tomoko who had yet to arrive for suggesting it. Naruto crashed into Ken and babbled his thanks, to which the older Uzumaki just hugged him tighter. After a few minutes, the pair broke apart. Well, if that concludes the gift giving, Ken said, I believe everyone's on something of a time crunch, so let's. Not quite concluded, I'm afraid, a stately voice, gravelly with age and familiar to everyone there, called out. Through the gate entered Lord Hiruzen, Tomoko, and a large man with long white hair that Ken did not recognize. We have yet to offer our congratulations. Hi Gramps. Naruto shouted, waving almost frantically. And other people, too. Hello Naruto, Hiruzen said with a warm smile, removing his hat to reveal his short, spiky gray hair. I'm glad we made it in time. With that he removed a small piece of brown paper from his robe's pocket. Now, refresh my memory, Iruka. Have the students learned to focus their chakra yet? Yes, Lord Hokage, Iruka replied quizzically. Wonderful, he replied with a smile and removed a square of light brown paper from his robes. Naruto, this is only a small part of your gift. This is a piece of chakra induction paper used to determine which of the 5 nature transformations will be easiest for you to use. Try and focus your chakra into it. Naruto took the paper and shrugged before screwing his face up in concentration. After a few seconds, the paper cleanly split in half. Whoops. Sorry, Gramps, but I think I broke your paper. Many in the crowd chuckled at Naruto's words. No, you did not, Naruto, Hiruzen said wryly. The paper worked perfectly. You see, it reacts differently to each element. He removed another piece of induction paper, one that burst into flames. For those with an affinity for fire, it burns to ash. From water, the paper grows damp. Earth causes the paper to crumble to dust, while lightning makes it wrinkle. And wind makes it slice in two. He pointed at the papers in Naruto's hand, just like that. Naruto stared at the paper in his hand. Wow. He looked at Ken. What does your paper do, cuz? I have an earth affinity, so it crumbles into dirt, Ken answered. Now then, Hiruzen interrupted gently, the paper was only part of it. It was a way to inform what your real gift would be. With that, he removed a scroll from his robe and handed it to Naruto, who broke a seal with the character for wind holding it closed and unfurled it. Naruto's eyes scrunched in confusion before growing with revelation. Is this a ninja technique? But it is, Hiruzen confirmed, a simple wind release technique called the Gale Palm. Of course, you won't be able to learn it until after you master wind transformation, but I thought you might like a demonstration of what you will be working towards. Hiruzen stepped away and wove a single hand seal, causing semi-opaque wisps of wind to gather around his hands before he clapped his palms together and thrust them forward to send a powerful gust of wind hurtling before him to rattle the trees and kick up a cloud of dust that was then blown away. Whoa, cool. Naruto shouted, echoed by all of the children in the crowd. Well, there's no way I can compete with that, Tomoko quipped lightly, pulling a round parcel from a messenger bag at her side and handing it to Naruto. But maybe you like this. Naruto gently took the gift before fixing her with a quizzical look. Not to be rude or whatever, but who are you? Tomoko gasped dramatically, placing one hand against her chest and the back of the other to her forehead. Oh Ken. How could you not tell your only family about your strongest, hottest, most awesomest companion? I am shocked beyond all recompense. You monster. Ken facepalmed with a growling sigh while everyone else chuckled, Haruka even clapping slowly at the over-the-top performance. Naruto, though, paled at Tomoko's response. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Hey, wait a minute. He turned to face Ken with an accusing finger pointing at his cousin. How could you hurt this nice lady's feelings, cousin Ken? Aren't you the one always saying to treat women with respect and all that stuff? He pointed backward at Tomoko without breaking his gaze from Ken. Apologize right now. Ken's expression was utterly deadpan as he looked from his little cousin to his currently least favorite teammate. Naruto, this is one of my teammates, Tomoko Sarutobi. In retrospect, he had been rather tight-lipped about his team as well as the missions, maybe that was a mistake. He grumbled a bit under his breath before exhaling. Tomoko, I apologize for not telling my cousin about you and your. He gritted his teeth. Awesomeness. Tomoko giggled. Aw, that's okay. Water under the bridge. She ruffled Naruto's spikes. I guess I'll just have to come by and tell little Naruto about my greatness myself to make sure it happens. She looked at his untouched present and crossed her arms. So, kid, are you gonna open that or just hold it forever? Naruto shrugged and tore the paper off to reveal a stuffed plush fox, which made him turn red in the cheeks. Tomoko knelt and placed her hands over his. Just to remind you that not all foxes are bad. They're clever and tricky, but some like to use their tricks to help others. She smiled gently. Just like I know you will use your tricks to help the village one day. Naruto blinked, his expression neutral, before grinning widely. You know it, pretty lady. I'm gonna serve this village better than anyone else when I earn that hat. He pointed at Lord Hiruzen to illustrate his point. And then everyone will see I'm more than the fox, I'll protect the village with everything I've got. Well, if you're anything like your cousin, Tomoko said, you really have a shot at it. She knelt by Naruto's ear and whispered, I've got something else for you too. Something I want to keep secret from Red. I'll give it to you before I leave. Naruto grinned, glancing back at Ken. You know, I'm glad cousin Ken has an awesome and understanding girlfriend like you. What? Ken shouted, his face rapidly reddening to match his hair. Where did that come from? Naruto cackled, along with the crowd. Gotcha. As if you could land a girlfriend as awesome as her. Yeah, Red, Tomoko giggled, her arms loosely crossed. As if. Before Ken could say something he would no doubt regret, the white-haired man stepped forward. As much as I like seeing any guy get knocked down a peg by a kid and a lovely lady, I think I'm the last in line here. He handed Naruto a book with a very long title. The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. Naruto read. That was a favorite of your father's, the man said, quietly enough that no one else could hear. Naruto gasped and clutched the book to his chest, tears welling in his eyes. Who are you? He asked. My name is Jiraiya the Toad Sage, the man, Jiraiya, replied. Ken's eyes widened in recognition of the famed Sannin. I was the one who taught your father. And I know without a shadow of a doubt that if your parents were alive, they would be proud of you. Bad with kids, my foot here is in, thought idly. Well, how about some cake and ninja games? Tomoko said loudly, drawing cheers from the child attendees. The festival would be starting soon and everyone would want to go, but there was no way they'd miss the best parts of a birthday party. And when the party had wound down and everyone was heading home, Tomoko knelt before Naruto, carefully out of Ken's line of sight, and passed him a small bottle with a wry grin. Naruto glanced at it and at his older cousin before pocketing it. Hours later, Ken felt a pleasant mix of contentment and exhaustion as he, Naruto, and Tomoko trudged toward the rental house and Sarutobi compound from the main body of the festival grounds. Even after cake, the three had stuffed themselves with fried foods and played a few rigged games before settling to watch the fireworks. And through it all, Tomoko had stayed with them, laughing at Naruto's antics and losing it with glee when the kid roped Ken into them in turn. As they reached the house, Tomoko stifled a yawn and ruffled Naruto's spikes. See you later, kid. I hope you had a good birthday. I had the absolute best birthday in the history of birthdays. Naruto replied, his volume muffled by both general exhaustion and multiple sugar crashes. It seemed even his young Uzumaki's stamina had a limit. Thanks, Tomoko, for sticking with us. He grinned in Ken's direction. I know cousin Ken enjoyed it. Hush, kid, Ken griped good-naturedly. Get inside, brush your teeth, and hit the hay. We've got chakra training tomorrow. Naruto groaned at the prospect before heading inside. He's a sweet boy, Tomoko noted, a statement of fact delivered with genuine warmth. That he is, Ken agreed. And thanks, by the way. You know, for coming with us. I appreciate it. Anytime, Ken, she said with a smile before turning and heading toward the Sarutobi compound. Don't forget. We've got our first local C rank tomorrow, too. So rest up. She called with a wave. Ken huffed a laugh and prepared to enter the house before a light cough caught his attention. Years of paranoia came flooding back and he had his black-bladed seal-scribed whack his ashi out in an instant, swinging at the subject without thought. It was only as his blade was within inches of the victim that he realized he'd probably overreacted. As it turned out, he was wrong in a sense. He'd underreacted to the threat of a Sannin. Lord Jiraiya ducked and swept Ken's legs out from under him in a single elegant movement before lunging and grabbing Ken by the face to force his head to the ground. Ken was stunned when he realized, a few seconds after, that the back of his head had barely touched the dirt in front of the wooden porch. Not bad, Ginge. A few more years and you might pose a credible threat. Jiraiya let Ken up and hauled him to his feet. If you don't mind, I think it's time we had a talk about the boy. Jiraiya's easy grin faded into a contemplative look. I have a few suggestions on his training. 2 hours later saw Ken on the couch in the rental house's living room looking down at the sheets of parchment strewn across the coffee table, trying to familiarize himself with their contents. Lord Jiraiya sat across from him, his expression neutral as he waited for the young Uzumaki to finish processing. In his opinion, these past hours had been quite fruitful. He'd asked about how Naruto had been trained so far and Ken's further plans, which the Redeed had admitted he was largely making up as he went along. Knowing that, and based on his own experiences training Minato as well as another true Uzumaki even earlier, the two had devised a far more detailed training regime and long-term plan. During this time, Jiraiya had also explained his connection to Minato and Kushina and further revealed the fact that Naruto was his godson. When Ken had coldly asked why he had never looked after the boy, Jiraiya had offered the same reasons he always gave to Lord Sarutobi. Reasons that Ken had begrudgingly accepted. Well, I think I've done all I can here, Jiraiya said with a chuckle, rising from the seat he'd occupied all night and turned for the door with a wave. It was a genuine pleasure, Ginge. I'm sure I'll see you around. I respectfully disagree, Ken said, also rising to escort the Toad Sage out. I think if you stuck around one more morning and actually met your godson as his godfather, he would be absolutely thrilled. Jiraiya chuckled humorlessly. Yeah, no. I don't think he's ready for that quite yet. Jiraiya cast his gaze back at Naruto's door. Maybe in a few years, though. He looked at Ken. You've taken on quite a responsibility. Without warning, Jiraiya's expression became colder than ice, the look in his eyes, belying the power and experience of one of the Leaf Village's greatest shinobi. Do not mess it up, he warned. Ken fought to keep a straight face, only a bead of sweat rolling past his eye betraying him. I'll do everything in my power to protect and guide him, Lord Jiraiya. You have my word as an Uzumaki. Jiraiya grinned. Well, that actually makes me feel better. Jiraiya's expression twisted as if he'd bitten into a lemon. A little warning on that front. One of the old coots with quite a bit of pull in the village is named Danzo Shimura. Ken arched an eyebrow at the familiar the name of the man who had been so wary of him. Normally I'd let you figure it out on your own, but Naruto is at stake here. So know this. Danzo is a ruthless and vicious warhawk who will stop at nothing in the goal of leaf supremacy. He's Master Saratobi's oldest and most tenacious rival, and he's had his sights on the Hokage hat since the third's appointment. Jiraiya leaned closer. Don't let your guard down around him or his forces. Ken clenched his fists and nodded. Good night and good luck, Ken Uzumaki. With that, Jiraiya finally took his leave. After a few minutes, Ken plopped back on the couch and organized the records of Naruto's training plan, his thoughts whirling. This task seemed to grow more and more daunting as time passed. Chapter 13. The 2 months and change following Naruto's birthday were actually quite peaceful, relatively speaking. Likely with Naruto's care in mind, Team Tak was issued a string of C-rank missions that never kept them from the village for more than 2 days, and even then only occasionally. And during those instances, Ken was relieved to find that Iruka or AM were more than willing to look after Naruto. It helped that a major part of this time was covered by a longer-term mission that was right up Ken's alley. He was ordered to examine the ceiling barriers around the village and repair it where necessary, while Aoba and Tomoko covered his back. As such, he had been granted access to the barrier's formulae blueprints, originally devised by the clan legendary Mito Uzumaki. Tomoko had been happy to point out that he'd literally started drooling when he first saw them. This particular mission, funded by the village government, had lasted 3 weeks and, while painfully dull for his teammates, had been an intellectual thrill ride for the Uzumaki. He had been able to examine the entire expanse of the seal matrices that covered the village walls, while remaining hidden by a sealing technique he had only ever read about. Only Uzumaki knew how to reveal the sealing script branded into the reinforced walls, which explained a major reason he had been given this task. The mission had also had 2 fringe benefits. The consistent and rather generous payout had bolstered the funds for Ken's prospects of a permanent home for him and Naruto, and the hearsay from Ken's work had boosted his publicity as a seal master. Very soon after the party, Ken had begun subtly looking for a plot of land to purchase for the construction of a new Uzumaki home, to be built in the method of the fallen Whirlpool village, namely, a body made from coastal stones with wooden accents and sitting on a visibly elevated foundation. Naturally, he'd eventually need to locate and hire a reputable architect, but for now he needed space to plan and build. And given the lingering, shadowy threat of the infamous Danzo, he was wary of showing interest in anything specific until he was certain he could secure it. This plan was made much more feasible by the string of sealing commissions he'd received since the barrier mission. When he'd arrived in Konoha, Ken had assumed he'd have to choose between a shinobi career or a small business, but he'd since realized that he could do both. And the use of shadow clones made it even more feasible. They would work on commissions while he was working with his team, out on missions or training Naruto, and he himself would provide any chakra necessary for the workings. As the weeks rolled by, Ken was very much aware that his prospective Chunin exam was fast approaching. As Tomoko was already and Aoba was, they were definitely not going to be his teammates. On the single occasion he had brought it up with the Hokage during the team's occasional in-person mission assignments, Lord Hiruzen had simply grinned and said Ken would be in capable hands. This did very little to allay his fears, but he had a feeling he would get nothing else until the departure date. After all, one must be capable of adjusting to any team configuration for missions. What did come as a surprise was an announcement a few mere weeks before the cutoff date, an assignment of sorts that the Redeed would never have seen coming in 1,000 years. You want me to do what? Ken yelped. I want you to be a guest speaker in some of the academy classes on the subject of the practical sealing arts, Hiruzen repeated, casually shuffling papers as if he had merely commented on the weather. As you are no doubt aware, sealing is a versatile and incredibly powerful art when properly utilized, and it is unfortunate that so few delve any deeper than storage seals and explosive tags. You want me to stand in front of a bunch of kids with attention spans hardly longer than Naruto's, Ken said dryly to mask his trepidation, and try and convince them that a delicate art that requires extensive focus, experimentation, and discipline, not to mention intensive study is worth their time. Ken might have laughed if he didn't have a ton of dread coiling in his gut at the very idea. Yes. I do, Hiruzen replied lightly. He wove his fingers and leaned back in his chair. Rest assured, Uzumaki, that I do not expect a classroom full of seal masters after a single lecture. I do hope, however, that a demonstration will plant a seed of interest in even one young mind. Izushi Ogakure was unique in that a great number of people committed considerable time, effort, and resources into research of the sealing arts. And not only that, they built upon each other's work, instilling in each generation both an early foundation and outright passion for the art. He sighed. It is my hope that you may capture the barest hint of that in our academy. He chuckled. Not to mention it is an order from your commander. You have 3 days to prepare for your seminar on Friday, so I suggest you get started. He returned to his paperwork as if Ken was no longer there, a subtle dismissal. As Ken growled a sigh and turned to leave, the Hokage gave one last barb. I would also suggest you prepare something flashy. And have the students losing focus, now can we? Everyone settle down, now. Iruka said, not loudly but with his voice carrying across the training field. I know you're all excited, but we need to give our mystery speaker our full attention. In spite of Iruka's attempts to settle the class, the students were still murmuring to each other in excitement. All week there had been rumors going around about a guest speaker in the classrooms, demonstrating some amazingly powerful technique. All of the children of the clan heads denied knowledge of it being their parents, which left it an even bigger mystery. Some thought it might be the Hokage himself. The only ones who were actually silent were Hinata Hyuga, who was always kind of quiet, and oddly enough, Naruto Uzumaki, who seemed to almost be vibrating with the suppressed urge to speak. As Iruka tried to settle the students, Mizuki, whose class was merged with Iruka's for the demonstration, smirked through his nominal efforts to help. He'd been the one to slip to his students several times that their guest speaker would be amazingly powerful. He carefully hid his glee at the thought of the Uzumaki upstart being humiliated in front of the Fox Brat's peers. As Iruka checked his watch for the timing of the presentation, he and Mizuki looked up at the distinctive swish of a kunai flying through the air. Both ducked on instinct, allowing the knife to embed into the ground, revealing a sealing tag attached to the pommel. After a few seconds, the tag activated with blue light and a dense fog began to roll in around the students and teachers. The thin layer of fog above them muted the sunlight, casting everything in an ethereal light. As the students looked around from their seats, the ground rumbled for a moment before walls of stone rose up around and in front of them, each one patterned like bricks and carved with a Uzumaki clan swirl. And finally, a figure familiar to a handful of the students appeared on top of one of the walls, his hood raised and his arms crossed. The mist slowly faded, allowing the full strength of the sun to return, and the figure tossed his head back, his hood falling to reveal the trademark red hair of Ken Uzumaki. Good morning, everyone, he grinned. Hi cousin Ken. Naruto shouted from the front of the group, his volume almost making up for keeping quiet all of this time to not ruin the surprise. Hey there, Naruto, Ken greeted before hopping down from the earthen wall. My name is Ken Uzumaki, Ken called out, one of the last scions of the noble Uzumaki clan of Uzushiogakure. And today, I will be showing you one of the most underappreciated but exceptionally powerful ninja skill sets. He held up a simple sealing tag. The sealing arts. The students were quiet for a moment before someone called out what most of them were likely thinking. If the Fox Kids clan was so great, why are you two the last? This brought a round of quiet chuckles from some of the students before another wall arose behind the group, sealing them in. First of all, his name is Naruto Uzumaki, Ken said coldly. And secondly, his tone had warmed considerably, before I answer that I want you to look at your teachers. He pointed at Iruka and Mizuki. Gentlemen, if you would please turn around. Both instructors, who had moved to the back of the group for the demonstration, spun around to reveal the backs of their flak jackets. And in the middle of them were the same swirl as on the walls around them. That swirl on Konoha's flak jackets is the Uzumaki clan crest and the symbol of Uzushiogakure before it was razed to the ground. The power of the village had grown too great, its influence threatening the status quo and offering a powerful ally for this very village. And so, during the Second Shinobi World War, an alliance of 3 great villages and 4 smaller ones was formed to launch an attack and decimate Uzushiogakure. And the Uzumaki clan. He once again held up the tag. And the root of our strength, feared by our enemies and respected by our allies, laid in seals. And carefully hid his surprise at the wide-eyed looks he was getting. Granted, he hadn't said a word that was untrue, but he hadn't expected them all to be swept up in his story. Guess Tomoko was right about kids being suckers for crazy stories. Now, one of the reasons sealing techniques are so dangerous is because they are unusually hard to master. The scripts and glyphs and shapes of seals can have any number of effects literally. An old saying says a true seal master can level mountains, dry oceans, and pull the stars from the sky. I am a seal master and haven't figured any of that out, but it really means that with enough practice and imagination, someone who understands seals can do practically anything. He held up the sealing tag from before in one hand and a different one in the other. Naturally, I can't make you all seal masters in one day, thanks for that little turn of phrase, Lord Hokage, he thought, but I can show you some basics. And then some really good stuff. These are the 2 most basic seals ever created, ones that any shinobi will use any number of times in their lives. Heck, some of you may have used them by now. Storage seals and explosive tags. Ken stuffed the explosive tag into one of his pockets and placed the storage seal on the ground, a quick pulse of chakra, revealing what it had contained. A set of 4 heavy weights and 2 poles. Now, for a demonstration I'll need a volunteer. He pursed his lips in mock thought before grinning. Instructor Mizuki, would you mind? Mizuki glanced at the collection of 60-some-odd children and grunted in reluctant agreement. As he approached, Ken tied a weight to each end of each pole. "Mizuki, if you would balance this one your shoulders," Ken requested, flicking through a chain of hand seals before ending with a snake seal and clapping his hands to the ground to raise a pair of stone pillars across the training yard. "We're going to race. First one to cross that finish line with our weights on our shoulders wins." He pitched his voice to let the students know what was happening. Mizuki grunted and tried to lift his weights, grunting with effort at how heavy they actually were. The pale-haired instructor had to sit on his knees to lift the weighted pole onto his shoulders before slowly rising to a standing position. With sweat beading his brow before the race even started, he took a bit of grim satisfaction at the sight of the Uzumaki struggling just as much. 3, 2, 1. Ken said through gritted teeth. "Go." Mizuki stumbled forward a step at a time, going as fast as he could without losing his balance. The students were laughing and some even jeering at his predicament, none louder than the fox brat, but Mizuki was pleased to not see the elder Uzumaki in his peripheral vision. At least until the halfway mark when Ken strolled by him at a leisurely pace, his hands in his back pockets as he walked and whistled a light tune. Mizuki could only watch in horror as Ken held up a sealing tag and flashed him a quick grin over his shoulder before unsealing his weights and stumbling the 2 steps between the pillars and over the finish line. Without missing a beat, he resealed his weights and returned to Mizuki to do the same to his burden. "Thank you, Mizuki," Ken said with an icy smile. "That was very gracious." Mizuki moved between Ken and the students before covertly flipping the reed off. "You're welcome," he said airily, while his gaze practically screamed bloody vengeance. "Now," Ken said, clapping his hands sharply to draw everyone's attention, "who can see the benefits of the humble sealing tag after that?" One student, a girl with pink hair that he recalled was named Sakura, shot her hand into the air. He pointed at her to answer. "You can carry practically any supplies you may need on a mission and in any amount." Ken snapped his fingers with a smile. "Very good, miss. It's true, you can do that. In fact, my grandfather, an Anbu for Uzushio, was very well known for doing just that. He carried an army's worth of weapons, medical supplies, foodstuffs, garments, and anything else you can imagine. They called him Keenan the Prepper because of it." His grin widened. "But that's far from the only way storage seals can be used. As with any kind of seal, the only limits are your skills and imagination. For example, one Naiko Uzumaki carried a massive scroll with her filled with storage seals that she used as a weapon. On one hand, it acted as a good club, but on the other, when she unfurled it, she could seal away her opponent's very techniques to protect herself and then with another swing, could send them right back at them. Or she could save them for later against others or even to study and figure out how they worked. Narratively, this got a collective ooh from the class and even some impressed looks from the instructors. "Can you do that?" one student asked. Ken laughed. "Not at the moment. Lady Naiko took 3 years to figure out a sealing formula so complex and wide-reaching. Again, this discipline is not at all easy, but the rewards are worth the effort if you can bring yourself to master it." With that, he flicked his hand to reveal the explosive tag from before between his fingers. "Moving on, I'm sure all of you know about exploding tags, also called exploding cards or paper bombs. They come in usually one standard potency." He wrapped a tag around a stone from the ground and tossed it up before triggering it to demonstrate, but a user of seals can vary the explosion to a weaker distraction or something that can level a building. He smiled viciously. "Or they can do something a little more unique." Ken produced another tag, this one on red paper, and curled it around a kunai handle. He reared back and tossed it into the air at an angle, and at the apex of its trajectory, the tag burst and released a rushing sphere of swirling yellow flames that spun for a solid 10 seconds before. "That was awesome," Naruto shouted, leaping to his feet to pump his fists. This opened the floodgates for cheers from the classes, which Ken couldn't help but smile at. "Any questions?" he asked. As students shouted over each other to try and ask their questions about what kind of seals he could make, one student in particular was quiet as he thought over the demonstration. The last Uchiha looked between Naruto, the closest thing he had to a rival at the academy, and the Redeed who had causally displayed such a formidable arsenal. But the implication that it had hardly scratched the surface. It seemed he had to think on this new route to the power to destroy that certain someone and avenge his family. At the same time, Ken's words and demonstration had lit a spark in another young mind. A girl a bit older than Naruto, her dark hair styled in a distinctive pair of Adango buns, was tapping her finger to her lips in thought, a smile slowly curling them. After school had been let out for the day during which Naruto had been happy to say he'd been hammered with questions about his cousin's abilities with seals, Ken poured himself a cup of tea as he observed Naruto working on his hand-to-hand combat with his specialized dummies. Ken frowned a bit as he noticed Naruto slowly losing steam in his training. Normally, the kid would be at it for hours, practically drawing new strength from the physical side of his training. But now he seems too contemplative. Which, for anyone who knew the boy well, was a bit odd. "Naruto? Is everything okay?" Naruto tensed and glanced back at Ken before approaching the porch with a downcast air. He bit his lip, his head tilted down to hide his eyes behind his spiky bangs. "Cousin Ken. Was all of that stuff you said about our clan. Was it all true?" Ken sighed through his nose with a grimace directed at himself. He had anticipated this question and wrestled with himself for the last 3 days on whether to include it in his speech before deciding it might be a less painful segue into Naruto finally learning the truth. As it turned out, it was still going to be just as painful. "Yes, Naruto. It's all true." Naruto sat heavily on the side of the porch, eyes wide and her eyes flicking from side to side in thought. But why? Why would they do that? Ken sat and offered a second cup of tea, this one with a generous serving of honey, to Naruto. "It's complicated, kiddo," Ken admitted. "Most of what I know is either from rumors that my grandfather picked up while he was raising me or stuff we figured out on our own from facts." Ken took a deep breath. "Like I said, many of the shinobi villages across the continent believed that Yuzushi Agakure had grown too powerful, too much of a threat, to remain. This was made even more true to them because it was a minor village, and that threatened to status quo of there being 5 great villages ever since the village system had been invented. Yuzushi Agakure, or the village of the whirling tides, was the shinobi village of the land of whirlpools, a large island off the coast of the land of fire. I'm sure you've already learned in the academy that the Senju and Uchiha clans were the ones to found this village, rapidly joined by the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, then the Hyuga, then the Nara, Yamanaka and Akimichi, and so on." He was suddenly glad for the brush up on Konoha history for his citizenship test. What has been slowly phased out of academy instruction in favor of more recent events has been the bond between Konoha and Uzashio. The Uzumaki chose not to join Konoha and instead settled on the island that would become the land of whirlpools. Why they did this, I'm still not entirely sure. But the kinship between the Senju and Uzumaki clans forged a bond between the villages. Konoha, thanks to the Land of Fire's greater territory, provided Uzashio with necessary material resources like timber, metals, and coal, while Uzashio in turn provided a buffer from the sea, traded seal-enhanced weapons and armor, and, when necessary, provided consultations on bigger sealing works. For example, Uzashio ninjas created the detection barrier that surrounds this village. Naruto blinked as he processed this new information. So, if Konoha and Uzashio were such good friends, how did Uzashio fall? Ken pressed his lips into a thin line and took a moment to order his thoughts. "First, I want to make sure you know that a lot of this is guesswork," he said. Naruto hesitantly nodded for him to continue. "The fall can be traced to the efforts of the major villages of Iwa, Kumo, and Kurigakure, with the hired support of troops from the villages in lands of rain, rivers, stones, and frost. Iwa didn't actually attack our home, it launched an attack against the land of fire to draw Konoha's attention away from the eastern front. I assume they were in on it to strip Konoha of a valuable ally. From what we can tell, also hoped to leave the Hidden Leaf vulnerable, but I think that was more of a side benefit for them. The Hidden Cloud village has shown a pattern of trying to steal valuable secrets and players from other villages, or at least from Konoha." Ken chuckled humorlessly. "In fact, one instance involved them kidnapping your mother to get their hands on the 9 tails." Naruto gasped at that, "and she was rescued by your father. It's supposedly when she fell in love with him." Ken narrowed his eyes and decided to take a gamble. "Another incident was just under 5 years ago when they tried to kidnap little Hinata." "What?" Naruto shouted, jumping to his feet. "But Hinata's such a nice girl. And she would only have been," he paused to count on his fingers, 3 years old. "Why would these lightning jerks do that?" "Naruto, calm down and sit," Ken said sternly, though he was also a bit pleased at his little cousin's strong reaction. "If you keep talking, I won't be able to explain." Naruto grunted and sat with his arms crossed. "To answer your most recent question, Kumo wanted the power of the Hyuga clan." With that, he launched into a brief assessment of bloodline traits abilities inherent in specific clans that could not be learned and the little he knew about the Byakugan in particular. "And so they presumably hope to raise Hinata and force her to have children in Kumo with her special eyes," Ken finished. Naruto's eye twitched and Ken was worried he might have said too much to an impressionable 8-year-old, but then the boy calmed down a bit. "Well, they didn't get my mom or Hinata, so it all kind of worked out for us." Ken bit his lip and chose not to get into the further details of the Hyuga affair, which he and Tomoko had discussed some weeks ago. "Yeah, well, given that little tendency of Kumo, my grandfather and I thought they were involved in the attack to get their hands on our sealing techniques to better bolster their military strength." Ken cackled darkly. "Which, good luck with that. Everything important we developed was protected by blood seals on both buildings and containers, and the texts themselves were written in secret ciphers. Not to mention the really good stuff would take a team of absolute geniuses to reverse engineer." Ken kept laughing for a few moments. "And since no one has seen an uptake in sealing techniques in the years since, it's very unlikely they actually got anything worthwhile." Naruto smiled at the fact that Ken was laughing about it even if the subject was a bit grim. So, you've covered the rock guys and the cloud guys. What about the other people? Ken sighed and rubbed his forehead. Kurigakure. They had the most personal reasons for attacking. You see, Kiri's position as a cluster of islands and its abundance of water release users makes it the go-to village for nautical missions, hunting pirates, guarding merchant ships, protecting coastal towns, stuff like that. But as Yuzashio's power grew, in part due to our research into seals, we became a genuine rival. We, too, had a ready supply of water release users, and our seals could reinforce ships and port towns. As Yuzashio continued to draw customers away from Kiri, it apparently put a real strain on their economy. Not to mention, Yuzashio was the only real obstacle standing in the way of the men Land of Fire's coast. So they got the big score by attacking the village. They removed a powerful ally of Konoha, they probably tried to steal our seals too, and they removed an economic threat. All in one fell swoop. Naruto swallowed thickly. Was it really that easy? He asked in a small voice. Ken smiled sadly. Now that, little cousin, I can say I know something about. Ken cut himself off and took a deep breath. My grandfather was there when they attacked. As it turns out, attacking a village of sealing experts and masters on their home turf isn't the smartest idea. The village was layered with decades of defensive seals that weathered the storm of attackers. Normally, the whirlpools that surrounded the island would have helped too, but Kiri knew what they were doing on that front. My grandfather did quite a bit of investigation in the years after and found out that over 2/3 of the attacking force were killed, whether in the attack or when they left. Some of the defensive seals were apparently there out of spite to kick them while they were down. But even with the support of seals, Yuzashio was still a minor village and small. We could never have weathered such a huge force, even with every combat-ready soldier, veteran, and trainee we could muster. Yuzashio fell after 3 days of resistance, and no one has lived on the island since. Naruto was quiet for a while before asking one last question. So, we really are all that's left? Ken shrugged. Honestly, maybe not. My grandfather escaped with me, a friggin' newborn. It's entirely possible others escaped too and went into hiding. Ken gave a wan smile. It was my dream growing up to find them, to find survivors that were family. He ruffled Naruto's hair. And now that we're reunited, maybe someday we can find more. Naruto's gaze turned from sadness to determination. Well, that's what I'm gonna do. I will still become Hokage, but I'm also gonna do my best to find other members of the Uzumaki clan and bring them home. You better believe it. He looked out over the yard to the training dummies. And to do that, I gotta get stronger than ever, you know. With renewed vigor, Naruto charged and resumed his assault on his targets. Ken smiled and cracked his neck before summoning a shadow clone to fight with. Because he, too, would do all he could to make that dream a reality. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others' videos. I have created and enjoyed it.